this still works out, right? All of that in the last 2 minutes just makes a breeze for the first turtle here. So that's already huge, at least in terms of economy. But here in the mid lane, Yumski going to be the focus again. Oh, can he get away? One hit, he's going to bob and weave and survived.
The moves and grooves.
Moves behind. And yeah, I can see here the Lord. He's already contested.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like Bray is chilling. He's doing so much for his team with splitting those waves, but once again, the contest for the Lord.
The fight. Oh my god, catches Sufin with that Tyrant's Rage. Mortal bombs everywhere. Baby Cake, the first one down. Not a good sign as 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies has already been collected, and Bray gets shut down.
And he didn't, I don't even think it was Ken who finished off Hessa. He finished off D7, and this allows another free turtle.
But now they're going for it. Certainly he's going to be popped here. Ken able to secure the turtle, but Zip goes down as Chima able to find the kill. Another wild charge comes forth as D7 falls. Tempest Blade is going to be popped here. Ken looking for Hessa. Can't get the last hit though as he falls into the river.
Oh, that split, but all the weakness points. Oh my god, again! It's Prince Fran who comes in clutch and saves the day. Onyx eSports have nowhere to go right now, but Dragon's gonna be taken down. It's a shadow kill over to Harley, as now Mount Venus have to move back. The Iron Hook does not connect. It's gonna be the way the Dragon locking Prince Fran down, and that's a double kill picked up by Dreon, the Lord as well. Dreon is an absolute monster as he's looking to claim a maniac.
Kind of be a little bit patient, because right now I kind of feel like Rosa as well as Sunshine, they have enough damage. They just need a proper setup. And in terms of proper setup, you shouted out Oheb. If they can catch him, that's great. But it's easy to set it up. But oh my Venus, it's all for them.
That's all the damage popped in, and the backline's completely going to be obstructed here by Blacklist International. Oheb free hitting his alien's going to be bursted down. Oh my Rosa getting caught in the fatal races. Genji's the only man left standing. Blacklist International, they take no prisoners.
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
M-Series Flashback, the Finals MVP. Every tournament will have its own most valuable player or MVP.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Back in M1, it was Aura of EVOS Legends with his masterful off-lane plays to clinch the award.
Aura
EVOS Legends bakal melakukan trikot karena gas dengan masa
and be the first ever Finals MVP in Mobile Legends M Series. Meanwhile, in M2, amidst the pandemic, Carl TZ of Bren eSports proved that his flashy jungler plays were the top of the world.
Okay, anyways, 3-1 immediately traded out. Make that members chasing him down, and there's only so much.
And in 2021, Oheb of Blacklist International showed why he is the Filipino sniper with his spectacular beatrix and marksman prowess.
You're in the early game. Another fight engaged on right edge of the round. Asmo still able to run away, but Oheb comes in. So he goes in for 1v3 play. A mistake as he gets shut down.
And claim the title of M3's Finals MVP. Who do you think will join these players on the Hall of Legends? Can Carl TZ or Oheb claim the title twice? Who will be M4's Finals MVP? See you at M4.
Maybe.
But that's the thing, like, who is your saving grace here for MVG, right? Harley, Joel Crew. Joel Crew is so far away from that. Harley, though, able to survive just a bit. Oh, never mind. Chiku, guys, from the backside. Now they're going to find Joel Crew as we were just talking about him. They fall here, and another one goes down. 4 fall again for MVG, and there's nothing Dragon can do here to defend. It's a maniac for Chiku, guys. GG, well played.
They are resetting here, 13,000 HP.
They need to make a choice right now. I mean, the minions are pushing into their base. They're going to get backdoored by Carl TZ if they don't choose now.
Oh my god, Carl TZ, will they read this? Junpo tries to delay, but no, my god, 505 trying to fly. Sanford, Yawi goes down, but Carl TZ in the backside. Benny QT, the base echo outplayed RSG.
But we just barely missed it off camera. What happened to Papa Dog?
He just got dogpiled on, and that will be the end of him. As you can see, S11 going for a different approach right here. Jumping in, making the play with the Way of the Dragon as well, but the Vengeance is just tanking so much damage. Wow! That's Fried Chicken taking one versus 3. Erwin is an H target, and Fried Chicken is going again and again. The Lord gets picked up, and look out on top, and it's so disastrous because the Lord is up at the same time. Incendio is still contesting, but it does not seem possible unless Alien can make something of a miracle play. We've seen a miracle play by Grok many times before. He's looking for it. He has the weapon mastery for a reason. He steals it for Turkey, for Incendio to save the game for his team.
I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself.
Yeah, no worries. Wise, killing spree emblem on the Aldous. Sure. I get why, but right now, wait a minute, Naomi gets a hook onto Wise right now. It's going to be Justin who rotates back in. Wise goes in, and it's the first blood over to Justin.
Ken, that was a worth it.
What on the hook, and Haji tries to run away. I can't get my point out. Justin goes in front, gets a kill.
Dashing back in, Edward using final blow, not able to find anyone, and that's the iron hook again. Naomi's won.
20/30 vision where they just literally see the future.
Oh my God, no way! Naomi finds a hook out of nothing again! He cares for the future. Whatever it is you want to believe, he lands again! Naomi!
From the sky!
They are right now, they're flying and they're soaring again! Naomi! What in the world was that?
អ្វីៗគ្រប់យ៉ាងតែងតែប្រែប្រួលទៅតាមពេលវេលាប៉ុន្តែស្មារតីរបស់អ្នកប្រយុទ្ធនឹងមិនសាបសូន្យនោះឡើយពួកយើងម្នាក់សុទ្ធតែមានចំណុចខ្សោយរៀងៗខ្លួន ប្រសិនបើយើងរួមគ្នាជាក្រុមគឺពួកយើងមិនមានពាក្យថាបរាជ័យនោះទេការតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជាទៅប្រកួតជើងឯក M4 It's like a dream come true នេះគឺជាសុបិនដែលខ្លាចជាការពិតដើម្បីមោទនភាពជាតិខ្មែរយើងក្រាបឡើងហើយតស៊ូទៅមុខទៀតដំណើរផ្សងព្រេងរបស់ពួកយើងមិនមានភាពងាយស្រួលនោះទេស្មារតីអ្នកចម្បាំងខ្មែរនឹងតែងតែស្ថិតនៅក្នុងខ្លួនយើងជានិច្ចក្រុម Burning Flash នឹងចាប់យកឱកាសមួយនេះហើយធ្វើឲ្យមោទនភាពជាតិយើងថ្កុំថ្កើងនៅលើឆាកអន្តរជាតិIf you play with fire, you will get burned. Dear Flamers, see you in the M4 stage.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky. You're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky. You're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes on be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky. You're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky. You're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
touch the sky. You're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky.
remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it up the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fire in our eyes, you and me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Here comes the brightest player in this galaxy. I'm the flare that's gonna light up the entire star. Legendary.
This is your moment. Mara and I will count to 3. You lift the trophy as high as you want.
Best 16 teams in MLBB M4 World Championship will be gathered in Jakarta, Indonesia. One dream and one goal only. To make sure all the players, teams, and fans alike are on the same page, it is time to reveal the tournament format. In M4, all the qualified teams will compete in 2 stages to achieve greatness. Group stage and the knockout stage. The teams will play a best-of-1 single round robin during the group stage. No team will be eliminated during the group stage. Now, let's take a look at the knockout stage format. It'll feature a double elimination bracket with a total of 22 series. The first 2 rounds of the lower bracket will be the best of 3. The other series will be best of 5. Except for the grand finals, which will be best of 7. Now the knockout stage upper bracket will feature the top 2 teams of each group from the group stage, and the bottom 2 teams will start at the lower bracket. The losers of the first round of the lower bracket will be eliminated. The M4 knockout stage will be spread out across 9 days. where there will be a live audience for fans like you to support your teams. And that's all you need to know about M4's tournament format. Remember to tune in and see you in Jakarta. Dare to dream, dare to be great.
We are getting closer to the ultimate battle in Jakarta.
It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game.
Where all eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
Duma မဖောက်ခဲ့ဘူးတဲ့လမ်းတစ်တစ်ခုကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စတင်ရှောက်လန်းခဲ့ကြတယ်။ချွေးမထွက်တဲ့အားကစားကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စော့ခဲ့ကြတယ်။လူတွေမရွေးချယ်တဲ့အတံမွေးဝမ်းကြောင်းကိုပဲကျွန်တော်တို့အမျက်တနိုးရွေးချယ်ခဲ့ကြတယ်။အဲ့ဒီလိုလူတွေမမြင်နိုင်တဲ့အမှောင်ချမ်းမှာပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ရှိနေခဲ့တာမို့လို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ကိုယ်ပိုင်အလင်းရောင်နဲ့ထုံးလင်းဖို့ဆုံးဖြတ်ပြီးဒီလမ်းကိုဆက်လျှောက်ခဲ့ကြတယ်။တကယ်တော့ eSports ဆိုတာမျိုးကတခြားအားကစားတွေလိုပါပဲ။ကိုယ်နဲ့စိတ်တူကိုယ်လိုရှိမဲ့အသင်းပေါ်တွေအကူအညီနဲ့ပဲကြုံဆုံလာမဲ့ပြိုင်ဘက်တွေကိုအလေးထိုးအနိုင်ယူကြရတယ်။ဒါပေမဲ့အဆုံးတနေ့မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့မှာတူညီတဲ့အိမ်မက်တစ်ခုပဲရှိပါတယ်။အဲ့ဒါကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ eSports ကစားသမားတွေအားလုံးအတွက်ပုံမကောင်းမွန်တဲ့နေရာတစ်ခုကိုဖန်တီးရင်းနဲ့ကမ္ဘာအလယ်မှာမြန်မာဆိုတဲ့အလင်းရောင်အကောင်းဆုံးထွန်းလင်းတောက်ပနိုင်ဖို့ပါ
The M4 Group stage continues to bring us world-class MLBB actions. So let's take a quick look at what happened yesterday. It's raining RRQ in Jakarta during day 2 of the M4 Group stage. Despite having the home ground advantage, Skylar and the legendary Lemon had to put all the stops to claim an unconvincing victory against Occupy Thrones. The Song Rajas were then dismantled by Echo of the Philippines with a stellar performance from Sanji the Wizard. However, win or lose, the fans are here to support with all their might. On the other hand, RRQ Akira is looking like the better RRQ so far. The Samba Boys defeated the Valley in the North-South America Derby thanks to Luiz's incredible Numenon Blast. They also destroyed the Malaysian champions Team Hawk with a formidable team fight composition featuring Joy and Terizla, while utilizing the power of RRQ Ultra Fans' buff. All MLBB fans in the world, let's support your favorite team with all your passion, regardless of where you are. Now, it's time for day 3 of the M4 Group stage. Dare to be great.
The M4 World Championship continues to heat up with drama and intense emotions. Day 3 of the group stage is a direct manifestation of order and chaos, with Group B representing the calm and predictable outcome. All is in order as Onyx eSports and Todak take care of business respectively and secure upper bracket slots. Featuring the King of the Sky, Kyrie, who gave a masterclass on the prowess of assassins. while Todak cruised through the group stage with four mates returning to the starting lineup. However, when there is order, there will be chaos. As the disarray in Group A materializes into a three-way tiebreaker, as all hell breaks loose when Falcon eSports dethrone the defending champions not once, but twice in the same day. Finally, the M3 champions clawed back against the siege of Incendio supremacy and secured the upper bracket. Even though the air was tense, sportsmanship and integrity were embraced. And with that, we are going straight into the final day of M4 Group Stage. Dare to be great.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, told me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. It's something that's gotta give, cause rock the streets is what I made it now. You can't ever break us down, I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever stop. Won't ever stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our hearts and being strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Embrace new sensation. Celebrate new happiness. Find new excitement. Seek for new tastes. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
What's up, everyone? Today we have a hero revamp many of you have been waiting for. Featuring Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower. The new Hanabi is more mature and confident in herself, as seen in her new intro animation where she finally takes off her veil. Hero skills. Hanabi is a marksman that brings solid DPS and crowd control to a team and known for her bouncing pedal blades. Passive skill, Ninjutsu Pedal Barrage. That's right, Pedal Barrage is now Hanabi's new passive. With this adjustment, Hanabi's basic attacks and skills automatically create pedal blades on hit that bounce up to 4 times to nearby targets, while doing less damage per bounce. First skill, Ninjutsu Equinox. Hanabi's shield has been reworked into an active skill. The new Equinox shield now increases her movement and attack speed. Hanabi is still immune to control effect while the shield is active, but now dealing damage will increase the shield's health regardless of Hanabi's HP. Second skill, Ninjutsu Soul Scroll. Soul Scroll remains a skill shot that damages and slows enemies on hit, now with a new mechanic that marks enemies, causing them to take full damage from the next pedal blade bounce. Ultimate Forbidden Jutsu Higanbana. Hanabi's ultimate remains unchanged, damaging and immobilizing the first enemy hit. The revamped Hanabi retains her uniqueness without needing to stack her shield before a fight, and her pedal blades are now a more consistent source of damage. Her new shield mechanic improves her sustain mid-fight so she can stay in and on her targets. Pro tips. Use Equinox when you anticipate incoming CC and deal damage to keep it up. Don't panic if you get engaged on. Cast your shield and keep attacking. Line up enemies with Soul Scroll to cut their mobility while boosting your damage. And look to use Higanbana when the enemy is grouped up. Combo tips. When laning, use Soul Scroll to slow and mark enemies, so your next Pedal Blade bounce does full damage even if they're hiding in the back. In a 1v1, use your shield's new sustain to get the upper hand. In teamfights, land your second skill first to make the enemy easy targets for your ultimate and let your Pedal Blades go to town. Tactics. Since Hanabi's early game is rather weak, focus on farming. But not for the whole game, Hanabi mains. Poke the enemy in lane with basic attacks and her second skill. In the late game, use Hanabi's ultimate to engage and CC, and unleash your barrage of basic attacks and kunai to provide excellent sustained DPS for your team. We recommend this attack speed focused build to complement her reworked passive and first skill. Marksman Emblem further enhances her sustained DPS role, and Weakness Finder prevents her targets from escaping. Inspire is a natural choice to bolster both damage and survivability, thanks to her new shield. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp coming December 20th. She'll be 30% off the first week, along with her resplendent iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp December 20th.
my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know don't never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship is finally in the knockout stage. The main event began with more than a bang.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Mobile Legends universe, welcome to the second day of Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship. I'm Mara Aquino, your host, and this is the M Room. Now, yesterday we witnessed the beautiful opening ceremony and met the 16 teams, 16 of the best kings all across the region. We witnessed 4 teams go head-to-head, and today another 4 will fight to make it to the top. RRQ Hoshi will go up against Todak for the first game, and RRQ Akira from Brazil will go up against the defending champs, Blacklist International. Now, the world stage is where we get to see world-class support from fans all across the globe. So let's take a look at some of the comments that we found on TikTok. So go ahead, follow us on TikTok, show your support for your favorite teams. Here we go. So in here, David Ong is cheering for M4. And make sure to use the Dare to Be Great, MLBB M4, MLBB, or hashtag Mobile Legends to be featured here for our pre-show. Let's take a look at a message. In here, World Cup winner, right over there. World Cup winners. Yesterday, you guys were picked to judge Onyx. This is Onyx. Stay humble, Onyx fans, and full respect for Falcon. This goes back to what happened in MST 2022, where we witnessed Falcon eSports doing amazing stuff, bringing down Onyx with a 2-0. But keep in mind, that was the Onyx without Kyrie. We've witnessed Kyrie's intensity, ferocity here in the M4. And take a look at what they did yesterday. 3-0 with a sweep. Onyx is doing really great. But he also reminds all the Onyx fans, keep it humble. And for the Falcon, well, they still have another chance to aim high, fly high, second life in the lower bracket. Let's take a look at another message. Gisoya Heart ML. Let's take a look. Oh, this is really nice. Let's play it for a second. This is the M4 Beatrix Skin campaign. You can join the event now. If you open the M4 app, you get to collect your experience and your coins. You also have a chance to guess on which team will win to gain more points. Now, if you reach level 75 when you get the M4 pass, you can get the Beatrix Prime skin, this beautiful skin right over there. And if you keep going, keep guessing, keep collecting the experience, you get to have the figurine at level 150. So go ahead, if you haven't done it yet, go and claim the M4 pass. Let's take a look at another comment. And right over here, which one is this one? I see Burn X Flash from Noek Sok Heap. Burn X Flash from Cambodia. Always support you guys. It's really important to give your support to your favorite players, especially the ones who you feel you want to make it to the upper bracket and go all the way to the playoffs. Let's take a look at another message. Right here, oh, this one, Prinitong Pagong, which means fried turtle. GG Todak. I'm from Philippines. Respect, Todak improved. Todak has shown amazing stuff. And this is a fan from the Philippines, not cheering for Philippines, but cheering for Malaysia. Now, it's going to be interesting for the first match of the day with RRQ Hoshi versus Todak. It seems that they have a partnership going on in the World Series. They're always facing against each other, with RRQ Hoshi getting the better end of the deal. But let's see what Todak has to offer this time around. Let's take a look at another comment. Keep sending those comments in. Follow us on TikTok and all our official social pages. You never know, you might be the one that we feature next time. This one from Kiao, and it's posted 22 hours ago. We keep an eye out on all the comments online, so keep them coming. Right here, they said, Naomi is God of Tanker and MLBB. Take note, all nation. Did you guys pay attention to the group stages? Naomi from Falcon eSports. I don't think anybody can ever replicate, duplicate, or do the same thing that Naomi has done with his Franco. He's very, very good with it, and he's a great hooker with the Franco. Keep in mind, all the nations for sure, they have their eyes on Naomi. And we spoke to Naomi as well. He has fans all across the globe because of what he did and has shown with his tank game. And let's keep supporting Falcon eSports. Once again, they went down on the lower bracket, but they get a chance for their second life. Let's take a look at another comment. Right here, Greed. Using the hashtag, a blacklist for the win. Oh, let's take a look at this one. This is the entrance of the Blacklist International. Blacklist International, the defending champions of the World Series. Now, it's been different this time around in the world stage. All the teams are doing really great. And we saw how Blacklist International is doing the group stages. This proves how great the teams are. It seems like Blacklist International is going to have a tough time here in the knockout stage. And it looks like our analysts are ready. We're going to break down the first game for you. It'll be RRQ Hoshi versus Todak of Malaysia. Analyst, what you got?
Thank you very much, Ramara. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day number 2 of the knockout stage. My name is Jay. Joining me right here on the desk is Wolf and LaFell. How's the, feeling of today?
I'm feeling excited.
Ooh.
I'm feeling hyped. Viva Todak! RRQ Langa! Happy birthday, Albert!
Wow.
Viva Todak!
RRQ
Langa!
Wow.
Exactly.
We are actually feeling the vibe already. We're hearing drums. We're hearing this guy just yelling. This is a hyped match, and this is a match for 4 consecutive World Championships already.
I mean, I don't know, man. Something about RRQ and Todak. They keep meeting each other every World Series.
You told me they're married.
They're basically married.
They are married.
They're basically married, but if I'm not mistaken, the word is jodoh?
Jodoh.
Right, that's right. So Todak and RRQ Hoshi is technically fated to meet once again in this dance for the upper brackets. Loser of this one goes down to the lower bracket, and that is a very scary place to be in.
You know that both of these teams are very scary to face. You see RRQ Hoshi, if you look at the group stages, they didn't really reveal that much. They are actually picking almost the same as they are doing in the MPL, which kind of makes them very scary come to the knockout stages. But for Team Todak, I always feel like in the Philippines, it's already known that you're always surprised about Todak.
Oh, yeah.
They can win, they can lose, but they'll give you entertaining matches.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to these exciting matches. But ladies and gentlemen, trust me, this is not the BGM that you guys are hearing. This is literally the RRQ fans cheering for their home team in their home turf. And Todak is bringing that fight right here, right now. But ladies and gentlemen, looking at the stage, looking very scary. We are looking forward to this upcoming game.
Yeah, looking at what happened yesterday, the knockout stages, it was the crowd is full of passion, activities, excitement, and love for the game. Onyx once again proves to be unbeatable in the knockout stage, not dropping a single game. Swooping Falcon eSports off the sky, bringing them down to earth into the lower bracket. Kyrie
The Sky King was a major nuisance for Falcon eSports, dominating the sky, clipping Falcon's wings with his slick assassination skill. Onyx then closes the series with 1-1 and Hayabusa, combining two of the deadliest ultimates against the Myanmar representatives. The second series of the day started with what seemed like another clean sweep, courtesy of Benny Cutie's masterful carry. Meanwhile, Team Hawk showed their resilience and that they could create their own final split push to tie the series 2-2. But in the end, it's all loud and proud for the MPL Philippine runner-ups, Echo. Will Day 2 of the knockout stage continue to impress with more epic matchup and actions today? Dare to be great.
Wow, day number one, extremely hype. Those two matches are very scary, and day two, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pretty sure that these two teams will deliver. And thank you very much, Lefel, for giving us that very quick recap. So, what do you think about Todak today?
Okay, here's the thing. I like what Wu said, right? No matter win or lose, it's going to be a very interesting match because I feel like both these teams, whenever they meet up against each other, it's almost like we have a plan, but let's see what happens in the game itself. Let's go full mechanics.
Man, like, whenever I watch Todak games, it feels like it's just very crazy and very chaotic. Basically, they thrive in chaos. But Wolf, well, you know, you're here today, and you know, you were here yesterday against like another Malaysian team, right? So definitely feels a little bit weird, but of course, the hot topic for the day is World Empires clash. But the biggest difference this time around is that RRQ Hoshi is fighting at home turf. What do you feel?
That would be very exciting because when we saw RRQ Hoshi build their empire in the M series, they started during M1 where they went to the finals. That was their highest, the highest that they were able to get when it comes to like international championships, like the World M Series. Then they went to M2, M3, and now M4. They are defending their empire. But that is also true with Todak, which is crazy to think because they were also part of the first M Series. However, when it comes to the players, only 3 total players have been in all of the M Series championships, and he knows this.
Yeah, here's the thing. When Toda actually got into M1, they're practically rookies. That was the first, and ever since then, they kept going on for all 4 series. Yeah. So in terms of building their empire, they built it from scratch.
That's right. That's right. That's very true. So there's Vin from RRQ Hoshi, who has been part of the M series, and then there's Moon and Chiku.
Chiku.
Yeah, I wonder what Chiku is called now from the Malaysian team. What do you call Chiku nowadays? Like, is he like a king or something?
No, Chiku is still one of those guys that doesn't die, but we got to look at the predictions for today.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at the talent prediction right here, right now. I think it's a little bit interesting. The first page already is mostly Toda. Burrito from Philippines already voting Toda, of course. Shamilo from Malaysia voting for their homeboys. AWR and Destroyer going for RRQ.
Not gonna lie, I'm surprised with this. I thought it would be an RRQ majority, right? I mean, like, Shamilo is contractually obliged to say Toda is gonna win, but everyone else, they're free. So this is pretty interesting.
Yeah, I told you, man, there are a lot of Todak fans from the Philippines already just because of the fact that in the Philippines, there's a saying, pag Todak, di mo sure, which means if it's Todak, you're never sure.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, just take a look. God. It's surprising, to be honest, ladies and gents, because there's mostly Todak predictions coming out from the talents, and you know, I'm from Singapore, MPL's SG. I know it's only across the river, but technically speaking, I am rooting for Todak.
Viva Toda.
Viva Toda.
Viva Toda.
Viva la Toda. This is a little bit weird.
You know, it's fine, but Gani is going with RRQ while Johnny is going for Toda. Now, I kind of feel like let's try to put this into context, right? Because everyone looked at the group stages. Toda looks so strong in the group stages, while RRQ, it looks like they were a little bit up in the air, right, in terms of their performance. But again, I kind of feel like with the crowd on the side of RRQ Hoshi, it might be the difference in terms of how they're going to play. And again, during the group stage, it's just the best of one.
Yeah, best of one is the scariest kind of format, but that's group stage. No one got eliminated, thank God for that. But let's take a look at the team player head-to-head. It's going to be Yomski going up against Vin from RRQ. Looking at this, what do you think, Wolf?
Yeah, the only difference is that Yumski is more of an objective type, while Vin really wants to get kills. And this is what we saw from his performance during Southeast Asian Games, through MSC, and of course the entirety of MPL Season 10 and many seasons back. Vin is a killer with a killer instinct. So what Todak needs to look at now is to deny Vin from playmaking kind of roamers.
Is this a bad time to tell everyone I'm colorblind? So I'm not so sure what the stats is looking like. But seeing how Yumski as well as Vin plays, Yumski has actually been improving quite a lot. There was a time in his rookie season, people are like, oh, he's good, but he's just good. Now, Yumski has been great. And Vin, not gonna lie, man, I checked social media, and it looks like everyone is doubting Vin right now, honestly.
Wow.
In Twitter, Facebook, everyone is like, yo, Vin out. So today, he has to make sure that he shows all the fans in Indonesia and all across the world that he's still here to play.
Definitely, but of course, watching the group stages, Todak looks very, very strong, looks very, very clean. Hopefully they could replicate that going into the knockout stage, because going down to the lower brackets is not ideal. I want that second life, I want that all throughout.
Absolutely, and we know that both of them are going to be fighting for that. So far, it has always been RRQ, but maybe M4 will be the surprise for Todak.
With that said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go through the caster desk. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first match.
Thanks, Wolf, LaFell, and as well as Jason. Welcome, everybody. The M4 is powered by Monto and presented by TikTok, the official content partner, as well as supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming chair, eSports Charts, our analytical partner, Gank, our official merchandise partner, MeWatch, our media partner, and last but not least, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. Because of you guys, M4 has been absolutely killer here in Jakarta. As of right now, currently the games have not started yet with 2 minutes left on the clock. My name is Gideon Q. Here with me is going to be Assassin Dave for the second time here on the desk at M4, and as well as Gani. But Gani, based on what I've been hearing so far, I heard that you recently got to level 75 on the M4 pass. How'd you do that?
Of course, and yeah, 75 for that Beatrix, but also M4 pass for you guys is also available. Complete all active tasks and you will reach level 75 at ease and for free. Log in now. Exclusive rewards like Beatrix Light Chaser, Stellar Brilliance, and M4 Beatrix figurine are waiting for you. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, MLB BM4, and hashtag Dare to be Great.
Look, Gani, I know you spent so much on it, so you have to show off this figurine while we still can. But Assassin Dave, I've been meaning to ask you this. We didn't really get to see your prediction here. What are you feeling like after seeing both these teams play during the group stage?
I'm a big fan of RRQ, but looking at how Malaysian team performed yesterday, today, I don't know. I don't know exactly at this point like who I'm gonna be rooting for, because Team Todak just have so much surprises packed in for us.
Honestly, I'm surprised there's so much support. I thought this was going to be an RRQ overall dominated game, but it's time to have a look at the lineups here today. Let's see what it's going to be. You never know with both of these teams. They might change it up in the mid lane, they might change it up in the jungle, but our first lineup is going to be with Todak. It's going to be Moon, Momo, Chiku guys, Rival, and Yumski.
It seems like this is the best 5 here. Sure, in the group stage, Todak, they've switched things up, but now it seems like with RRQ though, this is their main 5 would play R7, Skylar, Albert, and Vin. With this team in M4, they are unbeatable.
I mean, they say unbeatable, but you yourself, Dave, saw the difference. Lemon and Clay, as soon as they hit that land of Dawn.
Yeah, Lemon and Clay, they're both flags from mid lane. Here we go, the RRQ make an entrance on the stage.
RRQ fans, of course, the kingdom is here to support. I can see the flags all the way from the caster's desk and hear their drums rumble here in the arena. It's RRQ Hoshi entering the stage.
One of the team that is not absent in M Series. M1, they were the grand finalists. M2, they fall short. M3 as well, and they are looking to take the crown in M4.
RRQ has been ever so close to that winning moment, to be lifting up that trophy. They can't be missing any more than this. They want to bring their A game here today, but history might just repeat itself.
Yes, absolutely. RRQ players look ready today, and here coming to the stage is all the way from Malaysia is Todak.
Let's bring them out. It's going to be a slow walk here because they know history might just make it happen again. Whether it be fate, whether it be luck, Todak make their way onto the stage. Welcome everybody, Todak Langar!
Todak Langar, led by Chiku. This is a very phenomenal team. Again, history, M1, M2, M3, and now M4. Can they make it? Let's see.
Honestly, I'm really nervous about this matchup. Time and time again, it has happened so many times with RRQ coming up on top.
I think the difference maker today is going to be on the EXP lane. R7 versus Momo, because we know how much of a difference EXP rotation make in the game. So who is going to be the better coming out of the side lane is going to be the watch of the day.
I mean, we say that, but then again, the draft could make all the difference.
Again, let's see the coaches, Achil. And meanwhile, for the other side, Todak, it's gonna be a very interesting chess match, right?
It really is. It honestly is going to be quite the chess match here because you never know what the drafts are going to be looking like, and especially with the performances that we saw during group stage from RRQ, it has been a little inconsistent.
Yeah, absolutely. Is RRQ gonna ban away the comfort playstyle, the Hilda, right? We see that yesterday. It's absolutely insane. So, I mean, this is Todak playing from the Malaysian style. They also do the similar swap. So are we gonna see the ban from the characteristic playstyle coming from RRQ? Because we know RRQ is very adaptable. They can play something similar. But at the same time, you just want to take away everything that the other side would like to play.
Well, that's that same game of rock, paper, scissors, right? In the drafting itself. But that's not all. Even the lane swap has made quite the difference here and becoming the staple of Malaysian teams. So I don't know about this match, Connie.
Let's see about the head-to-head here. Yumski and as well as Vin, both roamers. But if you take a look at the overall team stats, it's heavily towards RRQ because why? They like fast-paced games. They like the aggression. They like to play from the early game. And with that snowball, end it quite early. Can Todak withstand that?
I don't know. I feel like Todak has definitely evolved from their past M series performances. They're looking good in the group stages, but that doesn't mean that that could change because those were best of ones. In a series of a best of 5, Dave, in your personal experience, right, in a best of 5, what should we be expecting during games 2 and 3 specifically?
Well, in the best of the 5s, usually a lot of times the player got time to warm up. I think more than draft itself, it's more of the player's status, their attitude into the game. Like they have to get ready. You know, are they feeling the game, feeling the vibe? And best of 5 give you the time to do that.
All right. This is going to be it as we're going to be rolling on in the most picked and banned. Let's have a look now, Dave. I know you're the stats guy on the table. Break this down for us. What has been the M4 meta between these teams?
Well, absolutely. 1-1 Glue being the monsters, the must ban most of the time. You can see right here, 1-1 most bans, Glue most bans, because those characters require so many characters just to counter one alone. So a lot of times teams just don't want to deal with them, just straight up take it off the draft, take it off the table. Same as Valentina. Despite many iterations of changes, Valentina's ultimate is way too strong. The fact that she can copy anything that you might possibly have is a game changer in the game.
Wait, I do want to talk about Joy though. We did see the first win from Joy yesterday in and of itself, but it still kind of feels underwhelming. What is the purpose of Joy these days?
I mean, the thing about Joy is a flex pick. You can play in many different positions, right? You can go to the side lane, go to the jungle, sometimes go to the mid. With the Vengeance, Joy can decimate your backline just by dashing in.
Well, we say that, and even for RRQ, that's one of their most bans.
Well, let's see here again. Carry and Benedetta has been prio for RRQ. Why? Skylar, he is very promising and scary, and that Carry and Benedetta is also popular. Why? It can be flex, can be put in Albert position or even R7. Now, let's talk about the most bans here from RRQ. Lolita, again, to just have that security for Skylar And let's see, the draft, the chess match is about to commence.
Oh, honestly, I'm getting flashbacks from yesterday. One of the most exciting series was Echo and Team Hawk. Carry being one of the game-changing heroes here. But let's find out as we're going to be rolling on in soon enough to the long-awaited Battle of the Fates. Keys to victory, first of all. I love it. I love teasing people here. Come, let us talk about the keys to victory, because right now, as we mentioned about Skylar, being kind and, you know, throwing these cheeser twos as a team, like if you were playing against Todak, how would you start curbing these drafts or even the lane swaps?
Well, let's talk about how Todak would win the game first, right? If you want to really have Todak shine, forbid Skylar from touching the sky and be kind, throw a cheese or two as baits. Let the moon shine in the midst of chaos, and Yumski must cook up more delicious ganks.
The Malaysians just love to do this, right? I mean, throw a cheeser to Team Hawk, switching lanes. The Malaysian Chiku guys just flexible. But now, in a bit, let's talk about RRQ, what they need to do to beat Todak, because I personally feel RRQ has an edge, right? History-wise, they are better. So let's see, keys to victory for RRQ.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what it's going to be exactly, because we're looking about like Yums cooking up something delicious. Let's see what RRQ has been cooking up for themselves to prepare them for the upper brackets that people have been questioning whether or not they needed or were capable of making it.
Yeah, for RRQ's key to victory, always prepare for Todak's signature split push. Anticipate counter draft from a Mooks. Don't overthink, like yesterday. Don't wait for Chiku to ripe. Pick on him early. Albert must win the jungle showdown.
Ooh, I feel like Albert winning the jungle showdown is like every single time we see RRQ, that has to be a key to victory.
Exactly. I mean, Rival is such a raw player, Gideon. Very young as well. And Albert, he's young, but he has experience. So that's going to be a very interesting lineup lane to witness. Again, can Rival withstand the pressure against Albert?
Oh boy, woo, it's gonna happen. I feel it. The electricity is already in the air. RRQ fans, are you guys ready? That's what we want to hear. The audience prediction, let's pull it on up, because no matter what we see, Todak has gained their fans, but we're on home turf.
Let's take a look at the audience prediction here for the RRQ and Todak match. It seems like everyone's heavily leaning towards RRQ here.
For sure, and I think, you know, RRQ has made a name staple for themselves, and even though the Malaysians are going to be sitting here on the stage, support is going to be shown.
Exactly, so again, with RRQ in the majority, they have more pressure though. Again, but they are RRQ, they are big, so let's just start the draft, shall we?
I can't wait for it, man. I mean, like every single time I hear that call, I'm like, it's gotta be draft. It's gotta be draft. We always got something else to talk about here, but that's what we want to see when we hit this land of dawn. Let's talk about some of the first potential picks here. Are we expecting a little bit more meta side coming in from both of these teams, or are we starting to think, you know, beyond that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, currently in the entire M4 meta, there are a lot of characters you just have to consider as a first pick priority, right? Like Carry, like the Glue Monster, Joy, Kaja, Valentina, Farmis, all those characters can counter or to be a nuisance to the in the entire game. So those picks can just be the first pick or on the ban draft today.
Yeah, I guess that's not going to be a surprise, Assassin Dave. But also, let's touch on Jeeve, right? It's so prio, it's also banned, but on that note, let's just jump into the draft for our first game. Todak and RRQ, who will stay in the upper brackets? Let's see.
The battle destined to happen. Let's jump right on in as the drafting is just about to begin. Let's hear it. Show your support. Show your love in this best of 5. It's Todak versus RRQ Hoshi. And immediately we are seeing the first bans come through. The Joy, the Wamon as anticipated. Kaja coming in from RRQ, however.
Yeah, when you ban away characters like that with Kaja, it shows they want to play something, maybe Claude, right? Because they want to make sure their marksman, the hyper carry, is protected. Here we go. We got Carry being banned away, already Carry and 1-1, so not too many good goal lanes left. Actually, Beatrix and Claude can be considered. But at the same time, if you pick up those characters, you have to also consider the counter-picking lane.
It's very interesting, right? Because RRQ data has shown that RRQ likes that carry, but they realize they are second pick, so they will not gamble that carry and say, we don't have the first pick, let's just ban that carry. But for their last ban, Glue, also a very, very popular hero in M4.
I'm so happy. The more games I don't see Glue, the more excited I am for the M series. It's just an absolute monster in its own lane, respectively. But let's not forget that Todak actually has a drafting strategy here. Every single time they purposely leave Eve up, Valentina gets locked in. I wonder if RRQ are prepared for that.
I mean, I actually don't know. We'll have to find out exactly what RRQ has cooked up or prepared for us today. At this point on the draft, we still have Valentina, Farmis, Eve being available to be first picked. Now, if you don't ban any of this character, you can pick up, maybe take away the, if you take away the Valentina and the enemy pick Farmis, you can take Eve to counter. Even Farmis now is not first priority because Eve straight up counters Farmis.
That's a really good point here. But overall, Farmis doesn't have the highest win rate here at the M series. We've seen it a couple of times during the group stages, and I don't know, I don't feel like it has as much impact as it did before. But speaking of which, the fact that Carry is gone, the fact that Valentina is gone, it feels like Eve, first pick as expected, already on the board for Todak.
Absolutely, Eve being taken away here. Now, for the set of RRQ, they can just pick away, oh, the Hilda! Take the game to Todak here today. Very, very interesting. Right off the bat, they're probably expecting some assassin type of playstyle coming out from Todak today.
I can see just the ever slight smile coming out of Chiku's face there. There has been a little bit of adoption of strategies like we saw in yesterday's matches, especially when it goes on for a long series. You start to see the teams slowly integrate with each other.
I guess RRQ just replicate Todak's gameplay and play style and say, yeah, all right, you pick up the game, let me pick up the Hilda, the Malaysian style. I mean, Hawk also played Hilda multiple times, but in response, Hayabusa and Papokun Koopa has been picked up. They're saying, all right, we don't care you have two tanky fighters. I'm going to pick up Hayabusa. Why? Because Albert is also very strong in that Hayabusa. Taking it away, and to that, they have the Popo and Koopa.
Oh man, is this like a statement piece? Like, I don't care what you do, I'm playing my game whether you like it or not.
Yeah, it's like a pick for ban, number one. Number two, like exactly to your point, they're really confident with the character that they can maneuver. Popo and Koopa is making a debut in the entire M4 series today. And we got Fanny being taken out by RRQ. You can hear the crowd just go wild for that Fanny. It's gonna be played by Albert right here. This is a really, really aggressive coming from RRQ. See, this is very interesting because right now we've seen how aggressive the teams can be yesterday from Echo and Team Hawk. Like, just diving into the enemy backline. This is what RRQ is preparing today as well. Fanny, Yuzhong, Hilda, we don't really see the EXP lane being picked so early. But not today. They just want to dive into their backline no matter what.
Look, I'm just happy the fact that I get to see Albert play Fanny, because usually it's not even on the table in MPLID, right?
And fun fact, it's Albert's birthday today, so we are going to open with Fanny from the birthday boy himself. And let's see, will it work? Because what they're saying is, Hayabusa, all right, you got the assassin, let me play my assassin. And for the second phase, it's quite clear, Lapu Lapu and Claude. It's going to be banned out.
Personally, I don't know, but is this too much of a gift for Albert on his birthday to get the Fanny in such a high-stakes series? All right, let's jump into the second part of the draft. We're seeing the Lapu Lapu as well as the Claude immediately banned out here. And if I remember correctly, from Todak's side... Oh, wait, hold up. We've got a quote coming in from Vin. Having the most games played in the M series, he's got 55, and this is going to be his 56th game on the world stage.
Wow, speaking of veteran players, they know the game from inside and out. Win being one of the best roam players out there in the entire series. So I want to see what Win is going to set up for us with engages. Because when you have a full dive with Hilda, Win's going to be a nuisance in the entire Todak's jungle. Especially Todak actually picked into that. Even after Hilda being taken out, they decided to go with Hayabusa. It's a little bit of questionable, leaving Lapu being banned away. Obviously Lapu can do really, really well against Yuzhong in lane. So in this scenario, I mean, at this point, what do you think RRQ is going to pick up next? Are they going to even pick up a marksman?
honestly, I think they might hold the marksman off for now. I do feel Kadita might be, becoming a little hotter now. The fact that, you're up against Eve, and at the very least, Popo or Koopa, if you're able to close that distance, you can almost guarantee the kill.
Yeah, they need magical burst, so Kadita makes sense, and there you go, just right on cue. Kadita will be picked up. Now, I do want to add that Fanny has a lot of targets, right? He can target the Hayabusa, he can also target the Popo, and of course that Eve is very vulnerable, very juicy target. Now, to close out the drafts here, what are you thinking, Assassin Dave? They need someone that can peel for them.
I mean, they do, but at the same time, like, what choices are available, right? There are not too many PO characters, and we're gonna have Martis most likely in the EXP lane, since Hayabusa is gonna be most likely 99% going to the jungle. When's the last time we've seen Hayabusa being flex pick?
Here's the thing. When you say 99%, every time I get flashbacks for MPL MY, it might not necessarily be it. We'll have to see at the very end. Ruby gets locked in as well. So you telling me, I'm telling you, it's a little tough to say. What? Ruby could go into the support position. Martis can go into the support position, both of which we haven't seen in a while. Ruby more commonly than Martis, of course.
And still so flexible, and you're right. Well, we'll see. Will it pay off? Will it be pulled off here for our first game now? Last hero here for RRQ. They have magical burst, they have the physical. What else do they need? They need someone that can be the back lines, Beatrix.
All right,
of course.
Right. Walk me through this gold lane matchup. What should we expect pre-level 4 and beyond after?
I mean, Popo and Koopa is a character we don't really see much in the scrim practice before M4, but coming in Popo in the lane, I expect to play really aggressive because it does have the talk to buy you every so often. And Beatrix actually need a little bit of scaling now because of the iteration nerfs in the previous patches.
It does feel a little bit bad that, Wesker doesn't hurt as much, so you can just take up over like one or two shots once you get like your first item. But, things have changed.
Imagine Popo and Koopa combined with the real world manipulation from Eve. That's gonna be an easy turn for Todak to take RRQ. They need an answer with this strat, for this strat.
I don't know. I'm looking specifically at Clay. He's got to have some tip-top gameplay to take out Popo and Koopa and still make sure that Moon doesn't get out of his lane at all.
But who is excited for Elber on the Fanny, though, as we walk into game 1?
Well, let's find out. Let's ask the people here who's excited for Todak versus RRQ as we jump right into the land of Dawn immediately. We are seeing purple buffs being started on Rival actually opting not to, as he is going to be on this Martis. The Hayabusa has been flexed.
Wow, all right, Hayabusa, not right. What the heck is going on? Chiku guys on the Hayabusa in the gold lane with that high and dry and execute. What do you think about this, Ass Dave?
Todak always surprises us with their playstyle, with their switches, swaps. You can see Popo going to the goal lane, just bullying this Yuzhong right now because of the range with the help of Yumski. And on the other side, Hayabusa was execute. Once you get level 4, if you do one combo, the execute can help you secure the kill. Oh, look, a little bit of jungle invade coming out from Win.
Yeah, I mean, Vin is going right in deep. He needs to go through, but here comes Albert already with the steel cables looking for that first blood. He's able to flicker out of there as Vin walks out just in time. Clay manages to get just enough life, and Albert succeeds. Oh no, Rival succeeds in getting that Litho Wanderer. First blood rates as shown on screen, 87% and the majority leaning towards Todak.
It shows, right, that RRQ, we know RRQ as a very aggressive team, but Todak in M4, it's actually them who has a 87% first blood rate, so that speaks volume. While Todak responding, yeah, you want to play early game, let me play early game. Let's see though, Albert here is struggling, almost 2 minutes in, has not reached level 4.
What's stressing me out right now is the fact that if we're looking at both sides of the map, for Todak, it is a slight disadvantage because Turtle is going to be spawning on that bottom side and Purple Buff is on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, but at the same time, look at Todak. They're all in position and have more level 4 approaching this first turtle. Look at Rival is already getting on it. Bottom side though.
Yep, they find the initial catch and immediately Black Dragon
Whoa.
secures the kill onto Momo. That's first blood as Moon now in trouble, flickering out of the way under the turret as Rival finds the King of Shore Sky Guardian. They're going to be locking him down, finding the trade immediately. A quick execute. Clay still holding on. He still has his ultimate. If they walk up too close, it could be danger for Rival. They're sniffing him out as Albert has his purple buff and starting to walk down towards Turtle's side. Bin continuing to harass as much as he can, but here we go. Steel cables already out. The real moment manipulation comes through. Knocks up 2. Already gets it. Here comes Clay. Securing the Turtle and Martis in one fell swoop. Momo is not going to let that slide though as he continues to shoot them down one by one. R7 in the middle of the fight too. Doesn't want to get involved anymore. There's just too many numbers as they back away.
RRQ, they lost the neutral objective, but they secured and equalized in total kill points. Todak, yeah, they were forcing the fights, but fortunately the Clay, with the clutch rough waves, they actually managed to find the equalizer. 2 minutes spell check. Item check.
Yumski, what a play on a Ruby there. He waited for Albert to come in, and a beautiful execution of skill 2 to stop him mid-flight. When you can see Albert was going for Moon on the Eve there in the back, right? The moment when Eve showed up, you see the Fanny flying in, but not too fast enough. Yumski has stopped the Fanny in the mid-track.
Oh no, losing a purple buff as well. Not the end of the world for Martis at the very least, as he's not as dependent on it. But the next play could be happening towards the bottom side of the map again. We see Fanny moving over and Yumski getting into the right position here.
Well, it seems like Chiku guys also secured his Thunder Strike. What it does, it adds movement speed and penetration, so perhaps he might go crazy the next 2 minutes, but take a look at the mid side here.
Yeah, they find the initial hit on towards Bin, but he's not the primary target here as the real world manipulation comes on in. Bin jumps in, moves in.
My God!
Into the rough waves, another beautifully laid combo. Moon cannot respond. Now, bottom side even getting threatened. The petrified Momo cannot do anything about it, but the Alpha Wolf keeps him alive long enough, but unfortunately it's just too much damage.
RRQ with a very sharp execution, and Todak, they are paying the price. And now we can see the pause commenced.
And this is why he picked the Kadita, the Fanny, the Hilda, right? They dive, and the synchronization is beautiful, one after another. And you can see how patient the Kadita was to wait for the Eve to use the roll more manipulation, and that's when you dive in with a full combo. You don't have to use the Petrify, save the Petrify until for the bottom lane, for the Popo and Koopa, and the double Petrify just to make sure the Popo is dead for sure.
Well, personally, I think that, again, the mid-synergy between Clay and as well as Vin has been looking impeccable, jumping onto the same targets and making sure there's just enough damage, because I feel like at this stage, Vin by himself doesn't have enough damage to kill Moon through the real-world manipulation, and the same can be said about Kadita until she gets her first item.
Stellar coordination as well from RRQ. What, 3 minutes in, and they are able to close out the gap. They are able to lead in kills as well. And what I love about RRQ is just their rotation has been on point. Can they keep it up though?
Well, let's see. We have been given the notice that we're going to be jumping into the game really, really soon. But for now, enjoy the chance coming out from the boys here in Jakarta. Shout out to y'all and your support. Let's jump back into the action.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna comment on the fans. It seems like they're excited. Are you guys excited for RRQ? Oh my God.
You got your answer. You got your answer, but now here comes the turtle. This is going to be a really important objective for both sides. It's going to be a potential no, it's not a 4v4, as Fanny's on the top side already chunking Chiku down, guys, down to half HP. Bin's going to be starting things off immediately on top of Yumski, but for how long? Clay still waiting for an opportunity. He's getting dicey here. Woo! R7 himself jumps in to try to save his teammate, but it's too late. One goes down, and now it's a 4v2. It's not looking good as purple buff is being invaded at the same time, but RRQ have the right idea, slowing this turtle as much as they can until reinforcements show up. The turtle is so low. Martis is able to secure it. Here comes Albert for the potential freedom. Yumski is going to lock him down just enough. The cutthroat is able to find his neck. Now Moon is outnumbered. R7 is still chasing down Rival. Real world manipulation coming up a little late just to ensure that they secure the kill on towards R7 side mid lane. Continue getting attacked as Chiku guys dying over to Clay once more.
Mid lane falls and RRQ will grab another lead. But take a look at Albert here with the jukes, with the cables as well. He's able to get out from that, but from that trade, we have learned that RRQ grabbing that mid lane turret is not looking good for Todak.
Not, and also the Hayabusa switch to the EXP lane has not been paying them any dividends. You can see so far, just get absolutely decimated by the Hilda CC plus Beatrix. Beatrix is scaling up already. Let's take a look at Moon. Moon has now reached 300 assists, ranked number 3rd in the most assists in M series.
What? Only 3rd? I'm thinking about how many more number 1 and number 2 have in terms of assists at this stage of the game. But with 55 seconds on the clock here, walk me through the potential fight. Wait, hold on. The catch out to Finn immediately. The I'm offended comes on through. Clay looking for an opportunity to jump into the middle of the fight, but the opportunity has closed. Todak moves back. Snipe coming in for Skylar does not connect as they focus back on the waves.
RQ, they are now leading in economy here just by a bit. So what it says, Todak, it is still comebackable. But now RRQ, they need to be careful in picking their fights. Take a look at Albert. He is just grabbing jungles, waiting for information given out by his teammates to give the green light. So it's just a very, very sharp and well-coordinated RQ up until now.
You got to pay attention to RQ's playstyle. This entire game, when the rest of the team is dragging the attention of Todak, you have Albert just farming and slaying on the side. Not only did he steal buff, he's able to find a pick here and there. This guy is absolutely popping off today.
Oh, he got Chiku on a really good timing while he's clearing the wave, and he didn't have the Oki shadow kill, so really nicely played coming in for Albert. This is going to relieve a lot of pressure on that back line. Now let's see, Turtle is going to be started up. Finn once again being in that front line, trying to bait out as many abilities as possible, but R7 pushing out that mid lane, forcing Todak to give this objective up. Rival, he's thinking about it. Does he want to jump on in to try for a steal? No, he backs off. There's nothing much that he can do at this point with the Malefic Roar purchase coming in from Chiku, going back into his lane. They have to calm down.
In hindsight, I thought it was really smart for that switch, but now I kind of don't see the point here. You have Hayabusa is so prio, but in the goal lane, but let's see an engage.
Rough waves coming up, Rivals too tanky. He's still holding on. How much more damage can he take? With the Petrify, finds the kill with Albert following up. Albert! Real one manipulation already coming up. Moon is going to get knocked up and instantly taken out by Skylar once again.
Bang, bang, bang. 3 bodies in the land of Dawn, and RRQ will expand their lead and space with 70 seconds for that first Lord to be up.
RRQ started off slow and steady, and now it's time to use everything they got to put a pedal to the metal. What a beautiful, beautiful execution there. Just one after another, chin CC to the death. I mean, you got to be worried about Todak at this point, because RRQ, when they skill later into the game, they only have more damage on to the Beatrix from Skylar, right? This guy's going to be one-shotting the Martis. Like, especially after you finish the 3-core item, the DHS, the Corrosion Size, the Golden Staff, it's going to be insane.
It's going to be a little too much indeed. Like, look at that. Yumski just eating it. He's too low. He's got to back off for now, but with this 4.4k lead coming in from RRQ, they've been against this matchup against Todak multiple times. They know their habits, their even dirty little secrets.
This is what I feel like. I'm not sure, but take a look at top side with the Petrify. Chiku, guys, with that shadow, no, quad shadow, can still escape. But I do want to touch on, the composition from Todak, they lack peel. So nobody can really open vision, nobody can really open bushes, because RRQ, now they're ahead 5,000 equipments and damage output will be evident.
All right, let's see as they start the Lord right now. Chiku, guys, once again, getting solo killed by Albert in the top side of the map. Spicy stuff, Albert. It may be his birthday, but right now the birthday boy ain't holding back his punches. The Lord being taken with no issues whatsoever, and Todak unable to walk up close.
Yes, what a play there from Albert. See, when you have Hayabusa silent, the biggest problem is right now he's falling behind on split push. Right, the strength of Hayabusa can go in and out into different lanes, different situations. But in this case, the Hayabusa is kind of stuck in the side lane, so there's no surprises going to the RRQ side.
Personally, I'm I want to speak to you, Dave, about this Hayabusa, right? You played a lot of it. You have many games. When should we expect this Hayabusa to really start popping off and actually participating in these fights?
I mean, look at the Hayabusa's item. He still has not finished the Blade of Despair. Right now, who can you really kill? Right? Fanny is almost untouchable. Clay is always invisible, right? The moment he shows up is the moment you go to the dark screen, the black and white screen, right? Vin is unkillable as well. So, and R7 is only going for a backline. At this point, the Hayabusa's value is only diminishing.
And also, to add to that, take a look at the items. Fanny built Dreadnought armor for Hayabusa Shadow kills as well. Wind of Nature also secured by that Beatrix. So again, the power from Hayabusa is just very negated. Let's see though, the push.
Oh, this is going to be really difficult here. Todak right now falling behind at a 7.7k deficit. This Lord is going to be punching on through. Here we go. They find the hook onto Finn. They secure the kill with a chain CC, but here comes Clay. Trying to make the play on towards Momo's side. Unfortunately, does not complete the execution. But the does onto Yupski. Once again, one Sonic Moon and getting back out perfectly as Nibiru's passion is already unleashed. Here comes Momo jumping into the middle of the fight as R7 opens things up and looking to zone them away. 2 members down, traded for 1, and an inhibitor turret falls into the hands of RRQ, extending the lead, but he's not done with it yet. Winds of Nature already popped immediately, and that doesn't mean anything. Chiku, guys, unfortunately the OP Shadow kill does not do much.
A good defense, but a better offense here shown by RRQ. They took the base top side and they grabbed almost a 10,000 gold lead in economy. RRQ, they are disciplined. They see no objectives on the board, so they back off.
Yup, Yumski once again trying to open up the map, getting that information his team so desperately needs right now. And immediately you're seeing the snowball effect coming out from RRQ side. Snipe? Nah, doesn't connect just yet.
I mean, at this point, RRQ is playing patiently, right? Oh, the conceal play. Here we go.
They find it immediately, going for the full combo play as well. Gets caught out, but 3 go down in one. Immediately, Skylar making the difference and a complete wipeout. RRQ initiate and end the fight.
They can end Gideon. They can end Assassin Dave. Take a look at the top side. Minions, they're doing it. They're doing it.
It's over already. Nobody's going to be able to get back in time. The wave clear, even Skylar switching over to Bennett. It's done. That's game 1. Going over to RRQ. Luminous Lord already spotted, but who needs it? GG, well played to RRQ Hoshi.
Game 1, it's going to fall to the hands of the Kings of Kings. RRQ Hoshi taking game 1.
Why do you let Fanny out for Albert? You know, that is the biggest mistake ever. This guy is an absolute monster. He defies all laws of physics. Going to your base, diving. Usually we expect a step-by-step standard push onto the high ground tower, but when Albert plays Fanny, I can't ignore all of that. I'm just gonna go in 1v5, take down a mid laner, go to the bottom side and fly away.
Honestly, that's what I was talking about. It's like, it's Albert's birthday. Maybe Todak should not have gifted him the signature pick.
Exactly, and to add to that, their drafts is quite questionable, I can say, Gideon, because Hayabusa gold lane, question mark, because there are no real targets, no concrete targets. And to add to that, I mean, Fanny, the composition from RQ is just so mobile, if you really think about it, right? You talk Fanny, you have the Kadita as well, and Todak, they cannot withstand the pressure. They're out-rotated, they're out-positioned, the setups are clearly very sharp as well, and RRQ Hoshi with a clean game, textbook game in game 1.
Honestly, you kind of have to give credit where credit is due, and I think Skylar, his laning has been looking really well. But guys, if you haven't heard about it yet, yes, on me please, because M4's Battle Night is going live this January 21st, except loads of events and rewards are up for grabs in the game itself, so you might want to open your phone while you still have the time. First off, you want to complete the battle task in the game on January 21st to get the skin choice chest. You can choose the skin that you like the most, and obviously you're going to be looking for the one that you played the most. But aside from that, the battle bonus awaits for you on the same day. So play matches and you'll get team star protection for 3 of those matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. But we're not stopping there.
We are not stopping there. Getting free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will be also available that very day. So save the date, log in to the game on January 21st, and enjoy the merch and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 Championship together, including with all your friends.
So, defining moments in this game so far for you, Assassin Dave, because so far there's just a lot of moments that could have gone wrong for RRQ.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I have a lot to talk about this game, but I heard the Analyst have something to say about the game as well.
That's a good point. With that being said, we're going to be throwing over to our beautiful, wonderful, amazing analyst sitting back on the second floor here in the arena. Please show us your thoughts.
Thank you very much. No one has called me beautiful before except for my mom. Now you're the second person. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Analyst Desk once again. You're joining here with Jace, Wolf, as well as LaFell. That was a crazy game. Let's talk about the draw first. LaFell, what do you think about the draw coming out from Todak?
Yeah, what a way to start the day, right? And I heard, right? The casters, Gani, Gideon, as well as Assassin Dave talked a lot about it. The Hayabusa goal lane, I want to protect what Toda is doing, right? Because we got to talk about the laning phase as well as the power spike. The complete idea of this lane swap, putting the Hayabusa in the gold lane, is actually to win the mechanic fight between the Hayabusa as well as the Beatrix. If Jiku won a lot of those 1v1s, because look at his spell, he got an execute. That was the full idea. Ogi's shadow kill onto the Beatrix with the execute should be able to win the 1v1. He was not able to win the 1v1. Momo should win the 1v1 against R7, but the fact that they could not win it, it means they couldn't snowball, because the basic idea is snowball the lanes. Push as fast as you can with Popol and Koopa and profit. They could not do it because of how R7 and Skyler played.
What they did was to kind of put in a curveball, because they put in the Hayabusa as one of their first few picks. But you saw there was like Kadita as well as Hilda from the opposite side from RRQ. So you don't want to play Hayabusa jungle in that case. You are going to get invaded. With all due fairness to Rival, he made a wonderful case for this Martis, but it wasn't enough. Because when I was looking at both of the game drafts, because of the adjustments of Todak, they had severe lack of damage in the early stages because of their choices.
And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the breakdown on the draft. Let's take a look at the item builds. Anything that, well, especially LaFell, anything from the side of Todak that RRQ needs to be watching out for?
Honestly, for both teams, Dreadnought Armor is actually key, because earlier stages in the game, Momo built the Dreadnought Armor as well because he wanted to make sure that he can actually tank the damage coming in from R7. But as we saw, the dives coming in from R7 as well as Clay, it was amazing. And I kind of feel like that's really what set the pace of the game for RRQ to win, is that not just in terms of item, the Dreadnought Armor, because Toda and RRQ both built it to make sure that they can't get bursted down. And when they see the opportunity, they will counter-engage.
You can also see that the Kadita Clay played this in a position for a mid lane Kadita. What we normally see is Kadita will be played as a roam. But in this case, he went in for full damage. Penetration boots into the Cloud of Destiny. You saw that there was a part in the game where he only spent, what, 30 seconds to make a kill in the mid lane, transfer to the bottom lane, and get a kill for his teammate R7. So in just a matter of 30 seconds, he's able to make so much plays and so much damage can be outputted from this Kadita. They also combo it up with a to counter the Eve. I mean, you don't knock up or cancel the real-world manipulation anymore, but if you supplement the damage, it's still there. You saw that if they combine both the Beatrix as well as the Kadita, they will melt down Moon even when he is under the real-world manipulation.
I like that point, Wolf, right? The way to cancel out that Eve right now, it's not to try to CC her anymore, it's just try to delete her right off the map.
Exactly.
You remove the real-world manipulation, and all of a sudden, everything that that Toda wants to do, it just, you know, shatters apart. Now, we're going to go into the post-match and statistics very soon. I feel like, yep, I agree with both of you guys. The items here, more or less, not really the main thing. It's about the execution in the end. Don't forget, these two teams, Fated, Jodo, whatever you want to call it, they know each other very well. And unfortunately, RRQ emerged the superior team this time round. And now, let's take a look at the stats.
Yeah, looking at the stats right now, we can definitely see in terms of team fight, Moon was there
all of the time trying to help his team out. But like you guys said, it's really hard for him to do much in the game when he's always deleted all the time. The rich guy, Skylar, 876 gold per minute. This shows that Chiku was not able to actually put enough pressure to slow him down. The carry, Albert, one-shotting everyone?
Yeah,
what was
exactly.
going on?
Yeah, he doesn't even need to have like higher kill participation because if you'll notice, only Clay has the highest one. All the others, they have been playing almost solo if you think about it. Most particularly Albert. But that doesn't mean that they're not working as a team because what they wanted to do is to split the map, spread the members of Todak thinly so that they can pick them off one after the other. If you're looking at Todak, if they combine all of their heroes together, maybe they can team fight against RRQ. But once they are separated from each other, that's when RRQ's solo and isolation kind of team fight prevails.
Yeah, so it's like a story about, you know, building this nation, building this empire, right? RRQ, they divided Todak and divided Todak fall. Unfortunately, that is the case. I also agree with the fact that there's not enough damage coming out from the side of Todak. And of course, this is extremely exciting, but this is just game number one.
I mean, like, here's the thing, right? This is why a lot of people are fans of Todak because that draft is a very high roll kind of draft. If you are able to execute what you wanted to do, it looks absolutely amazing. But the thing is, it's very hard to execute. So I want to see for the second game, will they continue for this very risky draft or not?
I know Todak, man. I mean, I've been watching you guys a lot, as well as, you know, the MPL Malaysia. They are going to do something really crazy, for sure, the next few games. So, but then again, there is some merit to what RRQ did in the draft.
That's right. Let's take a look at the MVP. Goes to Clay.
Yeah, right now we gotta give a big hand for Clay. 4-1-10, match KDA, 78% kill participation. But what makes him the MVP is not shown by numbers. Every single time Toda wants to engage, all of a sudden he comes from the underground or under the sea, and then it's like, hello, bye-bye.
Yeah, I can really, I will repeat what I said about Clay earlier on. Yeah. He's very efficient. There was a 30-second window from him to go from mid to the bottom, gets 2 kills for his team, then eventually applies more pressure around the map. He's not resting at all. I mean, for the first 5 minutes, we're going to see his hit map. I'm pretty sure that he visited that quote-unquote XP lane, bottom lane in a way.
He went to R7 as well as Mo because he basically left Chiku guys as well as Skylar on an island because I think Skylar just said, like, I'm good. I can 1v1 Chiku. This is no problem for me.
Yeah, and with that said, right, you know, just taking a look at the heat map, it's a lot focusing on the bottom side. I'm pretty sure this is where the turtle is mostly there because that's one of the biggest objectives that Clay wants to do. The fact that Clay literally painted that crosshair at the back of that Eve just eliminated the importance of the team fight, and Todak cannot somehow, you know, congregate together for this massive team fight.
Yeah, there's so much vision as well that you can get out of from the Kadita because not only are you aggressive with the place with your oceanality and your rough waves, but if you combine it with the Hilda, you have so much vision already because you can roam around the map.
That's right, and with that said, let's take a look at the highlights. What went really well? What is the moment when RRQ managed to overcome Todak?
Okay, here's the thing. Usually when we casters say this, it usually means a bad thing. This is basically just a 1v1 all across the map.
Yeah.
But this is the one time where it's actually good. I kind of feel like when Todak goes up against RRQ, RRQ goes up against Todak, this is where they really shine, where they really show their mechanical prowess. It's a lot of 1v1s going on, and I feel like a lot of the 1v1s are won because of R7, because of Clay, and then once Albert gets like, what, 2 items, he's one-shotting everyone.
Yeah, this is a complete isolation play coming out from RRQ. Sometimes Albert will go for the 1v1, Clay and Skylar will combine together, or it's Clay and R7. Sometimes it's just a pure 1v1 between what? Look at this guy. Albert versus the majority of Todak. So isolation was the key for RRQ, and I guess that this time the Kingdom says divide and conquer.
Yeah, and if you notice at that very last moment, the concealed play coming up from Yumski, right? That was a nice adaptation coming up from Todak, but unfortunately, that was the game changer that allowed RRQ to just storm into the palace, take down the empire of Todak.
Hey, go big or go home. This is what I like about professional players, right? Even if it's a bad call, if someone makes the call, go for it. If you second guess yourself, that would have been pretty messy. So if we die, we all die together. Menang sama-sama, kalah sama-sama.
Yeah. What I'm excited about is this clash between the junglers. Albert is clearly very comfortable with the assassins, with the carry type of junglers. But when you see from Todak's side, Rival is best when it comes to sustain type of heroes. So his smart display, I'm actually very impressed.
Hey.
So it might be sustain versus assassin
Dude,
once again.
come on, like this is Amox, this is Todak. I wouldn't be surprised if they drafted a Ling, a Haya, or even a, I don't know, like a Lancelot for Rival, honestly.
Yeah, to be honest, ladies and gentlemen, before I actually, enter M4, just taking a look at the games from Todak, I kind of gave up analyzing this whole thing because it's just randomized. There's one random lucky box. It's like a box of chocolates. You don't know what you're going to expect coming out from Todak. And with that said, we're going to throw it back into the casters very, very soon. Man, game number 2, we need to see how Todak could actually change their gameplay, change their flow. With that said, we're going to throw it back to the casters' desks.
Thanks, Jays Wolf, as well as LaFell at the Analyst table. I would like to call it table, but it really is an area more than anything. My name is Gideon, this is Gani, as well as Assassin Dave here at the desk. And a quick shout out to everybody on TikTok who are checking out the M4 on TikTok Live. Remember the Carnival Cheer Up for the M4 Watch M4 matches on TikTok itself is happening right now. So you can participate in the cheer up for the M4 activities by watching the M4 matches on TikTok and using the M4 exclusive customized gifts to cheer for your favorite teams. There will be a chance to be on TV as well as win abundant gifts. So take a sneak peek at the M4 events and be the first to receive the info about all the rewards that you can get. But speaking of rewards, the M4 Pass is available, am I right, Gani?
It is already up and available. Exclusive rewards like Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, M4 Beatrix Figurine, Emote Sacred Statue, Spawn Effect, Recall Effect, Avatar Border, and Trail Effect awaits you. You can get all of this special skin as well, the War Lion, for free by completing tasks too. So M4 support chests will also be available in-game. Open it to get loads of M4 Pass XP and stand a chance to receive a mysterious gift. On the day of M4 Final happening, that is the 15th of January, expect to get the Avatar Border for free. In the M4 Battle Night event, unlock a skin chest by completing tasks and pick a skin of your choice within the chest. Don't forget the hashtags Mobile Legends Bang Bang, MLBBM4, and hashtag Dare to be Great.
So jumping back in towards this game, Moon's real-world manipulation had to face some real-world expectations in game number 1. But moving forward in the future, what are we looking here for, Dave, and especially in terms of adaptation-wise?
Now, I first want to talk about the previous games. What are some of the things that team did right or wrong, right? Okay. For RRQ, it feels like they really grasped the current meta. The core essence of the meta is how to win lane. You know, even though you had a Malaysian swap, right? You have the little Hobon Kuba go to EXP lane, and you have the EXP lane actually go to the goal lane, just a little bit of swap. But when Hayabusa go to top, actually cannot win against BH one-on-one because of the damage. Early game BH damage is actually quite good against a squishy assassin. Meanwhile, on the other side, even though Polwa can do well against R7 on a drone, but you have a Kadita that constantly roam. We saw the heat map. The Kadita constantly roam towards the EXP side to make sure even a weaker lane is winning as well. I think that's the key to victory for RRQ. The adaptation into that match was absolutely insane. Now for Todak, there are a few things that I wanted to point out. They had a plan, but the expectation just did not meet the reality, right? They think having Hayabusa go into the goal lane can put some pressure on Beatrix, but it turned out, you know, it didn't win the lane, and it just the effects start diminishing over time, and Hilda just started ramping up. The Hayabusa just can't do enough.
Yeah, I mean, to add to that, that execute spell was irrelevant. And also, I do want to point out again, the mobility. I feel like RRQ understands their composition, that they are very, very mobile, and they just extract that potential. They just, like, Fanny was up, down, mid, up, everywhere. And as well as Yuzong just opening with that Black Dragon form, just to zone out, to find initiations, and that is where I expect RRQ to also, in Game 2, understand the draft, execute it to perfection, but Todak, with their loss in the first game, how do they handle that?
Well, I mean,
it's just the first game.
Yeah, it's just the first game. It's a best of 5 for a reason. You feel out your opponents, you see what strategies work best for you. I'm not 100% sure whether we're going to see Momo go back into the EXP lane, and then afterwards we see Jigu play traditional marksmen once again. it might change up. It's really hard to say, and like Jay said, it's like a box of chocolates. So let's open it up here for the drafting phase. Everybody here at the arena ready? Because round 2 is about to begin. Let's hop right into the draft.
Ding, ding, ding. Let's see the drafts. Will it be similar or will it be not? So Todak will still have the first pick.
Banny
opt
ban.
for a Banny ban and Joy immediately. Meanwhile, RRQ still with the staple bans here, 1-1 and as well as Kaja.
Now that still does leave quite a bit of strong characters on the table. Carry is up, the Glue Monster is up, as well as Valentina. You know, Glue Monster can be countered if you have Uranus on the sideline, sometimes even Terizla, but it's just a character that's so hard to deal with, especially once Glue grasps onto your backline or sometimes even your front line. Because if you attack the front line, you're dead. It resets the ultimate, he does it over and over again. This character's way too annoying, so yeah, sure enough, we got a Glue Monster banned away from the game.
Yep, and honestly, considering the playstyle that we saw previously, even the quote from Achil, every team is a rival for us, but Todak, we're like soulmates. And like I said in the beginning, it is fated that these two teams must meet.
Well, yeah, for context, they met in M1. Actually, didn't met in M2, but in M3, yeah, they meet again. And as per the history, Todak has never won the match against RRQ.
Yeah, it's, Ken, that's why they're like soulmates. They keep meeting each other, and each time Todak tries, RRQ proves to be superior. Finally, we're seeing the carry getting banned out here in the first phase. As we go on to our very first pick, do we see the Valentina coming up from the Malaysian squad? Or it could still be the Eve, though.
Yeah, maybe still be the Eve, because Eve is so versatile and so strong in the early game. Once you have the Eve, you can solo clear wave and also just harass and poke the enemy lane. We frequently see good Eve players in the mid lane zoning the opposition mid lane away. You know, sometimes we usually see that in the goal lane, right? The marksman violence. But in the mid lane with Eve, you can actually do something similar, especially when you have a tank that can zone the enemy mid lane away. You can try to poke them so they don't get experience. And if that opposition mid lane doesn't get to level 4 by the first turtle, that's a huge plus for your team.
I agree with you, but it seems like it is neither the Eve nor the Valentina. It is going to be the Yu Zhong. Now, I got to ask you, Gideon, is this Yu Zhong a flex pick?
Oh, look, hey man, I love to be the one to be like, yes, I'm usually the one that's confident about these things, but hey, I'm just going to hold my mouth shut for just a couple of seconds until I get some confirmation, because even I'm not sure yet. Once again, Hilda and as well as Eve this time round going to be locked in for the side of RRQ. It does feel that Todak has kind of changed their direction in the draft, not just playing for themselves, but looking to counter draft especially when they're on blue side, which is rather strange. You would expect that from red.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ at this point, though, definitely looking to play even more aggressive. You do not need to ask them to play aggressive. They're fighting aggression with aggression here. You don't pick, you kind of tell the direction Todak want to go with this game. They want to dive into your backline. They want to play really, really strong, really powerful in the early game. But RRQ is denying that, right? I mean, with Eve, last game they have Kadita, which kind of have a problem clearing wave. This time they're not going to have that, right? Eve is one of the strongest early game characters in the entire game. So it's going to be shoving lane and going to your jungle along with Hilda's help to finding trouble into your jungle. And here we go. We're counting that with Claude and Chow, a full dive come from Todak.
Rather interesting. Okay, so the Cho, again, we don't know whether it's going to be like interchange between the support. For all we know, it could be jungle with a Hayabusa getting locked in for the side. Dude, we're hearing a treat from RRQ.
It's just a fast picks, fast response from the side of RRQ. Very quick response. Hayabusa picks up. He does not care, even though it has the Cho and the Claude, but it seems like Albert is still very much confident. Now, I do want to add that they picked up the Hilda just so Albert can pick up an assassin. They are trying to deny Todak to pick up that Hilda because it seems like, again, their game plan is to give Albert the assassins.
Look, that sounds like a really solid plan, because I was thinking that, hey, it's Albert's birthday, but he's making me feel like it's our birthday watching with his gameplay.
Yes, absolutely. The assassin one game after another. Just a very good show to watch, because I gotta tell, I gotta be honest, you know, watching so many tanks in the meta in the jungle, it gave me a little bit tiresome, exhausted sometimes, right?
I know,
Having a different flavor of ice cream, the assassin back to the meta is just absolutely awesome to watch. And here comes the ban, the Valentina. They're also going to ban away character like Lilia or even Farsa, you know, just to make sure that Clay have more room to maneuver.
You know, speaking of which, if you start looking at the bans as well, I mean, Beatrix is getting banned out. So again, that direction we were talking about changing for the side of Todak really being implemented here.
I mean, it's quite clear that RRQ, they are trying to limit the mid laners, the mages, like you said, Assassin Dave, as well as the Todak. Todak will opt for a Skylar ban here, limiting Skylar's option. But I do want to add that Claude, again, it needs time, right, to reach that power spike. With Hilda and your opponent, is it a fair trade, do you think?
I mean, at this point, we can't tell, right? There's still quite a bit of choices available for the side of RRQ. They might not even go with a marksman because they're going for full dive as well. You know, it seems like they already have someone that they need to protect, AK Clay on the Eve, right? And they have the Hilda to get vision all the time. They can go with two directions, actually. You know, go with something really, really strong just on their own, like a Harith, for example. Or they can just go with a marksman, have Hilda get vision, and Hayabusa bring Havoc to the other side. Then they go with Grok, a very strong, and this most likely going to go to EXP lane, unless we're going to see the Hayabusa flex one more time.
Hayabusa flex, or maybe Hilda is the one that's going into the EXP lane. Like R7's like, you know what, they're playing wild, let's go wild. But coming down to the final picks here for the side of Todak specifically, we're not entirely sure where they want to lean towards just yet. And I feel like locking in the Xavier might be a bit of a bait pick because I think it scales too long with the composition that they have so far.
I prefer this Lilia over the Xavier here for the side of Todak, but it will not be either. It's going to be a Ling and as well as Kadita saying, you play Kadita in game 1, let me show my Kadita, and perhaps I might grab MVP. But RRQ get a very fast response.
Harith.
It's going to be Harith.
Great predictions here coming out from the table. Well done all across the board. Woo. Now, which composition are you liking more, Dave?
I mean, they're both pretty divey, I gotta say. So it's come down to execution, really, right? Which tank can find the engage better? Is Hilda gonna find vision for Hayabusa to find one-off picks, right? Or are we gonna see really good engages coming out from Chao? It's up to the teams, up to the execution. I think the draft, both draft looks beautiful. They're both dives, and they both have very little room for mistakes. If Eve get caught off, it's over. At the same time, if Claude get caught off, it's kind of over. So both sides, they have to play careful, they have to play tight, and I'm excited for this match.
Well, let's see whether this is going to truly be a draft if the best of the best have made it up and towards the upper brackets, and Todak, unfortunately, a score down, but they're looking to turn it all around here to even it up against the Kingdom. So let's jump into the land of Dawn once again for game number 2.
Will RRQ find another point, or will Todak equalize in game 2? Let's see, folks, as I gotta say, hero power, it's quite even here, Assassin Dave. Mobility, power-wise, crowd control as well, but perhaps that is the department that is RRQ lacking of, crowd control.
Yep, look at the mid lane though. Already, Chao and Kadita playing aggressive onto Clay to dominate the mid lane. But Vin was already asserting dominance in to Todak's jungle. He was 1 versus 3 early on into the blue side, getting vision on Lean. Knowing Lean started blue, but gonna move towards the bottom side. Gonna give a little bit of warning to Harris to play more careful. You can see Harris is hugging the tower. Not really playing too out of the line here, but Chao, Yamski is now making a rotation to the top side, finding Hayabusa. It's more of a battle of the support at this point, but you can see Win is already level 2, where Chao is still stuck at level 1.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate indeed, but let's see how these interactions are going to go, because a lot of the focus seems to be looking towards the bottom side. Harith getting attacked, and Vin himself gets on out of there. Albert hitting level 4, but doesn't want to commit just yet. Trades on both sides, no kills on either.
It seems like both teams here trying to poke, trying to give out pressure. And for now, Momo needs to be very careful here. Albert is already on standby. Will he commit to this?
I mean, this is a tower dive right here, right? Albert coming in. Oh, maybe he's just go for the go crab. I like what R7 is doing in lane. Because of the lane prior, he was zoning Momo away from the experience. And because of that, Win was getting so much more experience, such a huge lead against the Chao, against the corresponding opposition. And here we go, approaching the first turtle. Hilda is already on standby.
Now, this could be the difference maker here, because Grok is already level 4 in comparison to Momo, who hasn't hit it just yet.
Yep.
So it's a wild charge compared to no Black Dragon form as of now, but Yumski going to be starting up the turtle. He knows the jungle is here. He spots out R7. Hilda immediately attacking Rival, putting him too low to even contest for him. Bottom side, however, Chiku guys goes for the all-in against Skylar with a blazing duet already on him. Chrono Fisher, just enough. No, it's going to be Rival who makes it there just in time to pick up that first blood and back away. Vin coming in to finish off Chiku guys, holding it off. Is he going to hold him hostage? Yes, he is. Chiku, he finally takes it back. But Vin, he doesn't. He misses. Chiku guys is able to flicker on out of there as Rival has to back away. Nobody took the turtle in that time.
He has the game sense, but he just misclicked that perhaps. But yeah, I mean, Rival has no retribution earlier. He was forced, but now it seems like they are ready to set up and take this first turtle. RRQ, can they respond to this? Albert will not be able to reach there on time.
Yeah, both assassins are just farming right now, but look at Vin, again, still providing a lot of vision on Chao and everybody on the map. We know Ling was doing the turtle, but here we go. One thing I do want to mention, oh, the kick.
Really good kick so far, way the drag into a perfect combo. Momo is not going to be in that fight, but Moon securing it. Moonatics out there, very happy. 2 on the board so far, and instantly Chiku guys with the blazing duet to clear the wave, getting a good chunk onto Skylar for now, but top side already attacked. Shot Residue already keeping Momo alive for longer than he should be. RRQ have to back off.
It seems like Todak in the first couple of minutes, they understand that they can go all in towards Vin. They can force and waste all resources to a roamer. Why? Because in the big picture, in the grand scheme of things, they have more crowd control. So they can perhaps more team fights to force RRQ in a tough position, it seems like. So we'll see here. First 4 minutes, it's still Todak leading with a 1,000 gold lead.
Absolutely. You can see Chao finding those Way of Dragons, finding those decisive engages, and that might be the difference maker. Plus, Chao and Kadita is one of the most deadly combo in the entire game. One kick, you can do 1 kill. And here we go. Let's take a look at Chiku.
Oh my god. I'm sorry, I'm just shocked. I didn't expect him to have the highest kill in M-Series. In total, 225 is very impressive, but now Vin is about to put his own statement as they dive onto the bomb side. Chiku guys with the blazing command, the OP shadow kill. The shield was not enough. He ends up going down. A successful dive coming in from RRQ, requiring 4 members to complete.
He is just trying to clear the wave, but he has to pay the price as well. Rival, though, a very good rotation coming from this guy that he is able to find jungles. But anything stood out for you, Assassin Dave, from the emblems?
I mean, at this point, look, RRQ quickly turned table around. Even though early game Todak seemed like they had more control, they had more decisive engages, but because of the rotation, the macro RRQ was able to do, Albert not only did find kills, they're now having to prior onto the second turtle. Moving forward, if Haya and Harris are going to skill up, both of them are going to pose a tremendous threat to Ling and Claude. So this is looking really good for RRQ.
I'm surprised that we're not seeing Rival trying to contest this. He is a level ahead of Albert, but instead they let it go through. They reset those waves. Moon getting attacked. Min continuing to harass. Chico coming in with the Battle Mirror image. He sees Clay. He knows this could be bad. And with no Battle Mirror image, it's better to just call it off as Skylar is just wrapping around and looking to proxy that wave.
It seems like, again, from the items here, Claude has not reached his power spike just yet. DHS only Golden Staff is on its way, but after that, I expect Todak to be more active, to find more pickoffs. But take a look at that. Way of Dragon does not really connect. And do remember that Clay is on a flicker, not on a purify.
That's a good point. Vin continuing to harass you guys. R7 wants in the wild charge as well as Guardian's Barrier doesn't connect. And all Moon finds his kill. R7 goes down. Aspen is now on the run. Skylar with the Chrono Dash just finds his kill on towards Yumski. And now Momo is here to clean up. Finn will be the first to fall to the shot residue as he jumps on top of Clay, securing the knockup. This might be the second kill as well. Backtracking tail is able to connect. And now onto Skylar. Momo, do you want to go for a third? He says, nah, I'll wait next time. Chrono Fisher comes on through, but now that you've walked right into me, shot residue is going to proc once again. But look at topside. Despite all that has happened, topside finally getting the push.
What is going on? Momo is unstoppable. RRQ, they dominant, but R7 catches GQ, and my goodness, it was a solo kill on towards the gold laner.
That's why high and dry do not disrespect the Grok.
Yeah, the physical damage Grok coming off online, and we mentioned it yesterday, how disgusting this character can be once you get the core items like the Blade of Despair, like Blade of Haptic Seize. And R7 right now is popping off. He can one-shot a Claude at any time he wants, including Moon, before Moon even popped the passive.
Does this mean we're expecting to see Winds of Nature first item build? Question mark?
Maybe, but Yumski on the other side already secured Dreadnought. So again, it will negate the damage from Albert and as well as Vin. Also, R7. But we are seeing now RRQ setting up. Oh, Flicker to no.
The real one manipulation comes out just in time, and Momo is now here to help. Clay is dead, and Rival is popping off. He's jumping through, but Momo continuing being the consistent source of damage. He's already found his killing spree. He finally dies to R7 at the end of the day, but the damage has been done. 2 for 2 trade. And now Rival once again in that 1v1 against Albert. Okay, Shadow Kill. He passes it over to the Turtle, forcing him to take his quad shadow out of there. Skylar still wants as he drops down the Chrono Force. Moon ends up dying before he could lay waste on the enemy jungle. Turtle falls into the hands of RRQ.
RRQ with the favorable trade. They got the neutral objective, and finding Moon was a very, very crucial kill. Now, 5-minute, 8-minute item checks. Assassin Dave, what's going on?
At this point, you can see Hayabusa already ramping up, have the Hunter Strike, going for the Blade of Despair. This guy's 1,000 gold ahead. Just a minute ago, he was about like a few hundred gold behind. So because one team fight, he's able to find those good kills and beautiful placement on skill 2 on the Quad Shadow. Right, hiding in the bush. I don't think Moon saw that coming. Here we go.
Here comes the kick once again, but the real one manipulation as well as Chrono Fisher has been dropped. The Salmon Force, can he get out of there? Skylar's still alive, but it's a little too late. They find a 1-for-1 trade. And the Petrify coming in. Skylar got hit again. He gets locked and he's gone. And the Quad Shadow onto Rival, securing his kill. It's too much damage. Unstoppable. R7 not even participating in the fight. A 4-for-3 trade in favor of RRQ.
The birthday boy does it again, and now Momo in a 2v1 situation with the passive so sustainable. And my goodness, he almost won that trade.
Momo's life for hire protects the wave and still protects the tier 1.
Momo is absolute monster at this point. He is building damage. He just finished Hunter Strike. I mean, this guy, he's not going to play any defensive at all. He's going straight to your backline, trying to go for Clay, because Clay has one of the highest dash right now. 3 dash in the entire game. One-shot kill from Albert.
Quick, switch the screen. We can't have this. The instant replay already coming up, but look at this play. Oh my goodness. I mean, the fact that Momo was able to get away with so much is pretty incredible, but Albert is now hitting critical mass. We saw that one shot earlier. It's going to happen again.
I mean, at this point, right, RRQ, they are just having fun. It's not over though. It's Lord now has spawned RRQ again, looking for a setup. 4-man rotations in the river area. Can Todak smell this? Because if they overextend RRQ, they will punish you. And as of now, the tempo and pacing has gone down slow yet again.
You gotta give credit to Todak for, despite the pressure, they're playing Verver tight and Verver close together. Oh, look at the team fight here in melee.
Oh, he's breaking out. Kadita has already found the kill on towards Vin's side, but Yumski does not find the angle for the way of the dragon. Albert jumping in with the quad shadows, but here comes Chiku, guys, with the blazing duet. Real world manipulation is out, but Momo, does he want to press the advantage? No, it's too close to the tier 1, but R7 says hello, as his power of nature is going to deter Moon from getting any closer.
very clean execution and setup from both teams. No casualties just yet though, only Vin. But now it seems like both teams, they are focusing on that Lord. With the man advantage, Todak will have a slight edge. But even so, RRQ, they are not letting this Lord for free.
No, back to what I was saying regarding Todak, you gotta give them credit for playing so careful and so organized. The Chao Kadita combo has proven to be very, very effective. Every person they find is the kill. It's very, very brutal and deadly. That's including Vin, the tankiest character in the entire game right now. Even Vin have to respect this combo and play more safe at this point.
I think what I'm stressing about right now is the fact that Skylar, despite getting hit by double petrifiers all the time, was still managing to hold out with the Xamarin Force, and I just saw him purchase the concentrated energy. So, with this being said, let's see how this Lord situation is going to work, because the side lane's not falling into the favor of Todak.
The way I see it, I mean, Yumski, he has 3 targets, right? Either Albert, Skylar, or Clay. But please keep in mind that Skylar has Purify, so that just eliminates from 3 to 2. Albert quite hard to catch, and Clay is perhaps the only viable target for Yumski to catch. Other than that, it's just, I guess it's not really relevant, but teamfight perhaps will go ensued now.
Yeah, again, as Assassin Day mentioned, just really organized coming in from Todak. They're really not pressing or forcing this. Oh, wait, Moon, Chiku are in prime position. Could they actually find the flank here as Momo is coming in with a Black Dragon form? No. RRQ take very safe paths back into their jungle here, as now they look to press. They do notice where Chiku and Moon is. The plan has been dropped, but Rival making his way down to the bot side to get some more pressure.
And that's the power of Link, right? Like when it's in a stall, when it's stalemate, Link can always go to the side and split push. But this is RRQ taking advantage of this split push and starting the Lord.
It's already getting low. Real One Manipulation is down. Kadita uses the rough way. Albert's towards the Lord, but Momo is going to initiate the fight. He's under. Oh, he didn't even proc the Shao Residue. He ends up dying. Albert has already got like the place into it, as well the Winds of Nature show. It's just enough to secure the kill. Rival unable to get Albert, who's already in purple buff side. Rival, can he find this kill? Yes, he can. Gets one. Uses his ultimate, gets the knockup play. Oh, it's a double. Albert here to finish him off. But no, I'll let you live. You prove yourself worthy.
The last man standing finds a double for Todak. Even though the neutral objective falls in the hands of the Kings of Kings, they managed to have some slight compensation. Let's see, with this Lord push,
here we go.
Can RRQ break it in the solo kill? Moon can't even, oh my god, the passive is still up for Moon.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. 1 HP. I guess that's a message to the rest of them. Is he going to do it one more time? Momo this time. He can take the damage. With Lord already pushing it down towards the bottom side, the waves are in trouble as Momo is willing to give his life up for higher. Albert now in trouble as Rival chases him down, secures him with the last crit, and a killing spree on the bottom side. Momo's still alive, Blazing Duet already down, and that is going to be that Lord push.
Todak has equalized. Take a look at the gold lead now. It's basically 0. And RRQ, they have the advantage space-wise, but economy is just a balanced game. Assassin Dave, what do you think?
Just now it's more of the game for the team for RRQ to lose, because I mean, the Hayabusa really played a little bit too aggressive, right? Using every single skill possible just to force out Momo's skill, Momo's ultimate, when no teammates is nearby. So Ling really just take advantage of that, got him low, and forced the ultimate off and finish off the kill. That turned everything around, because then his teammate found himself alone, easy double kill, go to the pocket of Todak. Let's take a look at items and farms. Hayabusa is 4,000 gold ahead. Elber is dominating this game.
I mean, take a look at Harith and Claude, right? Both gold laners here. Claude building Athena as well, so he has some respect towards Harith, towards Eve as well. On the other side, it's just full attack for the Harith.
I mean, this has been a dead even game for quite some time. I don't know whether it's the Malaysian staple to really drag this game out against the Indonesians so far, or even the Filipinos. But looking at the Lord advantage, unfortunately, they ended up losing a bit of gold here overall because of the deaths they gave over. But now Moon in trouble. Finn having plenty of damage here, but he's going to be using the rough waves to gain his health back up. Is it enough? No! He doesn't get his health back! And Rival even committing onto Skylar. 2 ultimates down and Moon already dead. The mid lane in trouble. Oh my god! 7! What a wild charge! And now Momo turns it around. get his team out of there. We need to reset.
No casualties except Moon. He has to pay the price while the Lord now is up. RRQ understands this. 5v4. Will they commit to this? Todak will not give this freely. Let's see the execution. We're Dragon.
Yep, they already used away the Dragon to find one. Albert already jumping in. Yoki shadow kill. Momo's in trouble. He's already gone. Salmon force pop. And that's even Yumski in the back line. Min may be dead, but it's a little too late. Can Rival pull this through after his immortality? Blazing duet finds only one? No! It's too late! The damage has been done. A 3-for-2 trade in favor of RRQ.
RRQ, they won that war, but at what cost? They will not be able to find the Lord in time. And Todak with that play. Shaman Force popped.
Oh, Skylar.
He's dead. He just soloed Chiku. That's what the heck?
I mean, it's unfortunate timing, especially when you're used to using your Bannermill air image. Moon tries for the one-shot. He tried his best to steal the Lord, but Albert is feeling it today. He does not miss.
Look at this KDA, 11, 2, and 3. I mean, both assassins playing out of their mind, right? Ling is a saving grace turnout for Team Todak in this game as well. Finding those flank, finding those perfect executions once after another. So here we go, Lord coming down the bottom side. Let's see this execution on wave syncing.
Things are not looking good here. Rival securing that EHS, but is it too late? With the Lord marching bot side, RRQ will grab the advantage here in the jungles of Todak. But remember, this is already the Luminous Lord, so perhaps if Todak makes a mistake, RRQ can end game 2.
Perhaps here, but now with the waves already pushing on in, Yumski looking for a flank, looking for opportunities, the Magic Sentry as well to look at what's going on towards the orange, but Vin is just chunking down Chico, almost about to solo him as well. Winter Truncheon purchase onto Clay, but here we go. Inhibitor turns in trouble. Salmon Force has already been popped as Yoki Shadow kill on the middle lane. Rival in some trouble. He's got no way to escape.
Oh my god!
Looking to secure Finch points. Gets him out of there. Placing duet for the back line. Chico flickers into the middle of that fight. Yoki Shadow kill doesn't even connect as well. He's got nothing left. Clay with 1 HP. Walks away. And Momo pays for the sins of his brothers.
1-for-1, Momo for Vin as Todak will hang on for another day. But take a look at the base turret and bot side. It's down. Take a look at the mid side, practically down. And if we take a look at the players' gold here, top 3 Assassin Dave is Albert and Skylar.
Albert and Rival going toe-to-toe right here with the total farm. Seems like Rival is really doing a fantastic job keeping the farm despite the pressure on their team. But really look at a map. The mini-map is what's important right now. The entire map is going toward the favor of RRQ. They still have 3 high ground towers and 2 tier 2 towers, whereas Todak's practically down to 1. So the next push, if they get the Lord, get the pressure on the bottom side, and that might just be the game, the match point for RRQ.
I mean, let's look at the Lord advantage, right? Previously, they lost gold. Now they're actually gaining a significant amount. But at this stage of the game where they're already breaking the 62K mark, does it even matter? Is it enough to actually switch out those immortalities for Winter Truncheons?
Maybe. I mean, immortalities and Winter Truncheon, they are crucial at this stage. Remember, Gideon, 20-minute mark. Yumski about to brute force, perhaps to add more movement speed. But again, with the composition, it's just... Yeah, he needs to target Clay, and mid-turret will fall. Now, Lord will be up in the next 5 seconds. Will Todak? Todak has to contest this.
Not sharp there, unfortunately, but let's see how they set this up. RRQ, once again, you're expecting Vin to open up the map. Yumski as well, playing the exact same role. Can they contest this? R7 actually getting a good chunk onto the back line. He knows everybody's in the mid lane. So now, RRQ is more confident. Yumski hitting the 3rd hit of G Gundo. Good knock-up for now, but that doesn't really change the game. Moon looking for the flank, looking for an opportunity, but RRQ wants to finish this in one felled swoop. So they have to play it slow. They have to think. They have to push out the mid lane as Chiku guys and Moon continue to do so. Here it's slow, but the Lord is getting lower by the second, and Momo gonna force the situation. Chiku out of the fight. Rival out of the fight, but down by bot lane. We see Todak on the run. one. They've lost one of their members, and now they have no conditions to actually contest this Lord. They're out of here, but Albert doesn't want to give this up just yet. Did he notice? Yes, he does. He sees Kadena. The rough waves already being used to get on away. Quickly, something must be done. Clay flickering forward. He wants a solo Moon all by himself, pushing him away from the Lord. Jikundo being used, and Moon is going to go down. 2 for 1 trade so far, but Momo trying his best to protect him. Yumski should be able to die, but the Blazing Duet comes out to no avail. Skylar still holding on with his Salmon Force, and that is going to be it. Another slowly but surely, one more falls, trading evenly 2 for 2. Chiku's still alive.
The Kings of Kings, they had shown their statement here in Game 2. With the Lord now in their hands, they are looking for an end. Todak with just 3-4 men now defending. Can they defend this one? Get in. Things are looking bleak for the Malaysians. Let's see.
They're going to force the initiation again with the Salmon Force already being popped out. Blazing Duet is coming out through. He's getting chunked. Link already with the ultimate real one manipulation comes late to catch on 3. Momo still with the Child Rescue holding on just strong enough. But the Lord is on its way and the members are low. Skylar can't get back into this. Do they just let go?
Now with 5 men, with the Lord now, let's see. 6v5, RRQ.
R7?
R7 in the middle of it all while their carry has just gotten out of there. Skylar's not there. Albert is going to do it by himself. Shot residue proc. But with the shit already with the quad shadows, he's out of there. Okay, Shadow Kill gets spreads out way too much with the wave. Nothing RRQ can do, but they've got all the inhibitor turrets, all the gold.
Todak, they can breathe for another 5 minutes. It seems like. Sassinave, what can you read?
I mean, at this point, Todak is pulling a fantastic defense, actually. Losing when proven to be the crucial element for RRQ9 to end the game right there. But again, with all 3 lanes, high ground tower being taken down, the entire base of Todak's vulnerable. RRQ, what it can simply do is just sink in the wave in unison, have all 3 super wave crash into the base at the same time, and try it one more time. Because at this point, Hilda is gonna be very, very tanky in the front, right? He's not really afraid of the one-shot combo coming from the Chow, coming from the Kadena anymore. And you can see everybody, let's see how many immortality we have on both sides. It seems like Rival has it. On Team Todak, we also have Chow has it as well. There's 2 immortality versus 1 immortality coming from RRQ. This is actually pretty risky for tower dive.
Yeah, I mean, what also pops out in my eyes is Grok. R7 building 2 BODs and also respecting with the magic power for Moon. He builds also that Athena. Now it's just a matter of patience here. Get in.
R7.
Well, I don't think anything's gonna happen. I think it's too risky to die now. It's like 24 minutes. Your death timer is like almost a
70
minute at this point.
It's already 70 seconds.
70 seconds. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh, here we go. Lord advantage from the previous one. Only 1,000 earned, but so far with no inhibitor turrets, Todak at the disadvantage and has to continuously just maintain, do the housekeeping of these waves.
Yep. The goal difference at this point is not really important. What's important is how many immortality, how many lives do you have. 1 more immortality equals to like 1 extra player. You can kind of like that. And in this case, Todak, the reason why they're doing such a good defense is because they have so much immortality coming up. And here's a last Lord. Whoever positioned better for this one is going to be the winner of this game. To be honest, even though Todak is looking like they're really, really behind on macro side on the minimap, but if they're able to win this fight, they can end the game in 1 push.
Right? Yeah. Let's see how they play this out. All right. Deep breaths, everybody, because this could be it. R7 holding down towards that bottom side, making sure that they're going to start this push. RRQ, smart moves. They understand this Lord is not going to be as important for them compared to Todak, but now R7 in some trouble. He's going to back away. 2-Bladed Despair is more than enough with the passive, calling in for the rest of his team. He wants it. They want it. He's going to be running on forward. Chiku guys doesn't have the battle mirror image. Skylar is going to be dropping down that Salmon Force. Chiku's in trouble. He clears the way. He gets on out just in time. He's going to attack as many people as possible. They're all dead without Chiku. What can they do? RRQ is going to start opening it up, and Yumski and Moon just trying to slow them down to by any time possible for Chiku to get back up.
Oh, the timing. RRQ now, Moon sets Someone listen.
No.
Oh, he has to pay the price now. Rough ways as a defense, but now take a look at the damage. Clay will secure the kill.
There's nothing you can do. The Salmon Force is just way too much and comes off a cooldown way too fast.
This is the pressure's onto Todak, and RRQ knows that better than anyone else, right? They're playing this really, really patiently. We don't have to do the lore.
Right.
And speaking of that top side, one more kill coming up.
Well played to RRQ. The guerrilla warfare is too good as Rival ends up falling to the hands of the Kingdom as they slowly close on in. No Lord, no problem. We've got the minions, and now we're running on through. Momo has to fall. Immortality bumps on through, finds 3, but it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, RRQ Hoshi takes game number 2. GG, well played.
It's gonna be 2-0 for RRQ. The Kings of Kings are at match points, looking to hold on in the upper brackets. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Hack yesterday was in the similar situation, 2-0 down. Can Todak replicate yesterday's game?
I mean, against a giant, against a team so disciplined like RRQ, it's gonna be an uphill battle for sure. The execution was flawless, the planning was extensive. Look what they did in late game, right? They don't have to do the Lord. Step by step, they go for the kill, they go for the commit on the bottom side, finding the kill onto the Claude, and that win the game. A gift from the birthday boy. RRQ secures game 2.
Oh, what a game this has been so far. They've been absolutely killing it as well. And a gift for the birthday boy. Albert is getting everything he wants today. He's getting the assassins. He's getting the draft he wants. He's getting the vision. I mean, it feels like he's unstoppable.
It's just pure entertainment to watch game 1 on Albert on a fan and game 2 Albert on a Hayabusa. And he's just so good that it's just hard for Todak. Sure, they got glimpses for a comeback, but it's just all discipline from not just Albert, from all 5 members. Still, similar to game 1, they are playing as a unit.
And on top of that, I gotta say, Rival is putting up a fight as well. He's really living up to the name.
True.
Rival.
Boy, he really is living up to his name. I don't know. I've been readjusting my tides 6-7 times because this game has been so intense. I'm sweating up here at the caster's desk. It has been going so well so far. 2-0 match point coming in from RRQ. I don't know, but this is looking like a really tough game from Todak. But was it the draft that was an issue? Like it eventually felt like Harith completely dominated this Claude.
Yeah, absolutely, because it's just really hard for Claude to kill this type of character with a lot of sustain, a lot of damage, and obviously turnaround potential. You have no skill shot. It is all attack damage burst for the Claude.
And on that note, Gideon, M4 Battle Night goes live this January 21. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in game. First off, complete battle task in the game on January 21 to get a skin choice chest. You can then choose the skin you like most from that chest, and aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches and you'll get team star protection for 3 matches. Double star racing points, double protection points, and double EXP, and double BP for my 5 matches. We are not stopping there. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available that very day. So save the date, log into the game on January 21, enjoy the match, and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 Championship together, including with your friends and family.
I mean, you said it perfectly, and honestly, a coincidence, just doubles upon doubles. RRQ winning 2 games, and even Battle Night passes happening. With that being said, honestly, this game could have gone both ways, but what are the difference makers? What are the decisions being made to set them apart from the boys and men? Let's throw it over to our analyst. Please take it away.
Thank you very much, Gideon, man. If you're adjusting your tie up there, can you imagine the heat, the excitement, and the energy from the crowd stands? It's crazy. Once again, my name is Jay, joining me right here, the brightest mind, Wolf, and of course, the brightest mind, LaFell. That was crazy of a series, right, LaFell?
That was crazy, and I gotta say, man, as analysts, we're just sitting here watching the game. Dude, I love my job.
Yeah.
I love my job, and I do not envy the job of the observer because there's so many fights going all across the map. We even saw about to go into instant replay, and then Chico got one-shotted. And the thing is, it was a game of cat and mouse. Thought I was really trying to put RRQ through the ringers, like, we're here, no, we're here, no, we're here. But RRQ always knows where they're gonna go and catches up to them.
And everybody was pulling their weight from both ends. You saw that Todak was really fighting for everything they got. I mean, you can see the Chico guys are trying to make the cheeky plays, even with clearing the wave, but he gets caught by so many of the members of Team RRQ. RRQ was just really just anchored in this game. They know how to, they know their win condition, number one, and they know how to execute and reach that win condition.
Man, RRQ super on form here. Let's take a look at the items. Anything that popped up to you, Wolf?
Yeah. Definitely the win condition for Todak is to let Chico guys farm and let Rival farm. And then eventually come to late game, combine them together with both the Kadita as well as the Yuzhong so that they can play their team fight. For RRQ, they want to make sure that during their ultimates, the Zaman Force as well as the ultimate coming off the wall charge, they have to make the kills out of that. But we see that RRQ, whenever they utilize Albert across the map, that is where chaos starts.
I want to point out like a few things. Number one, the thing that made Toda not be able to get kills was actually the Winter Truncheon, because quite a few times Toda actually caught RRQ off guard, but because of the Winter Truncheon is there, they were able to survive the burst. Number two, Grok is kind of unfair when the way that you prioritize your build, the more physical attack that you have, the more defense that you have. So one item equates to two, not only damage, but also defense.
Definitely. That's why I really like this Grok pickup coming out from Arkan, the way that they change it up. They suddenly put it in the XP lane, knowing that Todak already picked up the Claude. Claude is the strongest like marksman after both Beatrix, so not both, but Beatrix, 1-1, and Carry. If they're all banned, Claude is the next big thing. And that's where the Grok really shines because of the fact that you can flicker into the ultimate and destroy, delete the Claude.
Yeah, so RRQ literally went in and RRQ finds the members of Todak and deletes them right off the map. Now, we're going to go into the post-stats analysis. What do you think about these stats right here, NFL?
Like Assassin David said, Rival actually did quite a lot in this game. He managed to get the most amount of gold. He's the rich guy. 813 gold per minute. But Skylar in this game, 122,000 damage. And,
amazing.
And well, I kind of feel like you got to talk about this. Like this Harith pick, I feel like since the previous patch, Harith has gone up in value so much.
Yeah, it's so weird because if you're looking at Todak, you have a Kadira, Yuzhong, Cho, many heroes with a lot of ground control in them, right? So we would think maybe this is not the best for a Harith, but the way that RRQ utilized it and protected this Harith, as well as the fact that Harith has a little bit of a anti-CC with the passive, or just for a little bit. Skylar played it so well. He managed to utilize the ultimate in the right timings, and of course, they dodged some of the skill shots coming from Todak. That's why he was able to output the damage in the team fights.
Yeah, and remember, Todak, when usually go into these matches with their signature, I don't know what, I'm not gonna make you second guess everything that you do. I'm gonna make sure that you do not know my exact plan is, but this time round, Todak is playing very standard. You were talking about this, right, LaFell?
Yeah, like Toda likes to do the lane Roja, right? You think I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna go somewhere else. I feel like they kind of like defaulted, and that's kind of like not their perfect style. So I want to see for third game, because we haven't seen a reverse sweep yet. As a Malaysian, I want to see the reverse sweep.
We almost did yesterday.
We almost did yesterday by Team Hawk.
Yeah, but
denied by Echo.
Yeah, almost.
And you're here, you're there too.
Gideon was in almost the same spot with you right now. He's just sitting here. But then again, you can see that from RRQ, this is their comfort play style. Whenever you see them very aggressive, and the way that they are controlling the map by splitting together, or at least forcing the opponent to split together, that's when they rise. You can see that there's a lot of weakness from Todak if they don't group up. And Albert, he is the precursor, the catalyst on why RRQ Hoshi is able to spread the members of Todak thinly. This guy is just giving us a masterclass on how you play the aggressive Hayabusa.
Yeah, man, like, you saw how Albert just deletes off, just snap of a finger, Chico just ceased to exist in the land of Dawn. But tell me more about that. Like, why did Albert manage to pull off this Hayabusa so well as compared to Toda in game one?
The thing about being an assassin player is you got to choose your target correctly. And here in the like while we were analyzing the game, you guys actually asked, like we're gonna look at the highlights a little bit later. Oh, why did the rival try to 1v1 Albert?
Oh yes.
Like, are you guys for real? Albert just got a triple kill. He's like really strong, but. In all fairness, just to make it very, very simple, the fact that Albert actually finds good flanks, finds very, very low targets, and the fact that Chico kind of goes off, off script and goes too far ahead, kind of makes it easy for Albert to get kills.
Yep, and with that said, let's take a look at the heat map right here. Definitely it's going to be Albert's heat map, and this is going to be the starting of that game. Tell us more about the rotations.
You can see that already he rotated onto the top and the bottom lane. Surely you can see this heat map, but the way that you have to understand this for all of the viewers out there is that it's the order of one of his rotation is to the top first and then the bottom lane. So there's a little bit of aggression towards the bottom lane after they got the turtle, where they didn't get the first turtle, right? Because they weren't able to do so. But afterwards, he went into the gold lane where you can actually have an impact. Ultimates, if you are going to use your ultimate, you have kill potential in any lane, and choosing the gold lane first makes it so that the Harith will have a better time in the mid game.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, man, this is the kind of jungler that you want, especially as a marksman player. Sometimes the jungler just forgets about my lane.
I would not complain if Albert would be like, hey, can I be your jungler? I'm like, oh
yes, please.
Sure.
Yes, what do you need? Yeah, but of course, we're going to go into the highlights very, very soon, and we're going to have to see how exactly RRQ execute this, especially when Todak defaulted to default. This is just crazy coming up from RRQ. Super clean. The battle between the assassins, right?
Yeah.
It's rival going up against Albert.
So much damage that we can see coming up from Albert because he is able to get out of the fight and then into the fight when he finds the opening. Just like how you should play the assassin. It's even like outplaying the lane. Many moments of this game, it was a mistake for Rival to utilize the ultimate that soon, but he didn't have a choice. Now during the turtle teamfights, it's also that Albert is able to utilize the retribution just in time. For so many red 3 battles that we saw in this game, even through a purple buff in the late game, and Albert is winning almost all of it except the first turtle.
There's a reason why, even back in Singapore, especially the Twitch streamers, right? They always fanboys about Albert, the fastest fingers, the on point all the time.
You guys asked, why didn't Rival try that 1v1?
Yeah.
Are you serious? Look at the HP, but
I am serious.
But again, looking at this game, a lot of fights went on, and I kind of like it from the players. They're not shying away from fights. If they see an opportunity, they're going to go for it. It's just that I kind of feel like they just misjudged the amount of damage that they can take and then the amount of damage that they can dish out in the late game. And I kind of feel like that was the downfall.
Yeah. I can even say that R7 played this game really well. I can barely remember his highlight up top. They was able to get a kill onto Chico guys, utilizing the ultimate. You can see the damage output from the high end drive. Exactly.
Mid-flight, he stopped the link.
It's just a crazy game of assassin. Who finds the right target? And there's a period of time where, we wanted to see the assassin versus assassin. It's not about like, am I able to go in and find the key targets? I want to just counter-assassinate. It's just crazy coming up from RRQ going up against Todak. And of course, Todak defaulting to default. I think you asked that question earlier going into game number 2 as well. This time round, would they go in and reintroduce the chaos back in the Land of Dawn later on?
Honestly, even from the casters, they were like, is this really how Todak wanted to play? And is the draft the problem? I kind of feel like the draft is completely fine. I feel like everything was going okay. It's just that they kind of got to slow down, talk with Amox, the coach, talk with the analyst, talk with the entire management team, and like try to cool down. Because in the early stages of the game, it looks like they weren't panicking. But in the later stages of the game, it looks like they were a little bit panicking. So I kind of feel like this is the test. If you want to be a champion, you need to be able to take losses and bounce back up. Because if it transfers onto the third game, it's not going to be a good look for them.
Yeah, and the way that I see this is that RRQ, each member, they kind of finish each other's sentences. The way that you're looking at their chemistry, that is what we need to see coming out from Todak. Because we saw that during MPL. We saw that during MSC, during their tournament. So we have to look for that from Malaysia. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree. I'm just hyping you up.
I don't know why the fact that Wolf is always here, especially when there's like key Malaysian moments, and he's like interfering with the Malaysians in terms of their hopes and dreams. Don't forget, it is already Team Heart already down at the lower brackets already. This time round, we cannot afford to give another Malaysian team down to the lower brackets because, oh boy, that's
Do you have anything against Malaysia, dude?
Nothing.
Great.
We want 5 games, right?
Yes.
We want 5 games.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go to 5 games, hopefully this time around. But this is going to be very, very hype. You know, I really want to see more things like what Todak can do. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we will be going into the host. We will be doing an interview very soon. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's go over to the host.
All right, thank you so much. And here I am, Clara, with you and special people over me. Hello, everyone. Of course, we have so famous girls over here. We have Luan. Hello, everyone. Hello, your daddy snacks. Rame banget. Luan from Indonesia, the influencer. Second one, we have the pro player, the girlfriend of Albert, Funi.
Hello guys.
Funi is here. And the next one we have Bang Pascal. Halo dong Bang Pascal nih. Halo dong.
Halo Mia.
Halo Mia, gak ada Bang Pascal. Gak ada, there's no Mia.
Gue mau Mia keluar mau dipakai onik cewek atau saklar.
Saklar mah matiin lampu. No, the turn on, turn off. Okay, Skylar, not Saklar. Okay, and the last one is the brand ambassador of RRQ. We have back Gila.
Back. Halo guys.
That is style, we cannot do that. Can you do that guys? Ada yang bisa nggak main Analyst?
Gak bisa, aku gak pernah coba.
Oke, tapi gimana nih kalian ngelihat dengan 2 game dominasi dari RRQ berhasil untuk dapetin dari Best of 5 series. Mungkin Funi bisa ngelihat gimana RRQ dari kelihatannya sendiri ya. Mereka performanya di hari ini seperti apa? Ini kan perdana kan untuk mereka di babak knockout.
Menurut aku sih hari ini mainnya bagus banget. Beda dari group stage, jauh lebih rapi.
Wow, she says it's different with the group stage and it's really RRQ doing the best in this knockout. Kalau Dimas ngeliat Gilang gimana? Gilang ngeliat ini gimana RRQ?
RRQ terlalu kuat banget sih.
Too strong? Too strong?
Yes, kuat.
Kuat banget?
Kuat banget.
Berarti ini bakal jadi berapa nih skornya?
3-0 biar langsung pulang anjay.
Oke, semoga ya kita ngelihat. Tapi kalau dari Bang Pasol ngelihat acara ini datang nih, kan Bang Pasol selalu datang buat acara dari MPL, dari segala deh, pasti ada Bang Pasol. Ngelihat antusiasmenya, ngelihat hype-nya, gimana Bang?
Wah ini sungguh amazing banget ya, dimana stage-nya itu sangat elegan banget, sangat kelas banget. Karena ini spesial, di hari ini ada yang spesial lagi dari semuanya udah oke, ada yang lebih oke. Yaitu sang pangeran muda kita saat ini lagi ulang tahun.
Oh hey! Ini Bang Pasol ya, ada Ayang Babes yang di sebelah. Harusnya yang spesialin dia dong. Dia iya, bukan Luan-Luan yang spesial.
Oh ikut nyanyi, meriahin.
Oh, jadi sekarang tuan muda yang spesial hari ini ya?
Ya ini spesial hari ini buat tuan muda Albert.
Yes, special day. Yes, this is the special day for Albert.
Yuk, jadi sama-sama Kingdom juga nyanyi buat Albert.
Asik. Ayo sama-sama kita semua nyanyi.
Ya, kita
Happy birthday buat Albert. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday
Albert. Happy birthday Albert.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday Albert.
Asik. Kasih paham Albert, kasih paham 3-0. Kan?
Gila aja udah kasih paham. Tapi dari Funi sendiri ada nggak sih spesial gitu untuk Albert, ucapan spesial nih?
Asik.
Kalau aku biasa bilang ke Albert sih cuma do your best, God do the rest. Dah, gitu aja.
Amin.
Yang spesial lewat chat aja ya, lewat telepon ketemu langsung ya, lainnya ya. Oke, but Luan mungkin ada yang mau kamu sampaikan nggak sih ini buat yang lagi nonton di rumah, buat semangatin untuk match kita.
Yang lagi nonton di rumah, mari kita tetap positif, jadi komunitas yang positif dan selalu dukung Indonesia, Indo Pride. Kita dukung RRQ dan Onyx, walaupun Onyx belum tandingi hari ini.
Oke, pokoknya Indo Pride terus ya. Oke, dan tentunya this is best of 5 series and everyone will give the best. 2-0 right now, but let's go back to our caster. This is M4, Dare to be Great.
And we're already back here on the desk. Welcome back, everybody, and with great words of support, the momentum continues to rise for RRQ. Is this going to be the game to secure it all and move on to the next match, or will it be a comeback for Todak? Is Wolf the enemy of the Malaysian state? Hard to tell. But with that being said, my name is Gideon Q. This is going to be Gani as well as Assassin Dave here to keep you company here for potentially the final match here for RRQ. And I mean, they've been looking great so far. The question is, can it be turned over, or is it just too late?
Mentality, right? I mean, Todak, right now they're down 2-0, but right now their focus needs to be, okay, it's just 0-0. Let's just go in, all out, do our best. Take it game by game, because RRQ, based on the two past performances, they're looking hella sharp. And I expect the same in Game 3, but Todak, they need to just focus on themselves.
Your poker face is really, really good. I know what you feel deep down inside, and that's the honest truth, that Indo Pride is just seeping out of you. So I'm looking at Dave to be the difference maker here.
The difference maker. Now, we're rooting for both teams equally, but Todak really have uphill battle to climb right here. As we mentioned, let's just remind everybody what's at stake. If RRQ wins this battle, they will proceed to the next round. We might have an RRQ going against RRQ Akira. Who knows? We shall find out. And the losers will be dropped down to the lower bracket, with which they might face either the Valley or Burn X Flash. So the road ahead is going to be very, very interesting. Either way, it's going to be an exciting match to watch.
Look, even if worst of the worst does happen and Malaysian team gets knocked down into the lower, another Malaysian team gets knocked down into the lower brackets, and they keep on winning from there, one of those teams have to knock each other out, and we'll pray that somebody else does so it doesn't have to be in civil war. But until then, it's going to be a dark future ahead of us as we see whether RRQ continues to dominate and maybe even this time change the outcome of fate that has been set upon them and not be second place no more to go for that championship. That being said here, I don't know about you guys, what are we expecting for this upcoming battle? Because again, we saw some really good drafts, but LaFell brought a really good point here, the management behind them. Is this going to be management or, well, coach diff?
Maybe, but before that, Gideon, I have a special shout out here.
Oh.
Special shout out to Secret Lab, the official gaming chair partner of M4. We're talking about a built-in lumbar support system that you can adjust to your spine. An incredible magnetic memory foam head pillow and a brand new fabrics in all sorts of colors and designs. The Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 gaming chair is designed to keep everyone seated in incredible comfort for a very long time. Oh, get in here.
It is a great chair overall, and it's actually been helping me a lot, especially sitting out in my messed up spine to really correct it. But don't forget, the M4 Pass is now available, so you can complete all your activities as well as the task. You'll reach level 75 at ease and for free. So log in now, and exclusive rewards such as the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and the M4 Beatrix figurine that we have here on the table could be awaiting you. So the hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB M4, and hashtag Dare to be Great, so that we know everything. But even the Battle Night is going on, Dave.
Yes, Battle Night goes live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards for grabs in-game. Now, first of all, complete the battle task in-game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like most from the chest. Aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches and you will get team star protection for 3 matches. That's a lot of protection, to be honest, so lose for free. Double star racing points, double production points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. We're not stopping there.
Well, free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available that very day. So save the date, log into the game on January 21, enjoy the match, and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 championship together, including your friends.
Oh man, if only there was just, star protection here at M4, that'd be great. I could really use that for Malaysian team right now. But so far, with the performance that we've been seeing from RRQ, they continue to dominate. So they have to come up with a absolutely brand new plan, because it feels like every change that they've made so far has either been anticipated or adjusted really well by RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, RRQ came really prepared, right? They have been taking Hilda both game in a row, and has provided so much value. We're giving a lot of highlights to Albert, but at the same time, look at the entire team, the support system behind this player, right? Every single lane was winning in the last game. The quality of the team we're talking about, R7 on the Grok, zoning away the opposition laner, was absolutely insane to see. That so will really give Hayabusa the momentum, the room that's needed to find the assassination to shine. I think the score KDA at one point was 9-1 or something. That is absolutely absurd on this stage.
I mean, personally, I feel like that Hilda pick was just to deny the pick for Todak. Again, creating Albert, signaling Albert wants an assassin, and Hilda against assassin, it's a tough matchup. That's why RRQ picked it up, picked the Hilda for themselves, and Albert can be free with the an assassin.
I'm gonna be so upset if I see Albert get his hands on a Kai, because we've seen him just dominate with the assassin so far. Just give him the Ling, just the last one, that's the last one, or the Lancelot. That's the only one we haven't seen just yet. Let's jump into the drafting phase and find out what the plan is for Todak to bounce back and maybe take a game off of RRQ Hoshi, or this could be just the end of their upper bracket run as we jump into the drafting phase.
Let's see, still same sides here. Todak will have the blue side. Meanwhile, RRQ will still be in the red side. Todak, they will operate ban towards Joy and Fanny, same as game 2. And RRQ responds with the same bans here. Kaja and Wanwan. Last time round, Todak, they banned out the glue.
Yes, are they going to do the same thing here? The same drill, right? We have Carry, we have Glue, Glue not being taken out, Carry still on the table. You still have Eve being available at this point, right? Really, really strong early game characters. We see how RRQ executed on the Eve early game in the mid lane, absolutely destroyed, absolutely crushed it. And also Chao Kadita combo, right? That's given so much value to Todak in the past game. Able to find kills, even on Vayne, the tankiest character in the entire game, with the shield and with everything available. So if that's something that RRQ want to prioritize this game, take the Chao Kadita for themselves, we shall find out.
Yeah, we will have to wait and see. I'm expecting to see the carry band here for RRQ. They've been doing it pretty much every single game when they are on the red side anyway, so that should be part of the plan. They are utilizing this time to really discuss the draft, right? There has been a good amount of time between game 2 and game 3 to talk about it. Hilda gets banned out. That's I'm not sure if this is an adaptation or they're like, all right, we'll throw you a bone here, Todak.
They're trying to open up heroes here, perhaps. But again, like game 1, game 2, Hilda was a deny pick, but Carry will definitely be picked up by the side of the Malaysians. Now, RRQ, they should have read the scenario. They should have a response.
Now, quite a bit of character actually do well against Carry in lane. We know Wawan being taken out. There's still characters like Arathel that can actually do pretty well. Leslie, extremely, because Leslie pull Carry from far. But Leslie is not a prior character, so that can be something RRQ take out much later. In the early stages, still going to prioritize that Eve, and also the Yuzhong, the most popular pick in this best of 5 series.
Yep, absolutely. Yuzhong has been picked up whenever they can, whether it's today or even the group stages. Again, when you don't have glue, most people either fall onto the Lapu Lapu or at the very least the Yuzhong. But so far, Carry just continuing to dominate the overall meta. Yuzhong used to be that hero that dives into the backline, threatens your huge AoE, your mages, and even the marksmans, but Winds of Nature have really shaken things up.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at the response from Todak. Rival will play the Hayabusa just like game 1, but as you said earlier, Lapu Lapu is also popular here at M4 with a high win rate as well, 61%, and again, RRQ with a very fast response. Ling, Hayabusa, and Ling will go to the Land of Dawn. So all 3 games is Assassin versus Assassins.
This is the mirror match of last game. Right now we're swapped with Ling played by Albert. I was expecting, if this is the best of 7, we might see some Hanzo. It's going to be a assassin showdown here.
Hanzo's your favorite hero.
Oh boy, I can see the look in Assassin Dave's eyes. He was already getting the headset ready. He was like, all right, it's time to strap it on for this game. If it does come to it, I hope a Hanzo does eventually show up during M4. But coming to the second part of the draft, I'm surprised, the Angela is already getting banned out. They don't want to supercharge Albert any more than he is right now.
I mean, that's a very reasonable ban here, realizing that Vin also plays a mean Angela, and RRQ in response will also limit the mid laners here. Valentina and as well as Candida banned out, saying, what are your options left? Barca and Xavier. Perhaps Lilia.
Yeah, the thing is, Lilia is probably the best choice right now because Farsa will get absolutely obliterated by Ling and Yu Zhong, right? Those characters just dive in way too hard and way too easily. Sometimes you can also consider Harith in the mid lane with Vengeance. We've seen that in the scrims where you can actually survive for a long period amount of time. Especially with Vengeance, you can dash onto the marksmen and the marksman can trade. Because if you activate the Vengeance, the marksman, they do auto attack, that might just be killing themselves.
It could be a difference maker. We've seen a couple of times in the group stages where that actually has made effect. But looking at what Amox has said, he wants to show that Todak is still at that high level and already pushed back into a corner. Now is a really good time to show that.
I don't know. I think perhaps Brody. Can Brody work here for RRQ? Again, they need someone in the back line. Self-sustain, outrageous carry, good clear waves, and can withstand the pressure from Lapu Lapu. Does that work?
Or maybe they are going to go with the last game, just not going to pick a marksman at all. Even though they already have 2 carries that needs a lot of farm. For example, Albert on the lane is going to be leading farm, right? EXP lane, Yu Zhong is not really super strong. It's a laning situation in the early game. And then Clay on the Eve is going to be needing a lot of protection. So at this point, it's like if you get another not so mobile marksman, it's going to be needing a lot of problems. And at the same time, we're looking at the draft. The crowd is going wild for RRQ.
We got a Viking clap being started by RRQ. Appreciate the support and the love. But now, with Kufra already locked in, we are seeing some signature picks coming out from everybody here in Todak. They need some answers right now. What support are they looking for? They can go for the Cho, something a little bit to dodge around the CC while still finding those picks. But for all we know, even a Franco could be a difference maker. A Ruby as well. There's so many options.
Okay, yeah, it will not be Ruby. It will not be the Farsa as well, Chow as well. It's going to be Lilia and as well as Grog. Now, the way I see it, very fast clearing here. Lilia, fast clear, aided by Grog. It's going to be a fast rotation coming from the Todak side. And to add to that, they have the Hayabusa that is just so mobile. Can they take advantage of that?
I like the draft coming up from Todak. Is returning to the previous season, right? Basically, really strong mid lane. The Lilia Grok used to be the stable of early game domination and expect a lot of early game invade. Because this 2 only needs 1 skill each to shove the entire lane, no matter what stage of the game is. They can shove the lane and go to your jungle, knowing that Ling's early game is really weak. On top of that, Win on the Kufra is not going to be that tanky at all in the early game as well. Yeah, you might have a knock-up, yes, you might have the bouncing ball, but either way, it's going to be kind of squishy, right? You have a carry that can shred your tank. At the same time, we have such strong early game, the Grok and Lilia.
Absolutely, and I think that, oh boy, I personally think that when we're looking at the comps, there's so much all-ins that need to happen from both sides. Like the Kufra forces your opponents to all in you, and if Kufra goes in, everybody has to jump in at the same time. There's no backing out. It is all commitment. The only people who can technically quote-unquote retreat from the battle is Melissa and the Assassins. Those are the only 3.
So we'll have to see here, ladies and gentlemen. In case you missed it, it is now 2-0 for RRQ. Match points. Let's see, can Todak find a win as we enter the Land of Dawn?
It's time! Match point for RRQ as we load into the Land of Dawn, and the battle will begin as Todak fight to stay in the upper brackets.
Let's get it, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. Match point once again for RRQ. Now, pathing, Albert will start in the purple buff, but Rival will start in the orange buff. Now, the rotation, they will meet top side.
Look at Grok actually starting off, checking his own jungle a little bit, right? Not really going to the mid lane, just going for the standard wave block. On the bottom side, R7 again asserting dominance over Momo, just showing that I can rotate earlier, I can rotate faster, I can open up the map just a little bit better. And Wen and Yomski just in the mid lane, trading love with each other. Very, very nice, really nice, peaceful early game. By the way, this game very differently from previous matches. Previous matches we've seen, both teams like to play really aggressive, full dive calm. But this game, even though we have Ling, the Kufa, the Yuzhong coming on from RRQ, but you still have the Eve and Beatrix. A little bit standard 5-on-5 team fight.
Absolutely. I think, wait, Vin, is he going to find the catch? It's just not the Yumski. He's got the power of nature, so he's not too worried about it overall. But I will say that, these lane matches, I feel like RRQ can technically force priority if they want to. It's not like they're completely out of options, right, Gani?
Yeah, I mean, they have to, at least, I guess, wait level 4 minimum, right? I mean, Kufra, Eve as well, but bot side here, this might be where the action will start, 2v2, but I guess Ling will not commit to bot side just yet.
Hey, I noticed that Clay is already rotating down towards this side of the map. They're expecting a play to actually happen with 6 seconds left for the turtle to come back up. Jiku going to be just stuck in lane. Skylar, he doesn't want to do anything too rash. They haven't seen Grok, and they spotted him out. They see the Haya, they see everybody as bottom lane already getting engaged upon. Not sure what's going on there, but first blood already achieved as Momo, Bravest Warrior, trying to secure R7, who hasn't even used the Black Dragon form. And Clay drops down the real world manipulation, trying to get on top of Momo, tries to proc the shot residue. 1 HP, Finn secures it. Tyrant's revenge, and he gives his life. He doesn't even give it. He's out, and R7 hold it on. Wow. What a play coming off from RRQ.
What a trade, what an exchange, and now it seems like Albert, with that space created bot side, he is now going to commit on towards the first turtle. Yoongsuke and Moon trying to deny, trying to give information, and yeah, I guess it went. The turtle has been resetted.
Yep, they're jumping on it. Rival steals it away at the very last second. Momo missing his flicker to land the stun. R7 gets to walk away for free.
Amazing steal, this precision from Rival was just so on point. And now, 3 minutes item checks. What's going on there, Dave?
Now, more than an item talk, I want to talk about the early game rotation there, right? You see the Eve rotate to the bottom side, and you see both support staying in mid, getting level 4, and that's standard practice. Whoa. But before that, look at the top side.
Oh no! He finds 3, real world manipulation comes down, Finn finally dies, but the damage has been done. Albert gets a jump on the Chico free, but with nothing left, even Skylar trying to green out for that kill, but no, it's Albert's day today. You stay in lane.
Oh, the reinforcements from Albert is just nasty. Again, the timing from RRQ just to set it up. It was looking good for Todak for a second, but now it seems like Rival trying to catch Clay.
They're jumping in, Clay's already dead, but here comes Finn, able to hold on. The Bravest Warrior is out, but Momo can't really get too far ahead of himself. As the lane, they did a lane swap. Yuzhong is now still on the bot side, but he's up against a carry. Does he expect this? Yes, he sees him coming. The kill is probably not going to go through, but R7 is going for a full commitment, and now with a shot residue, it's enough! R7 solos Jiku, guys, by himself, and now Moon is caught out of position. Yumski finds the kill to get the trade, but Moon, with his all the black shoes, still has enough. Rival not even going to go for the OK shadow kill on this. They back off.
A bold move, a bold rotation, but outside, take a look at this.
Bravest Warrior once again. The bouncing ball's annoying, but he secures the kill onto Skylar. Both EXP laners, my God, they are not backing down from a fight.
A 2v1 and catches Skylar. What the heck is he on? And now, RRQ, they are still ahead slightly. What do you think, Dave?
I mean, looking at this game, there are too many highlights, right? We have a support diff coming out from Win right now with the engages. But at the same time, the EXP lane, like you said, they just popped off on both sides. R7 as well as Momo is absolutely destroying this game, but Lane comes in! Elver!
He's trying to cancel it. Momo has to use the Bravest Warrior to get on out of there.
Here we go.
Shadow kill has been used, but Rival cannot get out! The bouncing ball right on top of him. RRQ continue to get kills. That's... He's in trouble here. R7 is going to petrify again! R7 does not miss.
My goodness, RRQ and both Todak, they are expanding, evolving towards the mid-game. And now take a look at RRQ trying to grab the inner turret top side. RRQ, they were ahead 1,000 gold 2 minutes ago, and look at where they are now. Almost 4,000, and Todak, what can they do?
I mean, Todak at this point, they gotta find a silent pick, right? You know it's gonna be harder to kill, but on the other side, RRQ is always ganging up, growing up 3-4 people together. Skylar has a lot of protection always. Now look at again, top side.
They find it, Momo not having a chance to breathe and even losing out on his ult. There's just too much that RRQ is doing correct with 4K lead, and now they're continuing to press their advantage. Finn, look for the engage. Oh, Moon almost getting hit by the black shoes, but it doesn't matter. They jump on in, but R7 with his flank in the background forces Chiku guys to get on out of there. Finn with a great setup, but it doesn't matter as they don't capitalize on any kills, but RRQ still making the statement, this is our turf.
Crucial kill though from Todak, collected. Albert gets taken down finally, and now with this momentum, Todak might be able to grab a couple of turrets, especially bot side. Now Todak have equalized here slightly, finding compensation with the last turtle that is about to spawn. I feel like they might be able to have the space. That's Tito. RRQ will not let this last turtle really.
The win condition for Todak is carries farm, right? As long as this guy gets really farm, get a win of nature, doesn't die from Albert's engage in one shot, this guy gonna shred over the HP. We've seen how big of a monster Benny QT was yesterday, and now Carry is being taken out for the first time in this series. Finally not banned and finally got taken out. It's showing its important significance in the current meta. It just have to go with a really good engage like Rock. The wombo combo was a Carry's damage, but this skill have to take a little bit longer. Is Win gonna give Carry the room to do that, right? We've seen how this guy engages. When he finds the opportunity, he not only engages on one person, he engages on an entire team.
I mean, that's crazy. Again, RRQ, they are now taking advantage. Vin trying to poke out and zone the Todak members away as the last turtle will fall to the hands of RRQ. And Todak trying to grab what they can top side. They try to push and again poke the turrets. Tier 1. Will they force a fight here from RRQ? They are establishing a good setup, but it seems like they haven't found the right engage.
Haven't done too much just yet, but the purple buff once again, rival. It's gonna be a struggle. He's a level down, and he's gonna continue to. Wait, hold up, Moonski. He finds the wild charges. He flickers in forward. Momo as well. Engaging, finds two. Now with a second, already the damage has been dealt. Finn could not protect his teammates in time. Just a millisecond off.
The instincts, the concealed play, the initiation was just so on point. And Todak, I love it. Even though they're behind, they're just so proactive trying to look for pickoffs. Let's see though, with 5v4, 5v3, can they take the mid side?
Let's take a look. Win has the most assists in the M series with 490 assists. Oh my goodness, next with 380. Now you know who's the first and second.
It makes sense, but now the battle has begun. Chico guy's already getting chopped out by Renner. He's gonna get chased by R7 in the middle of the real one manipulation. Rival is trying his best for the opening shadow kill, but it's too late. The damage has been done. Moon cannot escape it. RRQ find a beautiful fight by the purple buff.
And it was a slight over-commitment move from the side of Todak. They want the purple buff. They force themselves onto it. It's a good execution, but a better defense. RRQ saved their resource for the right timing, and Rival and Moon went down, and that is more than enough for RRQ to establish a better setup for this next Lord, the first Lord.
Just to play the devil's advocate here, even though when you're behind, we've seen when a team is behind like 5,000 gold, if they're able to find those decisive engages, they can always turn it around, especially with number advantage. You saw the Grok with a concealed mass play on the bottom side of the wild charge. I feel like what Todak need to do right now is find more of those plays, catch Clay and Skylar. That might be the open window for them to have a comeback, have a chance in this game. But at the same time, again, it comes down to which tank finds a more decisive engages. Is Wen gonna give them the chance? We shall find out in this lore fight.
Well, let's see. As they set themselves up this time, RRQ is going to back off as they focus on pushing out those waves, making sure that Todak reveal themselves before they commit to anything else.
Yeah, I mean, both roamers, you're right, Assassin Dave. Both roamers has a similar jobs here. Trying to find the right engage, trying to find the right target as well, and that's not easy. Well, positioning-wise, RRQ, Clay and Skylar, they need to be in right in the back, right? Probably with no vision and whatnot, but let's see here, this setup. Todak, they're ready for a plank? Flank, perhaps?
I mean, just look at the movement from RRQ. They're just going from bush to bush, slowly
Yeah.
wrapping around. They're realizing that Todak may be on the top side of the map. And notice, even Todak members, right? They don't want to waste too much time. Momo has to
There we
clear that
go.
bottom wave, and now it is about to begin. This is the moment that they've been waiting for here. Yuzong waiting in Pixel Brush down on the bottom side of the map, but RRQ is going to slowly chip this away. Can they find the angle? Finn, he sees the Hayabusa. He's not going to be able to get in the middle of this, and that means RRQ secure the Lord without any contention at all. Great read from RRQ.
Ah, Todak a little bit late to the party there, a little bit, again, hesitating to just face check, to find vision, and that, I feel like that's the roamer's fault, but item check, what's going on there?
They're missing the ferocity they had before with the Grok engages, right? With the mask play. I feel like they need to do that more decisively. Here we go, the mask.
Oh no, the Black Shoes is already popped. Moon is running in the middle of the fight to try and support Yumski. And yes, it works out.
There we go.
Momo finds the space that they were looking for. And that's the pickoff that they were looking for. Real nice, especially when you're from behind.
I mean, you gotta trust the carry damage at this point. That's why the mask play with Grok is so important. And that's why also Kaja Chow works so well with carry. Because you grab somebody, you initiate on somebody, that person is gone. Right? With Grok the same way, you just have to play decisive with your ultimate. And you've seen that twice now from Todak. Can they pull it off again? Here comes a Lord defense. We're waiting for the mask, I guess, from Yumski.
I mean, especially Carry just picked up his DHS. The damage is going to be nasty, especially on towards R7 and Vin. The tank units from RRQ will just be melted down by Chiku, guys. Combined with, like you said, with the wild charge, with the, 1.5 stun, that's just nasty, and it's going to be a secure kill. But bot side, Albert poking around towards Momo, not finding the right ultimate, not finding the right skills perhaps, so he does not commit. Now, it's just a reset. Waiting for the next Lord. Still though, RRQ leading with the map control and as well as autonomy. Let's see.
Oh, the conceal play on this side. Yumski spots them out, and now he's trying to get on out of there. No power of nature. He's locked in for death. RRQ take away the spearhead of Todak.
He was in a no man's land and punished immediately by RRQ. 5v4, Albert. Spots CQ.
Oh, Albert forced to use his ult pretty early on, but you guys in trouble. Has to figure out of there before the real world manipulation
R7.
gets him. R7 looking to cut him off at the intersection. He's locked, petrified, and dead. RRQ continue to put wounds. Moon is trying his best to trade against R7, but really doesn't matter. Sidesteps the Renner's apathy, and now ends up dying to Skylar as well. Momo now in trouble, jumping in for the sins of his brother, has to go in, all in. Hayabusa at the back line. Unfortunately, RNG is not his favorite. The shadow kill does not connect enough. RRQ have won on every single front, and now it is just the price that Todak has to pay.
Rival, now you see him, now you don't, and it seems like Albert with this episode played, he wants Yumski, will not be able to catch him just yet, as the base here, topside will definitely fall, but man, RRQ stepping on the gas, and just one by one, Todak gets demolished.
The decisive party always eat the food, right? You have to go there and get in line early, and that's what Win did. The mass play coming out from RRQ was beautiful. At this point, Skylar is online as well. The SMG damage with the items is absolutely insane. You saw how fast Grok just disappeared from the map. Now the Lord being taken out for RRQ. This is their game to lose at this point.
The end is nigh here, boys and girls. The end is nigh with a 6.7k lead for RRQ, looking to continue to dominate even the items. It is starting to be very clear that RRQ is in the driver's seat.
Oof, with Haas Claws on a Beatrix, so extra lifesteal. Perhaps Skylar would want that. But take a look at carry. I mean, main core items and perhaps last defense immortal. If they are able to defend this one, which I'm quite sure they are still able to, realizing that they have the Lilia and carry, RRQ, they need to think and just pick their battles.
I don't
Still.
know. Look at all those dives coming out from Albert, coming from R7. The synchronization on those two is insane.
Right? Oh man, I don't know. Today is a special day. Is it a blood moon? No, it's just Albert's birthday. And now RRQ are in tip-top form with the Luminous Lord walking down on that top side. Todak have very little opportunities here, but the defense needs to come through. Sacrifice, cut your losses wherever you can. You need to hold on for dear life. Albert already at half HP. The Luminous Lord is on top of it. Chico guys has to clear it up, and Albert himself is able to find a kill on towards Rival in the 1v1. And now, even the mid inhibitor is already gonna fall on through Yumski with the Nature's Barrier, trying to slow this down as much as he can, but it's not looking good. Another inhibitor will fall. Skylar having no issues with these objectives as Albert and Vin looking for opportunities. Nature's Barrier once again, R7 looking for the engages, but doesn't find anybody just yet with no waves. They are forced to back up, but Vin finds one, tries to flicker in, and now the real one manipulation comes on. Out Black Trek form gonna jump in towards the back line as Skylar getting attacked by Momo in the middle of all four. His immortality is broken, and now the spirit of Todak is all that is left.
Still, Todak is still in the game as RRQ, they see no objective on the board, they will back off. But what a siege from RRQ and a defense from Todak. Albert, Clay, and Vin, they have managed to take down all three base turrets.
I mean, even though this is a late game carry, but Eve counters wherever short-handed marksmen like that. You saw in the last team fight, Eve popped the real-world manipulation, and carry wasn't able to be effective at all. And here we go, though.
They already fired one. The real world manipulation is good, but wait, the backline under attack. Skylar still alive in the winter truncheon to protect Clay. Instantly, Rival is gone, and with no black shoes, Moon also dies as well.
Moon, now you see him, and now you don't. RRQ now with a man advantage. Can they take advantage of this? Because in 10 seconds, the next Lord will be up. But seeing how naked Todak base is, are they intrigued and go for the end? It seems like the discipline route is the way to go.
They're gonna get the Lord. They have Beatrix, still 10 seconds on Hayabusa, and I think Skylar and Albert's gonna melt this Lord in seconds. Look at that HP just disappearing. That's not even a Lord, that feels like a turtle.
Yeah, it does. I mean, they just have so much damage. They're so far ahead. And Todak, I mean, yes, they've got their core items at this point, now building into situationals, but RRQ is making a statement here.
Yeah, they are, and with 10,000 gold lead, a naked base, they are looking to end and secure the upper brackets. Can Todak defend? Let's wait and see.
Here we go!
Oh my goodness, Albert almost getting one shot there. He's still alive, and he wants more. He's baiting it out. Come get me, boys! As Clay finds Rival and Albert! Still, he goes down with his. He still has immortality. It's all good, but Yumski is looking to take him out. The rest of the team look to combine together and group up, and Yumski continuing to distract Clay as the defense is going down on the bottom side. Do they notice this? RRQ just back on off.
My goodness, the distraction from Rival. It worked. He got to the base, and RRQ with that Lord push will not be able to amount to anything, and it's just another reset.
Beautiful job from Todak over there. The distraction, again, the decisive play wins the game, right? You saw Grok coming in with the mass play, finding the kill, almost the kill onto Albert, but the mechanic is there, right? Albert's able to get away safely with 1 HP and spamming some recall as well just for the style points. What a game, what a series so far. Still over 10,000 gold lead to the favor of Team RRQ. They either have to wait for the next Lord to play safe, or they can sink the wave and try for their chances. But let's take a look at this fight right here.
Wait, did he spot him out earlier? Yumski's now in trouble, forcing the flicker on out. The initiator, the spearhead, is going to fall while the backline getting attacked. R7 in the middle of that fight, but Rival is trying his best. He's using the OK Shadow kill, takes him out. Vin getting on top of Chiku, guys. There's a real world manipulation already down, but the backline is Momo with the Bravest Warrior. Cannot clean it up. Moon still alive, gets locked by Vin, and Rival has to do something, but with no purple buff, there's only so much that can be done. Chiku, guys, completely out of that fight because of R7.
A 3-for-1 fight, a crucial fight for RRQ. Can Rival Chiku, guys, defend this one? Let's wait and see.
Look at the damage
He's
coming line
caught.
though. Oh, the winds of nature keeping him alive as well as immortality. That is it. You have your victors. Moving on in the upper brackets, it's RRQ Hoshi.
The
GG. Well played.
The Kings of Kings protected their stature, their status quo, and stayed in the upper brackets, putting again Todak to the lower brackets. A clean sweep. Ladies and gentlemen, bring out your brooms because it's a 3-0 victory for the Kings of Kings.
3-0 victory, insane. And thank you everybody watching M4 bringing us to 2,294,423, a record slowly being overthrown.
Amazing achievement, and let's go for more. M4 Knockout Stages has just begun. Remember, it's just day 2, but don't forget, users redeem code right now. Dare to be great. Now, as fast as possible. And this is RRQ taking the victory lap.
Take the victory lap. The kingdom embraces you. These are your heroes here as they walk on down. My God, what a beautiful game that was. Absolutely killers here. With that being said, boys and girls, we gotta break down this game before we jump over to the interview. Analyst, please take it away.
Really, Wolf? Really? Really, at this stage, every time when Wolf is on the analyst desk, something bad happens to Malaysia for some weird reason.
I'm going to talk to Munton and the production team. You're not going to be scheduled for Malaysian Games, man.
Very well. I accept.
I mean, like, to be fair, this curse has been going on for years. Every single time Todak goes up against RRQ, don't know what's going on. Todak, I quote, they say, we don't even mind going up against world champions. Just don't let us fight RRQ for some reason.
They're the curse.
They're the real kryptonite.
Yeah, man, LaFell and Wolf, this has been the pattern throughout all the way since the M series. It has always been a victory over to RRQ, maintaining their status quo and maintaining the reason why they are so feared.
Yeah, RRQ is, I think, is in tip-top shape. I think they woke up early, they had their breakfast, they had great coffee, they had great dreams whatsoever. They woke up really well today.
Are you saying Todak didn't have great coffee?
You didn't bring them enough coffee, that's why. You should have.
If you're a coffee brand, sponsor M4, M5.
But the way that I say it is,
Malaysia and all.
The way that I say it is that RRQ really channeled their great chemistry today.
Correct.
You see them really like completing each other's sentences as I described in the previous game. In game number 3, we saw them just connect with their shots, not only with one player, but also the combination of the players. Like, for example, you go for Vin's initiations, already followed up by Ling just cutting the lanes, and of course, R7 being there. Even Albert saves his teammates into the bottom lane before the fight even just, ended. Just before the game, the team fight ends, there's already a follow-up.
Whoa, the outside
My
stadium
goodness.
is also packed. Ladies and gentlemen, just now you saw when the fly camera just flies around the whole stadium, it is absolutely packed. Thank you very much, Indonesia, for such a welcoming hospitality. But of course, let me save you here, right?
Yeah.
Let's go into the item builds very, very soon. So, LaFell, I'm going to get you distracted a little bit. Let's take a look at the items.
Okay, so honestly, I want to talk about heroes and in terms of priority because we got to break down what really happened. And what really happened was that RRQ, they really hyper-focused onto Chiku guys, making it sure that Chiku guys couldn't do much. And the thing is, Rival in this game, he made so many crucial mistakes because there were times he didn't really calculate the amount of time he still has on his quad shadow. And there are moments where he didn't hit his quad shuriken, so he doesn't maximize the amount of damage that has been brought up. And I feel like in this particular game, the maximum amount of analysis that we can really put out is during the highlights, where we can see, Wolf, you said that RRQ, they complete each other's sentences.
Exactly.
Thought that they had different conversations.
Yeah, that kind of feels like it because we didn't see like an actual combination coming from Todak except from that one part where they utilized Yumski using the conceal play and the flicker with the wild shot. It looked really well because they got, 2 kills out out of that. Very important tempo breaker from Todak. If we see that continuously, this could have been a different story for Todak. However, it's a combination of RRQ not allowing that to happen, as well as the fact that Todak just are too reliant on their combination.
Exactly, it's exactly what Dave was talking about on the desk just now, right? They need to do that Yumski conceal play more than, I think what we saw throughout the team fight, it's only 2 times, but we gotta do more.
I feel like the problem is the conceal has a cooldown. Let's change it so there's no cooldown.
It has to be removed.
Yeah, no, it's just
Isn't that like infinite Natalia passive?
Exactly. Like the more cooldown you build, 40% cooldown, yeah, apply it to conceal as well.
An Invisible Grog going around setting up the plays. That's exactly what Todak needed, but it did not happen for Todak. But Lafel, can you take us through the stats on the screen right now?
It's basically everyone from RRQ except for Yumski being in the sandbag. 134,000 damage received. But the rich guy, Albert, 892 gold per minute. And the thing is, I kind of feel like he's getting a pay raise as well. So today he is the rich guy. Not only 3-0, but also birthday. He's winning it all today.
There's so many ways for RRQ kind of deny Chico guys from actually reaching critical mass as compared to what RRQ was able to get. Because of the fact that you have the Yuzhong, the Petrify is just difficult for Chico guys to deal with. You also have Clay with the nuke damage, and also the fact that Albert is a problem. So it really had to have Todak have a lot of peel, but they have to choose between like, do we peel or do we initiate first? So that's a difficult decision to have if you're a Todak.
Exactly, especially when Wolf Yeoman talking about this, it feels like Todak doesn't feel like they're saying the same sentence. It's like 5 paragraphs shooting out from each of every player. Meanwhile, on the other hand, RRQ just working like clockwork, right? And towards the later part of the game, I was noticing that Rival is actually rivaling the damage of Albert, but unfortunately, it's not good enough.
Imagine if we have 15 minutes to go to the MVP. But we don't. We're going to look at the MVP for this game. The guy that did the most in this game, the MVP is going to be Albert. Of course, the richest guy in the land of Dawn, getting the birthday gifts all around.
892 GPM is well above average for a jungler. This is a result of him just being very active in the map. He's feeling very comfortable. You can see that RRQ Hoshi allowed for Albert to have this kind of game, to have a good game. They're very comfortable when they're playing very aggressively. They're splitting the map. And you see that his utilization of the ultimate is not wasted. I cannot remember an ultimate where he wasted, except that one time where in the bottom lane he went for, what, 4 plays just to flex on the Todak team, but he got duly punished by Rival because of that.
Yeah,
I said something positive about Malaysian, bro.
Sure, thanks.
Definitely. But you know, to be honest with you, ladies and gents, Albert is comfortable. This particular series, he played 3 games, all assassins. We love to see his fast hands, we love to see his fast fingers, but we need to take a look at the heat map, Lafel.
Yeah, looking at the heat map, I kind of feel like it's not too much different from how he plays. Never mind, this is quite a lot of difference because on this lane, he's actually moving quite a lot around the jungle, and the only time he's moving outside of his jungle is really just to get the turtle, because I like how Ling is played now compared to before, where before this, you're really rushing for that Wind Talker because Ling really needs to scale up. Now Ling, just with the Berserker Fury, is already a little bit too much, so I like that he's like, okay, for the first 5 minutes, I just want gold, I want to be the rich guy, I want my Berserker's Fury, and then everyone, you guys can AFK, I can do anything.
There's a lot of focus on the XP lane as well in the bottom part of the map where he kind of showed himself, but not in the actual lane. He maintained the influence around the turtle area so that the idea for RRQ Hoshi is to take care of the first turtle and snowball from then on.
Definitely did snowball, right? Like, dude, Ling was literally, you mentioned it, Wolf, above average in terms of gold for any junglers. Actually, above average even for gold laners as well.
Yeah, you could say that. It's because of the fact that he got a lot of kills and the team allowed for him to have kills. I would like to credit Vin for that in the early stages. He made a lot of plays that allowed RRQ to get a kill, just like as we are seeing in the highlights.
Man, what a caster curse. The moment you want to see something nice about Vin, that's the moment we see him die. But yeah, I understand what you're saying, and look at this. This is part of the mistake because look at how Rival, he goes in, and his quad shadow just disappears. So he missed time, the amount of time that he has on the quad shadow. So it's kind of like a very, very small mistake. But in the grand scheme of things, going up against the King of Kings, that's not what you want to do.
Yeah, this is not a very good mistake to make. I mean, any mistakes you make against RRQ, the King of Kings, this is exactly the outcome. And therefore, you know, Todak I think it's just so hard to watch.
Yeah, maybe the unsung hero of this game is also Clay. We have not talked about him as much, but the timing of his usage of the real-world manipulation, just like this one, is always present in every highlight and every clip that we are seeing, just because the fact that he times it so well.
I mean, we're not talking about Clay, but is it his birthday?
No.
Then that's your answer.
Maybe
that's why you talk about
the
Albert.
answer.
Yeah, and of course, it's a well-deserving birthday gift for Albert, right? 2 MVPs in a row. Gets to stay in the upper bracket, sending their nemesis, technically, they're literally the rivals from Malaysia all the way down in their home turf. A scary and formidable foe in the upper brackets.
I thought he's gonna be talking about me being the
Now
nemesis.
2 teams of Malaysia are in the lower bracket.
I'm very sorry to all of the Malaysian fans out there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, keep apologizing.
We gotta stop. We gotta cut this here very
sorry.
soon, ladies and gents, because before LaFell actually starts stripping and also going into the toilet and just start bashing out Wolf right here, but dude, we will have an interview for the winning teams very, very soon. A clean game for RRQ, sending the Malaysian team down into the lower brackets. We gotta really cut over to the interview. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna throw over to the host right now. Guys, stop.
Oh, RRQ! Jaya! Oh my God, Mara. 3-0. We have RRQ here still on the upper bracket.
Congratulations once again to RRQ Hoshi. And here beside me, come closer beside me, the MVP of game number 1, Clay with his Kadita. You know, I've heard that you've gained a lot of confidence, especially coming here in M4. Yeah, confident?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, can you now look me in the eye and show me how confident you are?
Clay, kamu lihat mata Mara, tunjukin kalau kamu ini percaya diri. Apalagi datang ke M4 katanya kamu lebih percaya diri. Jadi tunjukin kepercayaan diri Clay. Dedan from Bogor. Let's
Nggak bisa. Susah.
Huh? So confident against the other players.
Yeah, he said it's hard.
But against me, it's hard.
Oh,
I feel like I should go one-on-one against him. Perhaps I'll win against his Kadita.
You will be the winner.
I'll be the winner. Now, I heard a superstition, and I want to confirm from you. They say that when you're feeling lucky, when you want to win, you have a superstition that you don't want to wash off anything. You don't want to shower to maintain that luck. So, the question is, did you shower today?
Enggak. Enggak.
Oke, Mara tanya, katanya ada mungkin untuk kepercayaannya Clay ya, ini buat Clay aja nih. Kalau dia ngerasa lagi beruntung, dia nggak bakal mandi, nggak cuci-cuci, nggak apa. Dan ditanyain, terus sekarang mandi nggak? Jawaban Clay, enggak.
So you did or you did not? Yes, no?
Karena tadi pakai Kadita jadinya nggak mandi hari ini.
Karena pakai Kadita, jadi nggak mandi. So, because he's using Kadita, he don't take a bath.
Oh!
He don't.
Hold on. Let's check it out.
Clay.
Still smells okay. Still smells good.
So it comes from the confidence in game 1 from Clay with Kadita. But let me ask a question about RRQ in a general, because RRQ is like a kryptonite to Todak, Mara.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, they always make Todak suffer. They're putting Todak on the lower bracket, and right now they did it again. What is the secret recipe to fight against Todak? Rasanya apa sih?
Bahasa Indonesia atau?
Karepmu.
Karepku ya, jadi ngene guys. Enggak ya. Kalau masalah secretnya ya kita intinya kayak yang aku pernah bilang sebelumnya, kalau persiapan khusus tuh kita cuma lebih try hard aja. Karena kan beberapa dari kita juga katanya mau push the limit ya, kita akan memberikan yang terbaik di sini. Kayak gitu sih.
Oh, so he said that he will just push to the limit and give the best, try harder to face Todak.
Karena Todak juga di group stage kan dia penampilannya sangat maksimal banget ya. Ya, makanya kita mempersiapkan juga lah buat lawan Todak. Karena kan setiap tim juga pasti berkembang di tiap seriesnya.
Okay, due to that group stage, he said that it's really important to grow, to beat Todak. They need a lot of preparation for this. Everyone is really strong right now.
And it seems like it doesn't matter if the teams are trying to surprise them. They have the answer right away. Now, I want to talk to the birthday boy. Happy birthday, Albert!
Happy birthday!
There's so many great things happening. One, you guys won the M4 Fan Choice Award. Secondly, now you're going to the upper bracket. You're doing really great. And today is your birthday. How are you celebrating right after this? What are you guys gonna do?
Ngapain kita ngapain?
Iya, dia tanya ngapain ya. Ditanyain ngapain nih, lagi
Balik
banyak
hotel
banget.
tidur.
Go back to the hotel and sleep.
Okay, sleep is important.
Sleep is important, that's right, because the journey is still long. This is the first game, first match for RRQ.
Now, speaking of, up next is gonna be your brother RRQ Akira and the defending champions Blacklist International. I'm gonna put you on the spot. Who would you rather face? Your brothers Akira of Brazil or Blacklist International of the Philippines?
Ketemu Akira.
Akira,
Next
why
Akira
is that?
ya.
Why Akira?
Karena di RRQ.
Oh, simple answer, simple reason. Just because they're RRQ, that's all.
So we wanted
RRQ
you to
pride.
be RRQ versus RRQ. Let's see what's gonna happen and if your wish will come true once again. Happy birthday, Albert, and congratulations, RRQ Hoshi. Up next, RRQ Akira of Brazil will go up against the defending champs, Blacklist International of the Philippines. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for more MLBB action here on Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship. Dare to be great!
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment. your creativity. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
What's up, everyone? Today we have a hero revamp many of you have been waiting for. Featuring Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower. The new Hanabi is more mature and confident in herself, as seen in her new intro animation where she finally takes off her veil. Hero skills. Hanabi is a marksman that brings solid DPS and crowd control to a team and known for her bouncing pedal blades. Passive skill, Ninjutsu Pedal Barrage. That's right, Pedal Barrage is now Hanabi's new passive. With this adjustment, Hanabi's basic attacks and skills automatically create pedal blades on hit that bounce up to 4 times to nearby targets, while doing less damage per bounce. First skill, Ninjutsu Equinox. Hanabi's shield has been reworked into an active skill. The new Equinox shield now increases her movement and attack speed. Hanabi is still immune to control effects while the shield is active, but now dealing damage will increase the shield's health regardless of Hanabi's HP. Second skill, Ninjutsu Soul Scroll. Soul Scroll remains a skill shot that damages and slows enemies on hit, now with a new mechanic that marks enemies, causing them to take full damage from the next pedal blade bounce. Ultimate Forbidden Jutsu Higanbana. Hanabi's ultimate remains unchanged, damaging and immobilizing the first enemy hit. The revamped Hanabi retains her uniqueness without needing to stack her shield before a fight, and her pedal blades are now a more consistent source of damage. Her new shield mechanic improves her sustain mid-fight so she can stay in and on her targets. Pro tips. Use Equinox when you anticipate incoming CC and deal damage to keep it up. Don't panic if you get engaged on. Cast your shield and keep attacking. Line up enemies with Soul Scroll to cut their mobility while boosting your damage. And look to use Higanbana when the enemy is grouped up. Combo tips.
When laning, use Soul Scroll to slow and mark enemies, so your next Petal Blade bounce does full damage even if they're hiding in the back. In a 1v1, use your shield's new sustain to get the upper hand. In teamfights, land your second skill first to make the enemy easy targets for your ultimate and let your Petal Blades go to town. Tactics. Since Hanabi's early game is rather weak, focus on farming. But not for the whole game, Hanabi mains. Poke the enemy in lane with basic attacks and her second skill. In the late game, use Hanabi's ultimate to engage and CC, and unleash your barrage of basic attacks and kunai to provide excellent sustained DPS for your team. We recommend this attack speed focused build to complement her rework passive and first skill. Marksman Emblem further enhances her sustained DPS role, and Weakness Finder prevents her targets from escaping. Inspire is a natural choice to bolster both damage and survivability, thanks to her new shield. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp coming December 20th. She'll be 30% off the first week, along with her resplendent iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp December 20th.
If you cannot.
This still works out, right? All of that in the last 2 minutes just makes a breeze for the first turtle here. So that's already huge, at least in terms of economy. But here in the mid lane, Yumski going to be the focus again. Oh, can he get away? One hit, he's going to bob and weave and survive.
The moves and grooves. Moves behind. And yeah, I can see here the Lord is already contested.
It doesn't feel like Bray is chilling. He's doing so much for his team with splitting those waves, but once again, the contest for the Lord.
The fight. Oh my god, catches Suvin with that Tyrant's Rage. Mortal bombs everywhere. Baby Cake, the first one down. Not a good sign as 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies has already been collected, and Bray gets shut down.
And he didn't, I don't even think it was Ken who finished off Hessa. He finished off D7, and this allows another free turtle.
So now they're going for it. Certainly going to be popped here. Ken able to secure the turtle, but Zip goes down as Chima able to find the kill. Another wild charge comes forth as D7 falls. Tempest Blade's going to be popped here. Ken looking for Hessa. Can't get the last hit though as he falls into the river.
That split, but all the weakness points. Oh my god, again! It's Prince Fran who comes in clutch and saves the day. Onyx eSports have nowhere to go right now, but Dragon's going to be taken down. It's a shadow kill Oda Harley as now Mount Venus have to move back. The Iron Hook does not connect. It's going to be the way the Dragon locking Prince Fran down, and that's a double kill picked up by Dreon, the Lord as well. Dreon is an absolute monster. Spectre as he's looking to claim a Maniac.
Kind of be a little bit patient because right now I kind of feel like Rosa as well as Sunshine, they have enough damage. They just need a proper setup. And in terms of proper setup, you shouted out Oheb. If they can catch him, that's great. But it's easier said than done. But oh my Venus, it's all for them.
That's all the damage popped in, and the backline's completely going to be obstructed here by Blacklist International. Oheb free hitting, his alien's going to be bursted down.
Oh my
Rosa
God.
getting caught in the fatal Nexus. Genji's the only man left standing. Blacklist International, they take no prisoners.
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
M-Series Flashback, series of the tournament.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
As the first M-Series for MLBB, M1 was nothing short of incredible gameplay. But one series was above all the games. Stretched to a maximum best of 7 series, the grand finals between RRQ Hoshi and EVOS Legends was a gem to rewatch.
EVOS Legends, become a legend!
As for M2, the grand finals between Grand eSports and the Burmese Ghouls was so epic that it broke the record with over 3 million concurrent viewers. With multiple back and forth, the 7-game series went the way of Grand eSports.
Grand eSports are your M2 champions!
Lastly, in M3, the series of the tournament was the first upper bracket game between Blacklist International and BCK, where the agents tried to target and 5-ban Bobazane. But the bloodthirsty Kings persevered and sent Blacklist International to the lower bracket. With M4, what sort of insane and epic series do you think we will get? Tell us what you think. See you at M4.
Maybe. But that's the thing, like, who is your saving grace here for MVG, right? Harley, Joel Crew. Joel Crew is so far away from that. Harley, though. able to survive just whoa, never mind. Chiku guys from the backside. Now they're gonna find Joel Crew as we were just talking about them. They fall here and another one goes down. 4 fall again for MVG, and there's nothing Dragon can do here to defend. It's a maniac for Chiku guys. GG, well played.
They are resetting here, 13,000 HP.
They need to make a choice right now. I mean, the minions are pushing into their base. They're gonna get backdoored by Call of Duty if they don't choose now.
Oh my god, Call of Duty, will they read this? Junpo tries to delay, but no, my god, 505 trying to fly. Sanford, Yawi goes down, but Call of Duty in the backside. Benny QT, the base echo outplayed RSG.
But we just barely missed it off camera. What happened to Papa Dog?
He just got dogpiled on, and that will be the end of him. As you can see, S11 going for a different approach right here, jumping in, making a play with the Way of the Dragon as well, but the Vengeance is just tanking so much. Wow, that's Fried Chicken taking one versus 3. Erwin is an H target, and Fried Chicken is going again and again. The Lord gets picked up, and they come out on top, and it's so disastrous because the Lord is up at the same time. Incendio is still contesting, but it does not seem possible unless Alien can make something of a miracle play.
We've seen a miracle play by a Grok many times before. He's looking for it. He has the weapon mastery for a reason. He steals it for Turkey, for Incendio to save the game for his team.
I'm sorry. I'm hitting myself.
Yeah, no worries. Wise, killing spree emblem on the Aldous. Sure. I get why, but right now, wait a minute, Naomi gets a hook onto Wise right now. It's going to be Justin who rotates back in. Wise goes in, and it's the first blood over to Justin.
Ken, that was a worth it. What got the hook, and Haji tries to run away. I can't get my point out. Justin goes in front, gets a kill.
Dashing back in, Edward using final blow, not able to find anyone, and that's the iron hook again. Naomi's won.
20/30 vision where they just literally see the future.
There's no way! Naomi finds a hook out of nothing again!
He cares for the future. Whatever it is you want to believe, he
lands again! Naomi!
From the sky!
They are right now, they're flying and they're soaring again! Naomi! What in the world was that?
អ្វីៗគ្រប់យ៉ាងតែងតែប្រែប្រួលទៅតាមពេលវេលាប៉ុន្តែស្មារតីរបស់អ្នកប្រយុទ្ធនឹងមិនសាបសូន្យនោះឡើយពួកយើងម្នាក់សុទ្ធតែមានចំណុចខ្សោយរៀងៗខ្លួនហើយប្រសិនបើយើងរួមគ្នាជាក្រុមគឺពួកយើងមិនមានពាក្យថាបរាជ័យនោះទេការតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជាទៅប្រកួតជើងឯក M4 It's like a dream come true នេះគឺជាសុបិនដែលខ្លាចជាការពិតដើម្បីមោទនភាពជាតិខ្មែរយើងក្រាបឡើងហើយតស៊ូទៅមុខទៀតដំណើរផ្សងព្រេងរបស់ពួកយើងមិនមានភាពងាយស្រួលនោះទេស្មារតីអ្នកចម្បាំងខ្មែរនឹងតែងតែស្ថិតនៅក្នុងខ្លួនយើងជានិច្ចក្រុម Burnic Flash នឹងចាប់យកឱកាសមួយនេះហើយធ្វើឲ្យមោទនភាពជាតិយើងថ្កុំថ្កើងនៅលើឆាកអន្តរជាតិIf you play with fire, you will get burned. Dear Flamers, see you in the M4 stage.
my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it down. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it down. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang
for the victory.
World Championship will be gathered in Jakarta, Indonesia. One dream and one goal only. To make sure all the players, teams, and fans alike are on the same page, it is time to reveal the tournament format. In M4, all the qualified teams will compete in 2 stages to achieve greatness. Group stage and the knockout stage. The teams will play a best-of-1 single round robin during the group stage. No team will be eliminated during the group stage. Now, let's take a look at the knockout stage format. It'll feature a double elimination bracket with a total of 22 series. The first 2 rounds of the lower bracket will be the best of 3. The other series will be best of 5. Except for the grand finals, which will be best of 7. Now the knockout stage upper bracket will feature the top 2 teams of each group from the group stage, and the bottom 2 teams will start at the lower bracket. The losers of the first round of the lower bracket will be eliminated. The M4 knockout stage will be spread out across 9 days, where there will be a live audience for fans like you to support your teams. And that's all you need to know about M4's tournament format. Remember to tune in and see you in Jakarta. Dare to dream, dare to be great.
We are getting closer to the ultimate battle in Jakarta.
It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game.
Where all eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
မဖောက်ခဲ့ဘူးတဲ့လမ်းတစ်တစ်ခုကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စတင်ရှောက်လန်းခဲ့ကြတယ်ချွေးမထွက်တဲ့အားကစားကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စော့ခဲ့ကြတယ်လူတွေမရွေးချယ်တဲ့အတမွေးဝမ်းကြောင်းကိုပဲကျွန်တော်တို့အမျက်တနိုးရွေးချယ်ခဲ့ကြတယ်အဲ့ဒီလိုလူတွေမမြင်နိုင်တဲ့အမှောင်ချမ်းမှာပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ရှိနေခဲ့တာမို့လို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ကိုယ်ပိုင်အလင်းရောင်နဲ့ထုံးလင်းဖို့ဆုံးဖြတ်ပြီးဒီလမ်းကိုဆက်လျှောက်ခဲ့ကြတယ်တကယ်တော့ eSports ဆိုတာမျိုးကတခြားအားကစားတွေလိုပါပဲကိုယ်နဲ့စိတ်တူကိုယ်လိုရှိမဲ့အသင်းပေါ်တွေရဲ့အကူအညီနဲ့ပဲကြုံဆုံလာမဲ့ပြိုင်ဘက်တွေကိုအလေးထိုးအနိုင်ယူကြရတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့အဆုံးတစ်နေ့မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့မှာတူညီတဲ့အိမ်မက်တစ်ခုပဲရှိပါတယ်အဲ့ဒါကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ eSports ကစားသမားတွေအားလုံးအတွက်ပုံမူကောင်းမွန်တဲ့နေရာတစ်ခုကိုဖန်တီးရင်းနဲ့ကမ္ဘာအလယ်မှာမြန်မာဆိုတဲ့အလင်းရောင်အကောင်းဆုံးထွန်းလင်းတောက်ပနိုင်ဖို့ပါ
The M4 group stage continues to bring us world-class MLBB actions. So let's take a quick look at what happened yesterday. It's raining RRQ in Jakarta during day 2 of the M4 group stage. Despite having the home ground advantage, Skylar and the legendary Lemon had to put all the stops to claim an unconvincing victory against Occupy Thrones. The Song Rajas were then dismantled by Echo of the Philippines with a stellar performance from Sanji the Wizard. However, win or lose, the fans are here to support with all their might. On the other hand, RRQ Akira is looking like the better RRQ so far. The Samba Boys defeated the Valley in the North-South America Derby thanks to Luiz's incredible Numenon Blast. They also destroyed the Malaysian champions Team Hawk with a formidable team fight composition featuring Joy and Terizla, while utilizing the power of RRQ Ultra Fans' buff. All MLBB fans in the world, let's support your favorite team with all your passion, regardless of where you are. Now, it's time for day 3 of the M4 group stage. Dare to be great.
The M4 World Championship continues to heat up with drama and intense emotions. Day 3 of the group stage is a direct manifestation of order and chaos, with Group B representing the calm and predictable outcome. All is in order as Onyx eSports and Todak take care of business respectively and secure upper bracket slots. Featuring the King of the Sky, Kyrie, who gave a masterclass on the prowess of assassins. While Todak cruised through the group stage with 4 mates returning to the starting lineup. However, when there is order, there will be chaos. As the disarray in Group A materializes into a 3-way tiebreaker, as all hell breaks loose when Falcon eSports dethrone the defending champions not once, but twice in the same day. Finally, the M3 champions clawed back against the siege of Incendio supremacy and secured the upper bracket. Even though the air was tense, sportsmanship and integrity were embraced. And with that, we are going straight into the final day of the M4 group stage. Dare to be great.
Pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my it's gotta give, cause reckless streets is what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never stop, won't ever stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gon' let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fire in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished what they want, I ain't never done. Nah. So turn it up, turn it all the way up.
Hands up, all of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight, we gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Visit new places. Look Look for new uniqueness. Take a new experience. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
What's up, everyone? Today we have a hero revamp many of you have been waiting for. Featuring Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower. The new Hanabi is more mature and confident in herself, as seen in her new intro animation where she finally takes off her veil. Hero skills. Hanabi is a marksman that brings solid DPS and crowd control to a team and known for her bouncing pedal blades. Passive skill, Ninjutsu Pedal Barrage. That's right, Pedal Barrage is now Hanabi's new passive. With this adjustment, Hanabi's basic attacks and skills automatically create pedal blades on hit that bounce up to 4 times to nearby targets, while doing less damage per bounce. First skill, Ninjutsu Equinox. Hanabi's shield has been reworked into an active skill. The new Equinox shield now increases her movement and attack speed. Hanabi is still immune to control effects while the shield is active, but now dealing damage will increase the shield's health regardless of Hanabi's HP. Second skill, Ninjutsu Soul Scroll. Soul Scroll remains a skill shot that damages and slows enemies on hit, now with a new mechanic that marks enemies, causing them to take full damage from the next pedal blade bounce. Ultimate Forbidden Jutsu Higanbana. Hanabi's ultimate remains unchanged, damaging and immobilizing the first enemy hit. The revamped Hanabi retains her uniqueness without needing to stack her shield before a fight, and her pedal blades are now a more consistent source of damage. Her new shield mechanic improves her sustain mid-fight so she can stay in and on her targets. Pro tips. Use Equinox when you anticipate incoming CC and deal damage to keep it up. Don't panic if you get engaged on. Cast your shield and keep attacking. Line up enemies with Soul Scroll to cut their mobility while boosting your damage. And look to use Higanbana when the enemy is grouped up. Combo tips. When laning, use Soul Scroll to slow and mark enemies, so your next Petal Blade bounce does full damage even if they're hiding in the back. In a 1v1, use your shield's new sustain to get the upper hand. In teamfights, land your second skill first to make the enemy easy targets for your ultimate and let your Petal Blades go to town. Tactics. Since Hanabi's early game is rather weak, focus on farming. But not for the whole game, Hanabi mains. Poke the enemy in lane with basic attacks and her second skill. In the late game, use Hanabi's ultimate to engage and CC, and unleash your barrage of basic attacks and kunai to provide excellent sustained DPS for your team. We recommend this attack speed focused build to complement her rework passive and first skill. Marksman Emblem further enhances her sustained DPS role, and Weakness Finder prevents her targets from escaping. Inspire is a natural choice to bolster both damage and survivability, thanks to her new shield. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp coming December 20th. She'll be 30% off the first week, along with her resplendent iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp December 20th.
If you cannot.
This still works out, right? All of that in the last 2 minutes just makes a breeze for the first turtle here. So that's already huge, at least in terms of economy. But here in the mid lane, Yumski going to be the focus again. Oh, can he get away? One hit, he's going to bob and weave and survive.
The moves and grooves. Moves behind. And yeah, I can see here the Lord is already contested.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like Bray is chilling. He's doing so much for his team with splitting those waves, but once again, the contest for the Lord.
The fight. Oh my god, catches Subin with that Tyrant's Rage. Mortal bombs everywhere. Baby Cake, the first one down. Not a good sign as 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies has already been collected, and Bray gets shut down.
And he didn't, I don't even think it was Ken who finished off Hesa. He finished off D7, and this allows another free turtle.
So now they're going for it. Circle Eagle going to be popped here. Ken able to secure the turtle, but Zip goes down as Chima able to find the kill. Another wild charge comes forth as D7 falls. Tempest Blade's going to be popped here. Ken looking for Hesa. Can't get the last hit though as he falls into the river.
That split, but all the weakness points. Oh my god, again! It's Prince Fran who comes in clutch and saves the day. Onyx eSports have nowhere to go right now, but Dragon's going to be taken down. It's a shadow kill over to Harley as now Mount Venus have to move back. The Iron Hook does not connect. It's going to be the way the Dragon locking Prince Fran down, and that's a double kill picked up by Dreon, the Lord as well. Dreon is an absolute monster as he's looking to claim a Maniac.
Kind of be a little bit patient because right now I kind of feel like Rosa as well as Sunshine, they have enough damage. They just need a proper setup. And in terms of proper setup, you shout out OHEB. If they can catch him, that's great, but it's easy said than done. But oh my Venus, it's all for them.
That's all the damage popped in, and the backline's completely gonna be obstructed here by Blacklist International. OHEB free hitting, his alien's gonna be bursted down.
Oh my
Rosa
God.
getting caught in the fatal
What?
nexus. Genji's the
What?
only man left standing. Blacklist International,
What?
they take no prisoners.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know don't never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it off. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it
RRQ Akira Takashi. Nobody expected Brazil to be this good. Takashi was just one of the standouts of the entire team with his quick and out-of-this-world plays all over the land of Dawn. His opponents will not see his moves. The Astro Thunder Takashi will show the world, especially the defending champions, what he's got. Blacklist International, Edward, Agent Zero is here to show the world his consistency. And there are many ways Edward can control the map, especially as a solo laner, to distract their opponents to answer him in lane. This will be their first defense in the knockouts as the defending champions of M4.
After a thrilling first opening match with RRQ and as well as Todak, we have to wait and witness the Brazilian rep taking on the defending champions in Blacklist. Back in the Analyst stand, Scotty, accompanied by Leo and LaFell, the double L's. Well, how are y'all feeling?
I'm excited to be here, and again, I'm still reeling from that RRQ Hoshi versus Todak matchup, but here today we're about to witness Brazil's, well, now 33-1 champion for 2 seasons straight, going up against arguably one of the most dominant teams in MLBB Pro eSports, Blacklist International. LaFell?
Personally for me, I'm just happy having you here, Leo. Leo, you look so good. You look so dashing. I gotta say, you and Mara are probably my favorite Filipinos.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
I've been watching your work from earlier today, and would you say the same for Wolf?
Would you not say that name? Don't start.
We'll move on.
Thankfully, Wolf isn't here, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, I mean, Leo, you look good. You look like the Hulk. But guys, we are going to talk about the details here in Blacklist and as well as Akira. Perhaps any initial thoughts?
I think a lot has been said, and we witnessed the rise of RRQ Akira in the group stage. But Blacklist International, a big question mark. I think the fact that they've had a rocky performance for the past maybe 2 months, that's something that we'll have to really keep our eyes on.
Yeah, right now we're looking at a hot topic. History repeats itself in the form of fate. And I actually just want to add a little bit more onto the topic because I had a privilege of talking to some of the coaches on looking at both these teams. For Blacklist International, they're actually very strong, but they're probably at their weakest when the opponent gets to decide when to fight. So that's why picks like the Natalia, the Franco could really hurt them. And for RRQ Akira, they look amazing. They look like one of the strongest RRQ so far, but we got to put into consideration group stages. It was a best of 1. And Blacklist International, they're kind of one of those teams that get better with more matches.
Exactly, this is going to be a best of 5, ladies and gentlemen, to just remind you. But very good point. Blacklist, they like long series, they like long matches, they like tough challenges, and it seems like if you consider the group stage, RRQ Akira, they're very strong. But in a bit, we are going to see and witness. Leo, you can't wait. It seems like your eyes is ready to see the assets. Let's go. Oh, it's going to be the talent prediction. It is going to be a majority for Blacklist International. We got Zuzu only rooting for Akira.
Despite how difficult it has been for Blacklist in the past couple of months, again, they lost twice in a row to Falcon in the group stage. And, you know, RRQ Akira having a difficult go in their last match. They broke their streak. I think this is still what the metagame looks like.
Personally, for me, I trust in the process, right? Because it really doesn't matter when you lose as long as you get back up. However, again, looking at the talent prediction, it's mostly going for Blacklist. And RRQ Akira, Holy as well as Trags, actually rooting for RRQ Akira. I did not thought it would be this kind of one-sided. I thought more people would be rooting for RRQ Akira based on their performance in the group stages.
But let's take a look at the chart of team player here, head-to-head between Takashi and Edward. But if we take a look at the graphs, it's quite even.
It's very similar. Astro Thunder Takash versus Agent Zero here. It seems like Takash has grown so much from M3 that he's had his eyes on Edward, and this is not a coincidence, right? You look at the best XP laners in the world, and Edward has to come up in that discussion.
Yeah, both Takashi as well as Edward, I would say they're playmakers, right? If you look at a fight and it looks like it's not really going to work out, somehow these two players will rough it out and get some kind of victory. Takashi, like one of the best Benedettas that I've seen so far, and Edward, he's the best at everything, every single time that I see him getting, like, especially like a very rough hero, or really like a bruiser type that wants to go to the back lines.
It just seems like in this current meta, right, XP laners are expected to somehow make a play, this 1v3s, these 1v2s, and we saw a lot of good, strong XP laners and just showing that they can defend the lane and find good place, flanking, opening, not just the roamers who is going to open and initiate fights. It's actually expected sometimes for the XP laners. And again, players like Takashi and as well as Edward, it's this meta is just made for them.
Yeah, if you have such a solid roamer like Oh My Venus and Luis taking the helm right in mid, then you have to look for that X factor, and I'm looking at the XP lane for that.
And thus, with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to see Akira and as well as Blacklist. So, casters, are you guys ready? Because it seems like Naisu, Trax, and as well as Eterna is ready. Let's throw it up to you. Let's go.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, yes, we are ready. We are back for the final match of tonight. Blacklist versus RRQ Akira. My name's Trex. This is Naisu, and this is Eterna. Very hyped to be casting this match, but just make sure, never go out of style when you wear and game with Gank, a lifestyle fashion brand for the modern gamer, and is the M4 World Champion official merchandise partner. Grab the M4 merchandise at www.gank.asia today. Tell us about that M4 pass, Naisu.
There's also an M4 pass available for you guys. It's available now. Complete all tasks, and you'll reach level 75 at ease and for free. Of course, log in now. Exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, the Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and the M4 Beatrix figurine, which is on our desk, by the way. Check it out. Don't forget the hashtags as well. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great.
Now, Eterna, have you gotten the M4 pass yet?
I have, and I'm super high in that level. Just a little bit more to get the figurine that's in front of us right now. Dibs.
Definitely want it. No.
Dibs,
me and Naisu are already
me
going to fight
first.
for it. We're going to arm wrestle at the end of the...
Dude,
why does everybody want to arm wrestle me? I don't understand.
I don't know, but how are you guys feeling about the games? I didn't get to see your guys' predictions on this.
Well, I'm going to have to say that I predicted for Blacklist. But, I mean, I feel like it's split. There's a lot of people that are pretty, I guess, rooting for RRQ Akira, especially after the group stages. But, I mean, we are going to be taking a look here at the lineups, of course. And I think we're going to be taking a look first at, let's see if it's Blacklist International. But still, okay, it's going to be RRQ Akira here. It's Sagan, Takashi, Gusta Lagusta, King, and Luis here.
Okay, and these are going to be the main five coming up next. Going against the favorites, defending champions Blacklist, the main five as well, Haji, Edward, Oheb Wise, as well as Oh My Venus, the queen herself.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a very intense match, but two of the matchups I think we're all excited for is the Edward versus Takashi. I just can't wait to see how this thing pans out. We're now going to be taking a look at Blacklist inside of their planning room. It looks like they're saying a little prayer here.
Wow, I love that table, by the way. I didn't know that they had the, the Land of Dawn table map there in the table, but that's pretty cool to see. And, like you mentioned, the matchup in the XP lane specifically, how is that going to play out for both of these teams? Because we saw some amazing things from Takashi. There he is right there on the screen right now. And as they get prepared here, we just saw them, I mean, Takashi alone, whether it was that Benedetta, whether it was the Terizla pick, you know, who is going to contest those heroes for them? Who is going to contest those lanes? Because we know how important XP lane is for both of these teams.
But on the other side, we're going to see Blacklist International, the first ever defending champions here as they're walking onto the stage, led by Wise here. V is right behind him. And here we go.
Yeah, I mean, I was definitely wondering if there was going to be some agents in the crowd, and right now we can hear some of the fans cheering on Blacklist. Even though they're in a foreign country right now, the fans still support them, and I am definitely hyped for this match. And it's all smiles from the players right now. They're also very, very ready. After this, though, the question is, can they defeat RRQ Akira, or really, can RRQ Akira defeat them?
Well, let's welcome them to the stage as they get lined up here. The defending champions, Blacklist International from the Philippines.
They won MPLPH Season 7, Season 8, Season 10. They took M3, SEA Games as well, and this is looking like the next crown for them to finally dominate over.
And, I mean, that's the big question, but RRQ Akira now, the Western Warriors coming from South America. Very excited to see how they're going to be able to pull this off. And if there's a team that can possibly do it, I think they could be one of the true dark horses in this event. They had a great group stage, and I think they're going to do even better in this knockout bracket.
I like that you pointed that out, right? Because a lot of people did feel like RRQ Akira was the dark horse, right, so far for the M Series here. And they performed day after day. Now, this is a huge test ahead of them, but still, depending on what happens here, whatever the outcome is, of course, they'll still have that extra life, both of these teams. I'm not saying, you know, Blacklist International is going to have an easy day here, because what we've seen from RRQ Akira so far, so good. And can they bring it here in this matchup? That's the big question.
Please welcome RRQ Akira all the way from Brazil onto the stage as they look to get the crown. They're trying to take it away from Blacklist International.
It's definitely not going to be an easy crown to take, but one thing I can say is they don't look too nervous. I mean, there's a little bit of a stutter step there, but even in their room,
they want to play.
To now, yeah, they're ready to play. And you know, there's a point to make here, right? M3, Blacklist had some trouble against the dark horses. Will they be able to fix that mistake and this time defeat the possible dark horses? Last time they got knocked down to the lower bracket in the first round. This time, do they want to try to have a clean run in the upper bracket?
That's the thing. It's a little bit of a revenge story, right? When we're talking about both of these teams, because as we all know here, Luis, Takashi, and King, they were a part of Keed's Star during M3, who were sent home by Blacklist. So the question is now, they're coming back on stage. They have a whole plethora of strategies to go for here coming into the stage. Will they be able to get back what was lost from them? Because remember, both of these teams are the two favorites that will collide on the world stage once again.
Well, again, I think you have to point out two specific roles, right? Which we saw earlier. That's the XP lane, Edward and Takashi, but also the roams, right? Oh My Venus and Luis. That is going to be a matchup here that is really important, how those lanes play out for their teams here. And also, I mean, we're going to take a look at the pretty much hero trends for both of these teams in just a second and how this all paints out here, Trex.
Well, I think first we're going to be taking a look at the head-to-head, and this is the head-to-head that I have really wanted to see. Takashi versus Edward, and look at the stats. Takashi has had a very clean group stage thus far in Lord control rate, average kills, game win rate. I mean, all across the board except for turtle control. He is actually a little bit ahead of Edward right now.
That's interesting, right? Because that's when we see the two different play styles, right? When you go for the turtle, you will have a better control rate, which means that you have a better control in that early game. Whereas Lord control rate really represents how you do after that 8th, 9th minute of the game. So it all comes back to what are these two teams planning on bringing to the Land of Dawn? What kind of composition are they going for? And how will they be able to implement and have a better impact in the game? Because like we keep mentioning, RRQ Akira, they're super aggressive. But going against a team like Blacklist, who are so calculated, so cold, it might be that they kind of fall short going against something so aggressive.
That's a great point, Attorney, because something like that. I mean, part of the group stage was all this order and chaos narrative, right? And that is something with RRQ Akira. Even as we take a look at their most picked and banned heroes, they like to play aggressive, they like to initiate, but the downside of that is if you overstep, Blacklist International, the experience they have, the veterancy there, they know how to punish, and that is hard to work back towards here. So, I mean, even taking a look at the picks, we see they like to go for that Joy, which is usually placed in the jungle. Claude and Xavier has been popping up a lot. Terizla, though, like I said, we've seen amazing things from Takashi on the Terizla.
Most definitely. I think I'm wondering, really, is RRQ going to focus into that EXP? Is that something that they're going to try to fight for in these drafts? Now, taking a look at Blacklist, commonly picks bans and most bans by opponent. Something they are very favorable on in that gold lane, giving over to Oheb, is that carry. And it's just been such a strong pick. Not only that, the Kaja and the Benedetta, all very important, but a few similarities there with the Xavier. So I think we could definitely see some battle outs here in the draft on who do we want to trade, who do we want to give, because some of these bans and pick styles are similar from both teams.
You're right, and taking that into consideration, one of the things that we need to consider as well is the fact that RRQ Akira, they like to play with their comfort heroes, whereas Blacklist, they have a lot of heroes to work with. I mean, stats show that Venus has used a different roamer every time Venus has played, and so that gives them a bit of a layer of shock when it comes down to it, and whether or not RRQ Akira can actually target ban Venus, because so far it's not been possible. And the other thing that is interesting talking about Venus as well is Venus had an interview, right, with one eSports, and what Venus said was, the interviewer asked, Venus, why haven't we seen the meta healer, the healer meta coming in from Blacklist?
Estes.
Like Estes, Rafaela, all the heroes that Venus is famous for. And what Venus answered was, we'll only take it out if we deem and if we see and observe that the opponent is worth that meta.
So they're saving it.
They're
saving it for the right moment, the right opponent.
Well, what they're saying is no one in the group stage was worth that.
Not yet,
honestly,
apparently.
that's
Not
the
even
truth of it.
Falcon?
Not even. I mean, they didn't use it, did they? They didn't pull it out. So, or maybe just saving some of those cards, right? It's best of one. Right now, we're getting into a best of 5, and if the cards lay on the table and the future tells that possibly Blacklist is on the back foot, they may have to do it. But hold on a second. Look at the crowd right now. VY is looking good with those blown up faces.
You know, I love that because that's what, to be honest, if you guys haven't seen MPL Philippines, those are all over the place when Blacklist plays, right? You've got the cardboard cutouts, the faces of the team members, and another fun fact, VYs also have like their own little shop where they sell merchandise and these little chibi stickers and everything, which is very popular. I think they sell out quite often here. So I'm not surprised that already this is what we're seeing here in the crowd here. But you guys, again, going back to just what we've seen in the groups up to this point, first series here, that it's going to be a best of 5 between these two teams as we get loaded into the draft. There's a lot on the line here. There's also a lot on the table. And how deep does that hero pool go for Akira?
Most definitely, but now we are coming in to the first draft in a best of 5. Blacklist will have first pick going up against RRQ Akira. This is going to be a good one, Eterna.
Yep, we're going to see Blacklist here on the blue side and RRQ Akira on the red. And already we see these bans coming through. We have the Franco ban, we have the Eve, the Joy also already taken off the board. But on the other side here, RRQ Akira, they opted with the Wanwan and the Kadita ban. So a lot of respect bans on the board so far, and this also leaves open a lot of heroes like the carry that we usually see, like the glue, but unfortunately the glue has been banned away.
Yeah, honestly, everything seems pretty normal here except for that Franco ban. I don't think we've seen a whole lot of Franco bans so far, but definitely, I mean, maybe it's showing what they want to pick here. Maybe something a little divey, maybe even pulling out something different than their normal tankiness and going maybe aggressive with the jungle.
Well, first pickup, it's going to be that carry, what we see often. I mean, teams so far love this carry pick. It's definitely a force to be reckoned with, whoever gets to play it, and very scary in the gold lane. I mean, we saw some even amazing things yesterday in that Echo matchup. So obviously a high priority hero, but they're going to have to trade it for 2 here for RRQ Akira, and there's a lot on the table, right? That Fredrin we've seen pop up a lot. Still doesn't have the best win rate, but is definitely a priority choice. You still also have, now in the mid lane, Eve is gone, right? You can take the Farsa if you want to.
The Valentina?
The
wanna see the
Valentina
Benedetta.
is still. You want to see the Benedetta locked in right now?
Yeah, right now.
Well, you get the Valentina for now.
The Valentina and the Yuzong has been secured here for RRQ Akira, signaling to Blacklist that, you know, if you want to have a strong black line, no worries. We have the Yuzong to go in straight with the Way of Dragon and disrupt that. So now Blacklist, though, they have the option to work around that. Try go in for dive heroes, not have too much of a strong backline. This can actually counter the gameplay that RRQ Akira want to bring onto Blacklist.
And not only that, but with the Valentina as well, you know, it definitely changes the whole draft perspective. I can say that Valentina isn't as threatening as she was, you know, 3, 4, 5 months ago. She's a bit more playable, but hold on a second. There it is. Eterna, Blacklist deems RRQ worthy tonight. They deem them worthy because the Estes is in there, and Edward picks up the Benedetta.
I like this too, right? The quote there, in all M series, Oheb is ranked second in total kills with 178. In all M series, Oh My Venus was ranked second in total assists with 380. And we learned earlier who was number one. I believe that was Vin, right? Vin was number one. And I mean, with the Estes coming out here, the Benedetta too, this is what we saw in the comparison between the two XP laners, right? Edward and Takashi. So it's going to be a showdown. Now, the thing is that interaction, Benedetta, Yuzong, who gets the better value from it throughout the game, that comes down to the players, right? That's what's so exciting about these XP laners.
Depends on the pilot, 100%. It depends on the pilot. But look at this, RRQ Akira, they secured their next hero, and that is going to be the Hayabusa for King himself. So coming into the second phase of the drafts, because the Estes has already been picked up, I wouldn't predict, I wouldn't assume that there would be something like a Kufr ban coming in from Blacklist, but RRQ Akira, they're trying to limit that EXP lane because of the Benedetta that still can be flexed, right? The Fredrin is going to be taken out, and there are still a lot of options on the board, but Trex, what do you think Blacklist might be banning away? Maybe the Atlas going against the Estes?
I think maybe really banning into the gold lane, possibly. Trying to limit down Gusta Lagusta could be a possibility. We do still have the Benedetta open. They want to try to give Oheb as good as a game as possible here. We know how strong that carry can carry, right? Now, on the other side, it does seem like Akira maybe wants to focus into Wise here, and they want to maybe limit some of those bulkier heroes in the jungle, especially since they already locked in, you know, the Hayabusa, a bit more of a squishy, someone that can possibly be bullied if that's what Blacklist wants to bring. But it does seem like they're going to ban out that Cho, target Louise here, so maybe switch gears, forget the gold lane. We trust Oheb no matter who they pick. We're going to try to limit down Louise, and we do know Louise can make some big plays happen.
I like this because part of me is wondering, right? You notice this second phase of the draft is going much slower. And something that I'm wondering is, yeah, what do you lock in the jungle for Wise, right? Now, it wouldn't be crazy if Benedetta even appeared in the jungle, but so far, if you want to run with a utility jungler here for Wise, it is possible. And at the same time, you got to keep in mind, you're going to be going against the Hayabusa, right? So does that end up being the assassin matchup? Do they decide to opt for the utility jungle, be a little more tanky, provide yourself the peel, that durability? Because you already know, with Yuzong's across from you, plus the Hayabusa, they're going to be everywhere. They're going to be shooting for the back line, like you mentioned, Eterna. And at the same time, you have to be conscious here of the ultimates that you provide to that Valentina. That's something you always have to keep in mind with this draft. And I feel like that's really why we see this as a slower pace, when sometimes those drafts just happen so quickly. It's really going to be up here to Master Basics, Coach Bonchan, to decide what do we take for these last two picks, and also not playing into that Valentina option.
So Eterna did mention the Atlas earlier, and that is still open for Louise here if they want to lock in the tank first and wait for gold lane. At this point, the side of Blacklist hasn't banded out any gold lane, so in my opinion, I think that might not be a bad pick. But do they want to, so that they can save the jungle for the end? It does look like they're going to lock in that Beatrix for Gusta Lagusta here. I like it. I definitely like it.
All right. Why do you like the Beatrix pick?
You like it because of win rate?
Well, no,
Did you see the win rate?
That is true, but it shreds through some of this tankiness. It can shred through with all the heal that's going to come from Oh My Venus here. it's going to be able to possibly get through that. And if Wise does pick, you know, a signature tanky role for the jungle, they already have an answer locked in, and they do, in turn, bring in that Barats.
Oh, this is a strong front line, right?
Typical Blacklist.
Typical Blacklist. You know, Naisu, maybe you have a better comment about this, right? Because when I look at this, I don't know if RRQ Akira have enough damage to penetrate through this, right? Because the Barrets in itself is already so sustainable, coming in with the healing from Estes.
Like, the great thing here is, now the carry is, I mean, yes, when you look at the lineup, you think Blacklist International, maybe you interchange this carry with a different marksman pick, but still, it is them, right? It's their signature here. I think what this is gonna actually do for RRQ Akira, aside from really limiting these options for Rome, for Luis, is now you have to force yourself to build against all that sustain and, of course, the tankiness. But you guys called this earlier. The Atlas comes out here for the last pick for RRQ Akira.
That was all Eterno who called that pick.
It's typical, right? When you see an Estes, you know that the opponent is going to clump up as 5. So how can you take them down as a whole? The thing that Blacklist did was take out Lolita, which makes sense, right? Because Luis loves the Lolita. He hasn't picked up the Atlas before, so they're playing into that. But now, RRQ Akira, they're taking a risk here. They're picking up the Atlas, and every time I see an Atlas pop up on screen, I feel the hype, and I'm so excited to see how exactly they can actually pull this off.
Most definitely now, the coaches have walked off the stage. The crowd is ready. I think everyone around the world right now is ready for this. Now, Naisu, how you feeling about that draft?
I like it, man. And I mean, we're going to be jumping right in here to game number 1 between Blacklist International and RRQ Akira. Who's going to make first blood? It's up to both of these teams for a strong start.
I mean, first up, look at how many purifies that Blacklist has, right? That's gotta be 3. We'll see it in just a moment, but this shows that Blacklist, they are going to respect the potential that RRQ Akira has with the Atlas last pick coming through. We have the Purify on Haji, on Oh My Venus, as well as Oheb. So it's not gonna be as easy for RRQ Akira now, as they are gonna have to calculate on all these spells and their timers.
Oh, right now, already the focus on the top side. It's first blood for Haji under a minute in.
Yeah, Edward already claiming some dominance in that top side, but honestly, Blacklist did work that into it. We have to watch out for Haji, though, with the rotation of this Farza early on, using that wings by wings. They're going to be trying to make ganks quick. They're going to be trying to make ganks very, very fast. And how that affects RRQ Brazil is, since they have King on this Hayabusa, you want to kind of play aggressive early on. And if Blacklist can slow them down in that, if they can take an early on lead, it's going to be a very rough game for them.
It's going to be tough. I completely agree with you here. You can already feel the pressure that has been built by Blacklist here even earlier on. And whenever Blacklist wants to go in, since RRQ Brazil, they're a little bit more reliant on that level 4, the rotation doesn't seem to be as fast, and therefore they're drawing into the tempo that Blacklist initially wants. And here you go, Haji, once again into the top side.
Yeah, he was up there. Takashi looks like he got a couple shots, and he's going to go ahead and recall for now. But you can see, right, how much focus and pressure is being put up in that XP lane. You want to go ahead and give that advantage to Edward the earliest that you can, which has already been done, despite him having that assist there. And yes, Haji grabbing that first blood. Mystery Shop, going to be able to build those burst items that he needs, probably that Clock of Destiny here, and scale. But it looks like RRQ setting their eyes on Oheb here on the bottom side. Shadow Kill going to come out. Turtle is secured, though. Still looking for the kill. The Flicker committed. And they grab the kill, but they trade the Turtle.
Not a terrible trade, honestly. I'm almost on the brink of believing that if you can get that trade, the gold lane for the Turtle, it almost evens out, right? Especially because they need Gusta Lagusta to be ahead right now. And Oheb, you don't want him to just farm for free. I think a big win condition for RRQ Brazil here is going to be get onto Oheb, slow him down as much as possible, and make sure that Gusta Lagusta can get these items in. And speaking of items, we had a little bit of a start there. Did start to see a little bit of penetration coming in for Gusta Lagusta.
Yeah, I think Gusta Lagusta is going to focus on building that BOD next. So a really heavy as well as expensive item, but it is going to give that power spike that we usually see Beatrix have. Now on the opposing side, but wait a minute, here, King goes in.
Yeah, but you know, again, this is the sustained game here. Blacklist International are going to be just fine with that. That's the question, right? How soon or who builds that anti-sustain item on RRQ Akira here? They're going to need something, right, to work around that. Because you do have multiple options, right? You can go with Dominance Ice if you want. You've got the Blade as well available to you. I mean, there's tons of things. Yeah, and at the same time, Sustain is going to outpace RRQ Akira unless, like you guys mentioned, Gusa Lagusa can get those early items, already running that weapon mastery as well. But Luis, eyes set on the bottom side. There's the Purify though. King gonna come in for the backside, gets the shadow kill. Oh my Venus, still gonna survive, and that's exactly what we're talking about. The Sustain is the game.
The potential that RRQ Brazil actually had initially because of the Atlas annihilated, right? They need to be able to find a way to bait out perhaps the Purify from maybe Sagan, and then you can see that Luis can find a huge moment, but once again, Luis.
Edward owing in with the angle, able to secure a kill as Luis falls. Using that Electro final blow and also just getting a bunch of extra gold here.
Can we just talk about the fact that Edward is in the bottom lane right now, in the gold lane, all the way from the top side? This is the problem when you give Edward that Benedetta. He's one of the most proactive EXP laners in, I mean, all of MLB, especially with a movable, with a mobility hero like that. He is all over the map early on already.
I mean, look at the pressure he's already putting there. Takashi, though, Black Dragon form going to come out. It's King that falls. They're still going to be going, though. Haji now focusing on Luis. He's in trouble. Almost didn't even need to get eaten up by Wise as he falls as well. And now it's Gusta Lagusta on the run here. 4 members of Blacklist International going to get cut off by Agent Zero. Grabbing another kill here, going to the hands of Haji.
One by one, they all fall down to the Blacklist International Ube strategy. Haji, Oheb, as well as Oh My Venus, they're being so active on the board, and it makes sense, right? You can see the Farsa already starting to hit that damage power spike because of the emblem she brought in, as you can see here on your screen. That mystery shop is going to make getting those items way quicker. And right now, it's starting to make a huge problem for RRQ Hoshi. They're already standing at a 5,000 gold lead.
You know, one thing I'm a little bit worried about is King's emblem choice, right? He's not going to get a whole lot of 1v1s here, especially dealing against Blacklist, who we know like to clump up. Now, taking a look at these items, Beatrix has locked in that bot, but wait a second.
You're going to find Edward. Can he escape? It's 4 members of RRQ Akira. Edward survives.
They just can't seal the deal right now. It is starting to become a problem. The survivability right now of Blacklist, even without Oh My Venus around.
Haji. Okay, he gets the flicker out. As you were saying, Trex.
Nothing too major there, but at this point, Blacklist is just controlling the map. I always like to refer to them as more of a rubber band team, but when they do get that advantage early on, it is just trouble for the enemy team because they bring some of these late game heroes like Barat. So if they can get a gold lead on you, like 6K right now, it's just so hard to come back from.
It's hard, but the one thing that I noticed is because Blacklist, they're rotating as 5 most of the time, maybe 3-1 split. Edward goes in a separate lane. They need to still be aware of those side lanes, right? Because previously we saw that RRQ Brazil was able to push that bottom side a little bit, get a little bit of chunk from the tower, and maybe that's how they can work around it.
I do like the fact that Brazil did not try to contest that turtle, right? They know the deficit they're in right now, and I think at this point their only option is to not force fights. Blacklist, I don't think, is going to make any mistakes at all, honestly. And as we're now seeing on the screen, Oh My Venus picked Estes 57 times with 46 wins. That is an 86% win rate.
Wise. Takashi, just like that, they're going to go ahead and grab it and the turret here. This is the discipline of Blacklist International. They also have that massive lead, like you guys were mentioning. And yeah, going back to it, that's an 80% win rate on the Estes here.
That's huge.
Definitely
it's huge.
very, very
and it's not something that we're concerned about. Like, we're not surprised because that is Venus's power hero. And at the moment, this is looking just like a clean-cut, well-executed game for Blacklist right now, giving no room for RRQ Akira to breathe at all. I mean, they're taking all the jungles away. They're taking all the buffs away. And the Hayabusa, he needs this buff. It's so difficult for him to play anything on the board, realizing once again, like we mentioned, the high and dry. And because they're rotating together, we haven't seen the positive outcome from it as now. We're going to take a look at the items here 8 minutes in.
Well, I mean, item-wise, it's looking good for Blacklist International. 8K gold lead, like we mentioned, 8 minutes in. Again, it's only been 8 minutes, right? And it's tough. It's a tough situation to be in if you're RRQ Akira here, because are you in a position to actually contest the first lord of the game? Probably not. Should you let it go? Now that's up to them. It's better because you don't have to get wiped out. As you see, Wise using the Daytona's welcome, not going to get fatal linked at all.
You know, so much pressure was on Luis in this game from the very start. We called the Alice pick. He did end up picking it, but right now, with 3 Purifies on the board, Wise with the Daytona's welcome that is pretty much a Purify in itself. I mean, there's just nothing that RRQ Brazil can do right now to make the play happen. It is just spelling trouble all over, and I don't really see a way they can come back.
It's brutal at this point, right? I mean, you can see the only thing that they can do is try and utilize the high mobility of the Hayabusa. Try split the map, try push those side lanes, try and bait Blacklist from going to the opposite side of the map. But even then, it does still feel like Blacklist is already onto this. And so they're responding accordingly with Edward.
I mean, here's the question, right? Most people that have been watching Blacklist International for a while now know that when the Estes is locked in by Oh My Venus, they're going to go to what they're known for, the Ube strat, ultimate bonding experience. Who's usually the hero that counters that? Well, Atlas is a great choice, but when you can't actually utilize that ultimate, the Fatal Links, because there's also, what, 3 Purifies? Make it 4, technically, with Wise on the Barretts. It's really hard to work around that when you don't have the damage for even follow-ups if it's a mishap. So, as you can see already, RRQ Akira are going to lose the mid lane here. Actually, they're holding on to it a little bit, but Oheb decides to take it down anyway, even with the Lord taken out. And RRQ Akira trying to hold on a little bit longer into this game. It's 10 minutes in. Does Blacklist International go for this bottom side inhibitor? We also have King just clearing up on the top side. The rest of the team defending in the base. You can already see the poke here from Blacklist International. Luis might be looking for an initiation. Gets the Fatal Links off, but gets punished right away as Luis falls. Takashi going to go in, though. King to follow. Gusta Lagusta getting the shutdown, but Saigon has to flicker out. Gets taken out with a double from Moab. And this could very well be it for game number 1. As the minions push in the mid side of Blacklist International, looking to end it before the 11-minute mark. Can RRQ Akira hold on? And it looks like they do for a little bit longer.
I mean, I don't know how much longer. Blacklist are playing extremely aggressive. They know they don't even need to play super disciplined. They can take what they want right here, taking another look at these items. Wait a second, Brazil trying to possibly push out.
That's sustained though. Wise, Daytona's welcome, gonna get eaten up right away. King falls here in the mid lane. Another punish. Just RRQ Akira has no entrance. Whether it's in the front, whether they're looking from the side angles, the back with Yuzong, it just does not work right now.
Yeah, it just seems like there is not an answer for them. It might be time to start thinking about game 2. I think the only possibility here, like if I really want to play the devil's advocate, is try to get them to use those, Purifies with either the Atlas or Takashi on this Yuzong, try to bait out those Purifies, and then whoever baited them, the next big CC needs to come in and get them. But that is asking a lot, especially the way Blacklist are playing this. And once either of them goes in, Oheb is so farmed already. He's the second highest gold. No, he's got the second highest damage on the board as we speak. Once they go in, he is shredding them down.
It's hard. It's difficult. I completely agree with you. I would try and bait with Sagan on the Valentina, perhaps with a big play, but even then, it's not possible. They can't look for pickoffs either, and every time King looks for a split push, you see him being taken off the board and giving Blacklist a bigger lead than they already have. And up until this point here, Luis goes for something here.
Ooh.
Let's see what they can do. But
another Purify.
There you go, Purify.
Right, that seems to always be the answer. Haji gonna get to half health, healed up right away. Saigon though going in, not gonna be able to get anything as he falls. Haji to grab the kill. Lord here, 1/4 health. Who's gonna be able to grab it? It's Oheb with the killing spree. King goes in, can't out-retry Wise. Trying to run away from his life, goes back. Oh no! He goes back and gets taken out. 3 fall for RRQ Akira.
The way they were waiting at the shadows. He tries to go back. He sees them all there. He's like, nope, I'm back. And then he's right back at the rest of the team. There was no escape for King there. This could be the end for Blacklist.
It's not looking good whatsoever, as once again, Blacklist going to be pushing this mid lane.
Well, they're going in. Luis, one more effort here. Y's gonna eat him up. Lore still being worked on. The Crystal half health. They might just lock it in. Edward finally goes down though. RRQ Akira still holding on. Feathered Airstrike gonna come out too, but they're pushing it in. A couple hits away, and it's Blacklist International taking first blood.
Blacklist International going to be leading the series here with a 1-0. And now the ball is in RRQ Akira's court. Will they be able to go back into the game with a level head, seeing as that was quite a one-sided game?
You know, here's the thing about drafting against Blacklist is you've been playing all these games against other teams who are playing in the current meta, and you just don't expect to have to ban out a Barats or have to ban out an Estes. I know it's Blacklist, but still, those picks can still catch a team off guard. And I think with that, Blacklist was able to secure that game one. And right now, the fans are going crazy. Blacklist looking ready as ever for game two.
Very clean game. I mean, across the board, right? And the return of the Queen at Blacklist International, taking game number one here, first blood in the series. And what I honestly, when the SS was locked in, I feel like a lot of us kind of knew what that game was going to look like, right? And that's why the question was, how does RRQ Akira prepare for that in game? And you have so much time to build that kind of anti-lifesteal. It was great that Gusa Lagusa got an early kill, but still, they couldn't utilize the CC they had and even follow up with any of the damage.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? When you fall that far behind in gold that early on, there just is no answer. And the battle was definitely legendary, but just to let you know, M4 Battle Night goes live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in-game. First off, complete battle tasks in the game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like most from the chest. Aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same exact day. So play matches and you'll get Team Star for protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double PP for 5 matches. We are not stopping there. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available that very day. So save the date, log in to the game on January 21st, enjoy the match, and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 Championship together, including with your friends.
With your friends.
We're friends now, Eterna.
Aww,
Now,
so we weren't yesterday?
I mean,
Alright.
I take a little time. I trust you now.
All right. But, you know, going to your point, right, you were saying that they couldn't rely on one CC. So in my head, I was like, why not rely on more than one?
Yeah.
Maybe have Atlas and someone else. Like the Grok, maybe, you know? So 2 things that they could rely on. But let's head straight to the analysis. You know what? Take it away.
The analysis.
Blacklist International was just too strong for that game one. Ladies and gentlemen, back in the analyst stands. Thank you, casters, for game one. And boy, oh boy, classic combination by Everats and as well as SS. What's going on there?
Well, Gani, to start, I think the draft is where we should begin. The way that Blacklist set this up, they saw the swing back after they pick up the carry, which is still obviously one of the biggest bogey people in the metagame.
I'm hearing a lot of strange words today.
Yeah. The answer from RRQ Akira was the Valentina and the Yuzhong. Again, you answer the carry. But that's where they whipped out the Estes. That's where they brought out the Benedetta. Signature picks for both Oh My Venus and Edward. And what that resulted in was just textbook Blacklist.
I mean, on that note, let's see the item builds as well. I mean, Lefel, game one is just textbook Blacklist. What stands out to you?
Okay, here's the thing. I want to talk about the draft as well, because the way that I analyze the game is I look at the draft and then I look at the gameplay. If the draft is not serviceable, then it's not even worth looking at the gameplay. Because RRQ Akira, the way that they draft is a little bit too honest. They're really showing what they want to do in terms of the first phase of the draft, because they saw the carry and they're like, okay, we got to counter this with the Hayabusa. And here's the thing. Look at the draft from Blacklist. Every single hero that they pick right after RRQ Akira's finished their first phase of the draft, it really counters everything else, because you got a lot of bursts on the Hayabusa, but going up against an Estes just by itself is already like almost impossible. And having the Atlas, come on, Blacklist can just pick up the S tier spell, which is the Purify. So
right now, RRQ Akira, they're kind of like showing their hands a little bit too easy. It's so easy to counter what they want to do.
Yeah, in essence, what RRQ Akira did was pick up permanent answers to temporary problems. There's so many ways you can adjust to a lineup, especially if you're playing your game. But here what they did was, all right, here's the obvious answer. Let's pick that up. And I think Coach Cabral can do much better in Game 2 to adjust to that.
Let's talk about the numbers now. I mean, you're right. I mean, composition-wise, drafts-wise, Blacklist has the advantage, and they're all technically in their signature hero as well. But take a look at the damage turret, neutral objectives, all towards the Filipinos. Wow.
Okay, here's the thing. If you look at the damage to the turrets, 855 only for RRQ Akira. This shows that they were losing the lane hard. No one was able to actually touch the turrets, so they weren't able to get the extra gold from the shielding, as well as they just couldn't get gold in general. And if we look at the highlights a little bit later, it proves that RRQ Akira, they're beaten by every single lane, because even though Sagan has 67% teamfight participation, I didn't really see too much of him.
Yeah, and then the reason why is because, again, Blacklist drafted the lineup wherein Saigon can only really have one ult. He's only really happy to get that feathered airstrike. Anything else he gets is worse than a consolation prize. It feels like, oh, we're going to play around that IMU. I feel like we're going to have a bad entry. And then Blacklist just capitalizes, and that's the whole story of the whole match so far.
I mean, Game 1 was a stomp. Brazil, RRQ Akira could not have found the answer. Composition-wise, and that Purify, 3 Purifies was just a little bit too much for Akira to handle. Atlas was irrelevant in that game.
I'd say a little too much is the exact word, because they could have afforded 2, right?
Honestly. Yeah. No, here's the thing, right? Imagine you're a carry, Atlas comes in, you just purify, and carries a tank killer. So Atlas, while moving up in the air, it's still sustained to the damage. So carry just like, okay, you come to me, I purify, I dash back, just with 1 dash, you're half HP, and then that's it, that's GG. So Atlas isn't really the right counter for a hero like Carrie, because Carrie kind of wants to be dove on because she has very low range. So you come to me, I'm going to purify you, and I'm going to deal way more damage than what you can afford to go to me.
Yep, so more on the whole draft dynamic, and I think that's where this all fell apart for RRQ Akira. You can't go to war without being armed for war. It was so odd for me, honestly, to see first half try to answer what Blacklist was doing. And then the second half, here's where we tried to defend that Atlas pick. They played their game. I had a conversation with Luis and Tekash, and they're playing heroes that they're comfortable with, right? Yu Zhong on Astro Thunder, the Brazilian Heartbreaker playing something like an Atlas. This is good. These are good heroes.
No, I mean, like, it makes sense, because as an Atlas, you want to fight against a team that wants to clump up together. When you have the Estes, they will clump up together. But again, Purify is just a little bit too much. They have to find a different way to fight against an Estes, to fight against Blacklist International grouping up.
I mean, personally, right, without even the Purifies, Valentina's not a hero that can just instantly burst if you catch 3, if you catch 2. Whereas, if you pick up Lilia, perhaps a Gagura, you can just insta-resist. But I'm not recommending, I'm just like reading the compositions. But let's talk about MVP here. Who do y'all got? It is gonna be Oh My Venus on the signature Estes.
Oh, of course, once the Queen picks up that signature pick, this is like Kenny Omega doing the Fallen Angel. John Cena with the attitude adjustment. It's Estes on Oh My Venus.
I mean, come on, like 80% win rate. It's not ranked win rate. It's not classic win rate. It's tournament.
Professional play win rate.
Professional
World
play
Championship.
did not die. I think only Oheb died just now. I can't remember.
Oheb, I think Haji once.
Haji once, yeah.
Either way, the Queen does not die.
1-0-13. Take a look at the build as well. It's just standard but hybrid. Enchanted Talisman for spam skills, Oracle, Dreadnought Armor, and Purify to just add more defense on that Atlas.
Given that Blacklist drafted a lineup that has, again, all of the history, signature, their back-to-back championships were won off of these heroes, the Estes and Oh My Venus was just the icing on the cake. The fact that they got their hands on such a hero that makes sure that the Hayabusa doesn't do its job, that the Valentina is going to have an awkward way. Again, didn't even move much, look!
Honestly, I'm agreeing with you. The Estes almost feels like an overkill.
Yeah.
It really does.
Like the triple purify.
Yeah, again, okay, so let's look at the heat map for a while. And yes, I kind of feel like Oh My Venus in this game is more proactive, more than you're seeing what's happening on the heat map. Because there was a part where the gold lane, OHEB was having just a small amount of trouble.
Yeah.
Went down there, actually controlling the minions, making sure that the minions doesn't enter into turret range, so it doesn't die to the turret, so the gold is not wasted. I like this kind of communication between the teams. Like, okay, I lost my lane, I need to recall. Oh my Venus, please just hold on to my minions. Don't let me get down and farm.
Which I think was a low point in that early game, because that's what we're seeing in the later part of the 5 minutes after OHEB was ambushed by 3 or 4 members of RRQ Akira. So that was somewhat of a calibration. That was a reparative rotation by Oh My Venus. But that aside, the Queen was just really there to make sure that the engagements were going to be beneficial, or even just converting into more than just kills. Look, we'll see here in the highlights.
Yeah, I mean, let's see the highlights here from Blacklist. What did Venus do in particular to grab it? I mean, he was everywhere on the map, proactive covering for teammates, and of course, Edward was just being Edward.
Honestly, I just kind of feel like in this highlight, you just got to see how RRQ Akira, they kind of tried, but look at how it's been denied time and time again, because the Hayabusa as an assassin, you kind of want to do very, very well in the early stages of the game, but you can't do well going up against the Baras jungle as well as an Estes roaming around. And looking at how RRQ Akira is moving in the map, I kind of feel like going inside the game, they weren't 100% sure what they were supposed to do. Like early stages, okay, we're going to do this, but then mid is like, okay, do we roam? Do we farm?
Exactly.
What do we have to do?
Exactly, and that's where the draft comes into play, right? When you pick your heroes for the first phase, you have to be ready to make up for what's lacking and then have a game plan for when you do hit that power spike. It's so difficult to be RRQ Akira here, because I was watching that engagement near that lower half of the map near the river. Gusta Lagusa was dealing close to 0 damage.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it was just a clean game for Blacklist. Now the question stands, what will Akira do in Game 2? Perhaps you got any insights, because Game 1 was a textbook win, personally for me.
Honestly, I kind of feel like RRQ Akira, they got to get out of the box a little bit, because right now they're being too honest going up against Blacklist International, which kind of likes playing around the draft. Coach Poncha, it's amazing at reading drafts.
Yeah, and it was set up so well. One more bit for RRQ Akira, I'd say, is try to be aggressive. Don't respond to what Blacklist is doing, because that's exactly what they want you to do.
Don't respect them.
But just do your thing, all right?
Focus on yourself is going to be the piece of advice from Leo and Lafel and Gani. On that note, casters, we are ready for Game 2. Are you guys ready for Blacklist and as well as Akira? Because I can't wait. Throw it back to you, casters. Eterna, Trex, and Isu. Take it away.
Thank you guys so much. You guys did a wonderful job, and Blacklist is also doing a wonderful job. You know, sometimes I wonder, guys, if the players use the M4 pass, because it is available now, and all you have to do is complete an all-active task, and you will reach level 75 at ease, and for free. Log in now, exclusive rewards like Beatrix, Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, personally that one's my favorite, and the M4 Beatrix figurine are awaiting you. Don't forget, hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB M4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great. Now, back to this series, guys, because Blacklist just took a very dominating win, and I'm wondering how RRQ Akira is going to take this back.
It's tough, right? Because, again, this is something that you expect when you see these signature picks. Signature heroes across the board for Blacklist International, and I feel like draft-wise, the idea was there, but unfortunately the execution from RRQ Akira wasn't, right? Because your Atlas at that point is pretty much just, there's no use for it. Every time you tried to set up that ultimate, it was either purified out or you couldn't even catch Wise, really. So I feel like, you know, don't be afraid to take some chances here if you're RRQ Akira. I feel like this is something that highlights their playstyle, what we've seen from them, and the reason why at one point they were pretty much undefeated before the group stages, right? I think it was like 33 wins in a row or
34.
something. 34, something crazy like that. So hopefully for game number 2 ahead of us here before we're getting into the draft is RRQ Akira can come up with that playstyle that is really a highlight of who these guys are, especially, I mean, we talked so much about Takashi and the XP lane. We saw how much focus was put there. So maybe this is where we see Luis shine, or maybe Gusta Lagusta.
That's the hope, right? But the problem is they're going against a mastermind that is Bonchan, the coach of Blacklist International. And I think RRQ Akira, they were doing so well in the group stages, mainly, and one of the reasons being Tekashi taking and getting a comfortable hero. And the problem was in that first phase, the Benedetta was taken away. So it was a respect from Blacklist, from Coach Bonchan, to deny that highlight that RRQ Akira could have brought to that game. But hopefully here coming into the drafts, maybe they'll swap sides.
Well, we will be coming into the draft and we will see. RRQ Akira will have the choice on which side they want to take, first or second pick. I'm kind of excited to see myself, and it does seem they want to stay where they were last game, and the bans are already coming in. Kadita. Oh, did they swap?
Yeah, they went with the
Oh.
blue side this time. Now, I mean, given that situation, you still have to decide, like, what is the hero worth prioritizing here? Because we know we're going to give up 2 of those quality hero picks for Blacklist International. And, you know, honestly, at this point, maybe just, and some people argue that the Benedetta wasn't the thing that won the game here, right? So do you leave it open? Do you grab it possibly for Tekashi maybe this time? Same thing. Do you leave the Eztez open because you had such a hard time working around that sustain train from Blacklist International the previous game?
But this is what I mentioned, right? If you want to target ban Venus, how
You
do you
can't.
do that,
Yeah,
right?
it's hard.
Venus's hero pool is insane. You ban out the Estes, you get the Matilda. You ban the Matilda, you get the Estes. But here we see that RRQ Akira, they're going to start the respect ban here. So they don't want to take it themselves, even though they have first pick. But they also don't want that to fall into the hands of Blacklist.
Most definitely, and there are still a lot of things open on the board. You still have the Glue, you still have the Kaja, you still have a lot of options to go. Now, I feel like when you're first pick, first ban, I like target bans, right? Because you leave some things open for yourself, but you don't want to leave too much open because we know Blacklist can answer back with 2 of their own. Now, I would argue honestly that yes, the Mastermind did come a bit into the draft last game, but it was also some of the shot calling during game, taking that early pick to make sure Edward could be proactive on the map in the EXP lane, and it just seemed like every time RRQ tried to make a tempo of their own going into the gold lane, trying to make ganks, they could not succeed. Now, RRQ does have first pick here.
First pick, this is a very weighted decision, right? Because like you guys have been mentioning here, I mean, even looking at the first phase of bans, they're kind of focused more towards, you know, mid lane and of course Edward. But we see RRQ Akira locking the Glue here, who's I feel like has been up in the air so far for the M series, right? So that's the thing, you're going to trade over the carry, and I would have actually loved to see RRQ Akira possibly pick up that carry, right? We see how valuable it is, and the Eve was open. So Blacklist International taking that.
Oh, but we do have a quote here from Bonchan. Interestingly enough, they are still in their prime, I believe. If the 5 of them are still playing, they can break any code. We'll see if that actually happens here, because they are leading in the series 1-0 as the main 5. As when we're coming back into the drafts here, we see that RRQ Akira have secured the Lolita as well as the Claude. So now they're starting to go for their comfort. I'm wondering if Blacklist might pick up something like the Grok in order to try and, you know, even out the scales going against the Glue.
Well, I mean, RRQ Akira tried to do some big CC potential last game with the Atlas. And I'm wondering, you know, they use this Lolita trying to hope for the same thing to kind of counter the Ube strat. But once again, all you need is a few Purifies on the field, right? We've already seen how well Blacklist can deal with some of that heavy CC. And if Oh My Venus wants to go for something again, like the Estes, I don't see a whole lot dealing with that. But hold on a second. The Hoot.
We know who that is.
We all know who that is.
Here's the Diggy, right?
The Diggy to counter all CCs. So you mentioned the Purify. They're like, you know, we're not going to waste the spells. We're not going to waste it on Purify. We still need something great for the carry as well as the Eve. So we're just going to, you know, take the
Purify.
Diggy.
We'll take the Purify hero, basically.
The
like
five-man
the walking
Purify.
So, and not to mention just the annoyance of all those bombs, right? I mean, you'd be surprised at how much those can whittle you down, especially because now we've seen Diggy played a couple different ways with Blacklist International. Also can be rolled with the Impure Rage emblem, where you kind of get some of that mana back and it's just constant bombs everywhere here. And then what that does on basically the battlefield is now you're afraid to enter every bush, right? You're afraid to walk into a bush full of bombs here. So, but still, I do want to point out as well that this Lolita pick is where we saw Luis shine so far in the group stages, right? He's made some massive plays on it, and if he can do that again here, meanwhile, Gusa Lugusa is able to farm up on the Claude and utilize the Blazing Duet the way he needs to. This could set themselves up here. I really want to see how RRQ Akira rounds out this draft as we get through this second phase of the ban.
Okay, so the Farsa has been taken away by Blacklist here to deny that pick away from Sagan. He does still have a few options here. He could pick up something crazy like the Lunox if they want to go for a full dive. That's still definitely a possibility because not only does the Diggy give you anti-CC, it also gives you a little bit of shield, and you could totally use the Lunox to go onto that. Against the Eve in a lane, it's not too bad as well. But RRQ Akira, they do have the next ban. They chose the Lapu Lapu before, the Fredrin is still open, and I would have thought this was a really good pick for Blacklist, the Grok. The Grok to be able to sustain in that lane, balance that lane against the Glue, even though Glue has been a quote-unquote OP hero in this meta.
You know, my thing for right now for RRQ Akira is we know that the CC is no longer going to work, right? So do we kind of just go into something very damagey? Last time, when they really relied heavily on trying to lock up Blacklist, they just weren't able to. So maybe, you know, the Farza would have been a good choice, right? Heavy damage, but now they need something else. They need possibly, you know, something spicy like a Gushin or a Harith. I mean, of course, we haven't seen those in the mid, but something bursty, right?
Wow.
But the Kaja still CC.
Paquito. Edward, is this Edward Balboa? I mean, now here's the thing. Yeah, he has many signature names, right? But I want to go back to your point real quick, Trex. You could go with that bursty options for RRQ Akira. It would be great because your question was, how do you deal with that, you know, the time journey from the Diggy pick, the cleanse? You burst it down so you get it out early on, and then you have that advantage. Okay, here we go.
Damage.
This is exactly what you were talking about. The Leo Mord is locked in here. That's going to be going in the jungle here. Burst is there, right? Question is he going to be rolling with the killing spree? And then Lilia as well.
Very reliable, does a lot of damage, has really good laning phase as well. I think we've talked about this before, that the Lilia is so good because not only is she able to use the Black Shoots to get out of sticky situations, she's also able to deal out so much burst damage even in the early game before the Eve even gets that power moment, right? So the problem is with the Leomord that I usually see is the fact that the Leomord really needs to snowball from that early game. Now, Blacklist, they are known to be aggressive if it needs to be, and this last pick is going to determine the gameplay that they're going for. So the Fredrin last pick here.
Now, so with that Fredrin and the Diggy, I don't know if they're going to be able to push into the enemy jungle, at least not unless King can get a nice power spike. As you said, maybe snowball a little bit. But I do think that they should be able to lane pretty fast, especially with the Lilia. Maybe finally create a tempo and actually succeed in some of those gold lane ganks, right? With the Lilia, you're able to get under those towers, you're able to be hyper aggressive, and that's what I think RRQ Akira wants to bring. It's what they tried to bring in game one, they were not able to succeed, and I think they can bring it into game two. Now, Blacklist, on the other hand, once again, we know that they are so good at just defending, so good at letting you think you have it and then striking back. Look at the faces of the RRQ Akira fans right now, or just the RRQ fans. They want to see a win here. They want to see something happen. They are cheering, but can RRQ Akira actually succeed in going against the world champions? So join me as we walk into the land of dawn. Will the Western Warriors from Brazil be able to take a game back against Blacklist, or will they succeed in taking this and making it 2-0?
2-0 is the question. Will Blacklist be able to take it out? But now we're going straight into the land of dawn to see exactly how both of these compositions are going to be implemented and conducted within the game. First and foremost, no Purifies coming in from Blacklist. They already do have that Diggy with the time journey, so they are going for their respective spells. And like you mentioned here, King on the Leomord is on that killing spree, so expect that they are going to try and push the tempo here in the early game.
You know, what I like to see here from Brazil is that they're already kind of being aggressive. Luis, he checked that blue buff immediately, made sure to give his team some vision. He's already being proactive, and we see them already, Lilia, move up into that EXP lane to try to pressure onto Edward. This is what they need to bring, but they also need to be careful with it.
Well, right now, King's got to get an early kill here if he can. Doesn't have the level 4 just yet. Oh My Venus going to be the focus. They get the flicker out for now early on. And still, King just waiting here. But top side, another flicker from Takashi. Blacklist International going to follow it up. It's Wise and Edward. Can't get the kill just yet. Even with a taunt, one punch away, can't get it.
Super close. I mean, right now, both teams are trying to make their own tempo. They're trying to not play into each other's rhythm. But remember, 20 seconds left on the next neutral objective, and I do believe that's when things are going to get a little messy. But on the bottom side here, Gusta Lagusta, he's not having too much of a good time.
Definitely not having a great time, and I think it's going to be very important for him if Brazil... Oh, that is just so dirty, and these are the type of things that Blacklist do. It is a game of seconds, and Blacklist knows how to take advantage of every single one.
I mean, that's got to be frustrating, right? And now the first turtle up here. But this is what we expected from Oh My Venus, and this could just actually be a trade objectively, because you see the focus on the bottom side, and right now RRQ Akira going to go ahead and secure themselves a turtle.
That is the first turtle right there that they have secured, but wait a second.
Luis going to charge up, can't get away from the real-world manipulation. Haji able to grab the kill. Saigon now a little bit late to the party. Able to poke down. Black Shoes committed, but no one goes down for Blacklist.
All right, so they've already secured a neutral objective, but they do get a utility in return. But now we're going to take a look at the items here in the 2nd to the 3rd minute. Nothing too fancy just yet, although we do see that OHEB has already secured that Corrosion Scythe. So expect the damage starting to come through with the attack speed as well, and of course the adaptive damage from the Swift Crossbow. Whereas on the other side, Claude, he hasn't been able to get even his first item, so he is a little bit ahead. And it's the impact from the aggression has started to show.
Oh, that's tough, right? King looking for these kills early on is something that he really needs, especially on this Leomord pick. If he's able to get those with the killing spree, the burst damage will be there. But you can see, Blacklist International knows that. They disengage right away. They have the information. King doesn't have the ultimate currently.
And that continues to be the problem. It was the problem in Game 1, and now it's becoming the problem in Game 2. RRQ Brazil tries to be aggressive in these early stages, but just cannot succeed, right? So they need to either try to really find these picks or just push a little bit more. Maybe they can get it. I'm wondering if these emblems have anything to do with it, Eterna.
I mean, it really all depends on what emblems they picked up and how they're going to be able to implement that in the game, right? I mean, Fredrin, you can see with the Demon Slayer, he's trying to be able to get a better clear and a better lead in that early game because of how they want to prevent that snowball coming in from RRQ Brazil. So right now, we can see that it's not been as successful, so Blacklist's plan has been working. But remember that Blacklist, they weren't as dependent on level 4 as RRQ Brazil. Louise needed that level 4 in order to have a huge impact in the game. They haven't really found that moment just yet, but now they're starting to reach that power spike. We'll see if they're going to be able to implement that game properly now as we are entering that 4th minute.
Man, oh man, I feel so bad for Gusta Lagusta right now. They're just continuing to harass him, having such a tough time. One thing we can say is Takashi doing a little bit well, but it does seem like we're going to have a brawl down in the turtle pit.
Turtle going to be at half health here. Wise trying to get in position for the retreat. Takashi trying to zone him out with a split. King still working on it. Time Journey committed too. Wise goes in, grabs the turtle away, and now it's a full-on fight here in the river. King grabbing a kill on Wise as he falls. Takashi to flicker out, but look at the damage from OHEB. Able to pick up a kill for himself. It's a trade again.
Beautiful steal coming in from Blacklist. Their initial lead now circling to a 1,300k lead. And it makes sense, right? I mean, Wise is level 8 compared to King, who is still level 7. So automatically, he does have that favorable trade when it comes down to those steals. Whereas you can see, even though Diggy being the roamer, he's still building damage. So even if RRQ Brazil, they want to go for a setup, one of the main weaknesses of that is that they are going to be poked down before RRQ Akira can even get a good Numenon Blast.
I think the fact that that Venus is building the damage is what's really, but wait a second, possible conceal play. They should be able to take that tower, which is very helpful, right? This is going to give Gusta Lagusta a little bit of movement around the map, and it's actually the first big win for RRQ Brazil at the 5-minute mark of the game. Yes, they are behind in gold, but at least they're still claiming some things on the map now. Gusta Lagusta, #1 highest in average turret damage and #1 average in hero damage.
Well, again, Blacklist International going to retreat here. Nuno and Blast not going to connect. Time's already committed, though. Takashi getting poked a little bit, but this seems to be the trend. All the ultimates thrown at Blacklist International, and they just pop the time journey. They disengage from there.
What's going on, right? I mean, oh man, like Luis with the Nuno Blast, it usually hits and it usually creates a big moment, but why is it that up until this moment, even if the time journey doesn't get popped off, it doesn't seem we've seen that impact yet?
Most definitely. I mean, we definitely haven't seen a huge impact, but I will say that the gold lead isn't escaping from RRQ Brazil right now, and there is still some definite opportunity, and because I think they have some of the damage, and Blacklist isn't like forcing it in like last game. They're not so far ahead, but maybe that can change with this turtle.
Well, there's going to be fighting for it again. Nuno Blast not going to connect. It's King that takes out Wise and grabs the turtle as they find another kill. It's Oh My Venus that falls. The double kill from King. The snowball has started.
Finally, in game 2, Brazil is taking a lead here. Well, at least it is middled out. We can't quite say it's a snowball, but with King being 3-0 and 0, that is big.
Yeah, it's on the right foot, right? That's what we want to see coming in from RRQ Brazil. You're right, maybe the snowballing hasn't really, it's not there just yet. I mean, we're already in the 7th minute and the lead is near to 0, but they're going in the right direction. Right now, we're going to see exactly how this pans out as, I don't know, what do you think about Edward on the Paquito? I mean, we haven't seen the Paquito so far, even from the group stages, but he seems to be able to have an impact.
I mean, this is normally around the time that Paquito really pops off, right? He's got that first item, almost second item locked in. The damage should be there, but when you're up against Saigen, who's got this Lilia, right? There's not a whole lot you can do against those black shoes. And taking a look at some of these items, he does have that Bloodlust Axe locked in. And instead of going for like the Hunter Strike or something with a bit more of a punch, he picks up the Dominance Ice instead. And I think that could be why we're not getting too much.
That's crazy, right? Even looking at this, there's only pretty much 2 items here for Haji, and the amount of damage he did to Gusto Lagusta just a little bit ago is pretty scary, and that's something that RRQ Akira has to be conscious of, right? They've got to work around this. Yes, they have a very minuscule gold lead in their favor. They're still in a good position to actually fight this first Lord of the game if they can pull it off. They've really got to just give it their all, but if we're looking at the previous skirmishes and fights, the disengages are so strong from Blacklist International. Looks like King wants to go in. They get the times journey out. That's going to be a big win for them. Lord coming up in just a couple seconds here. RRQ Akira in a good position. Edward now trying to help out, defend the middle lane, holding on to tier 1, taking quite a bit of damage, has to flicker out. Can't get the kill though. He's going to survive for now. Lord is out now up. Does RRQ Akira actually decide to focus on it? They still hold on to the tier 1 at the top.
Yeah, Edward was forced to retreat at this point, and that means that RRQ Brazil, they're going to have the better setup in the Lord unless they try and prolong and look for a better way to go about this. You can see, Nuno Blast.
He goes in with the flicker, finds Wise here. They don't have the follow-up damage. Saigen goes down from Haji. It's a missed call here. RRQ Akira now down 1 member.
Yeah,
Blacklist International not going to focus just yet.
Saigen getting a little bit caught off guard. Yes, they have the lead, but they still need to keep it tight against a team like Blacklist. But still, I mean, it's only a 200 gold lead, but we got to look at the map right now. Brazil holding a huge lead in territory, taking away 4 towers already from Blacklist, but now we do see some action in the Lord Pit.
Takashi gonna get all the ultimates. There's the time journey too. He's gonna fall. Lord's still gonna be up though. Luis gonna go in, giving the call to go. King now on the focus here for Edward. Nuno Blast Milan, it's Gusto Lagusta that goes down. Into the wheel load manipulation they go. Another member zoned out here from Haji. He's on the killing spree. The 3-for-2 trade.
And that's not a good trade for RRQ Brazil. I don't know what's going on, but every time they go in for this team fights, it doesn't seem like they're synchronized, right? They're going down 1 by 1, and that's exactly how Blacklist wants you to play. And in return, the early lead that they already had in their grasp has now been shaken back onto Blacklist as the gold is as equal as ever. And right now, it's going to be even more difficult, even though that Gusto Lagusta has started to reach that power spike, right? We see the golden staff coming through. The attack speed is going to start to show with the DH as well. He's going to be able to chunk members like Edward as well as Wise who is prioritizing these sustain items.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that we were all sleeping on, right? OHEB. And when OHEB gets to just farm for free, it becomes a problem, especially when it's a carry. And in these fights, as long as Blacklist can make them last a little bit, OHEB is going to continue to melt down everybody. Not to mention, he's got that wind of nature, but...
Oh, they're going to go into the mid lane. Takashi, they get the flicker out and the times journey from Oh My Venus. He's going to flicker himself. Gusta Lagusa still waiting around the Lord Pit here. They're going to disengage. Look again at the ultimates committed. Blacklist International playing that disciplined game now as they get in position to contest the Lord here. Takashi goes in with the split. It's going to be looking for OHEB. Can he grab him backside? He goes down again. Oh. Edward off-cam kill here. Newman Blast finding Wise. Oh My Venus to fall. They find another kill here. OHEB going down to King again with a double kill.
Just when it looks like Brazil is pushed back, they do come in for themselves, but wait a second.
They're still going to be going 2-on-2 on the top side. Here comes Takashi as well. King falls. Haji now joining the party, pushing him back with rear world manipulation. Takashi still on the hunt, gets the kill, punishing Wise, looking for another. Does he have enough? It's Edward Balboa. Immortality going to be popped the split as well as he escapes. Takashi stays alive.
Takashi, the Astro Thunder, definitely doing a wonderful job right now. Just when the game seems to be out of grasp, Takashi helps picks up these pieces. King did a wonderful job as well, though he did fall there. But I gotta say right now, I'm feeling like this match could go either way. I mean, it is tie in the gold. Brazil does hold a small lead. How you feeling about this, Eterna?
Honestly, King has been doing wonders as well, right? Because he's been able to dish out that initial damage. Even though he has been taken down twice, he is still able to set that momentum for RRQ Brazil to start rolling, right? He opens up, he initiates, and he allows that damage coming in from Gusta Lagusta to be more impactful. Now, both teams are going to start centering around the next neutral objective, which is this Enhanced Lord. Who will have the better setup, realizing that RRQ Brazil, they have a lot more CC to play with?
You know, one thing I want to point out, this glue, right? We were wondering about a possible answer, and I feel like the glue, though they're not going to be able to get it every single time, is kind of that cause disruption in the back line without relying on CC. So let's see if they can pull something off here.
Well, they're going to battle out here for the Lord as they both poke away. Already getting the black shoes out from Saigon. Conceal play coming out from King. They're going to call it off. They know they're down. The disadvantage here, Edward, though, doing work, cutting the wave, trying his best. And it's just so hard for RRQ Akira to decide if they should go for this or not.
Seems like they're scared. And the one thing that I noticed is that Wise is actually a level below King, which was previously reversed. So somehow King started to go on top, and maybe perhaps Blacklist realizes this, and therefore they don't want to fully commit onto it because they know that they are going to lose that Retry battle. But Edward here in the backside.
I mean, the way Edward does this, and this is what I mean by proactiveness, but hold on.
Oh, they're going to be going again. Here it is. Wise quite low here. Haji looking for a setup. Oh My Venus with the time journey out. Edward in the backside, focusing on King. Can't get it. Has to get out of dodge himself with a up here on Takashi. Looking for Wise. Gusta Lagusta with the follow-up, but now he gets caught here. Able to survive as well. And still, no one able to secure this Lord as everybody unleashing here in the river. Edward still waiting patiently. Who wants to go for this? Also, RRQ Akira holding on to their tier 1 turret.
I mean, honestly, I got to give that to Edward right there. He's just playing such a great game. Had a bit of a slow start, but now he is definitely coming in. Even though the Retribution is taken out along with Wise from Blacklist, Brazil still plays it safe. They don't want to force this. They know who they're up against here. It is not going to be easy, but still, definitely one of the greatest games I've watched tonight.
It's amazing to see. Like, initially, it felt so one-sided in that first game, but coming to the second game, you can see that RRQ Brazil, they're really putting up a fight. And once again, they're going to start this Lord up. Gusta Lagusta already dealing so much damage. Right now, Wise isn't in the vicinity, but they're looking to.
Conceal play going to come out here. They already get the times journey. Takashi going to the backside. Lord going to be worked on. Wise goes in, takes the Lord. still survives on top of it. King gonna fall here. Oheb grabbing a kill himself. It's 2 down for RRQ Akira. And man, did that look smooth from Wise.
You know, I gotta say, the walk of the Fredorin just matches the play style of Blacklist so well. He walks in, he takes the Lord, and not only that, but they take 2 players with them. Just when it looks like Brazil is taking this game, Blacklist takes it back.
It feels like a caster curse, right? Because I literally said that Wise wasn't around, so RRQ Brazil had the better opportunity to get the Lord. And somehow, Wise just walked up, got the red tree, and just did that for his team. But once again, Blacklist gonna go into this mid side.
Gonna be pressing the situation here. They're gonna pretty much only be able to get this first turret of the base down. But still, they've got the Lord marching on the top side. RRQ Akira is going to have to defend their mind out here to stay in this game.
Yeah, they definitely need to defend it out. I do think they can survive this push. Hopefully I don't cast or curse them with that one. But they do have Gusa Lagusa. They have Sagan for the wave clear, but it's not going to be easy.
Assault on the top side, and Inhibitor's going to fall here. Blacklist International now going to set their eyes on the bottom. The wave going to be pushing in here. RRQ Akira defending all they can. King using that ultimate as well. Base fully exposed here. Blacklist International gives it a call back. They're going to reset.
6,500 gold lead here in the 17th minute. This has got to be one of the longest games so far. It usually goes in the group stage 14-13, but the trend is here coming to the knockouts that these games get so much closer, and so the games get so much longer as well. If we take a look at the players' goal, we see that Edward and Oheb are actually the ones to lead it out, even though King got so much gold in the early game, that mid game, where he, well, wait a minute, here in the mid side.
Takashi gonna get shredded down by Oheb. Gusa goes in with the blazing duet. No one going down just yet. The flicker comes out. Real world manipulation on top of it. Wise still alive here. King now trying to run for the hills. Can't get away. As Oh My Venus grabs a kill, and it's Takashi. Flicker in from Haji. Can't get the kill either. And RRQ Akira holding on for dear life. Blacklist International now into the base, full force of 5 members. It's only 4 for RRQ Akira. Blacklist International looking for the waves to push in. Still, Luis gonna get taken out. Oheb to clean up, and there's nothing they can do here.
Oh, no.
One after another gonna fall, and Blacklist International taking game number 2, match point.
That is very, very sad for Brazil. I do have to say, though, it was a valiant effort. I can't get over the giant BY's heads. Look at them dancing right now on the ground. I'm really glad some agents showed up to support. What a match that was, Eterna.
At the end, it was just so clean. I don't really know what to say. I mean, right now, all the pressure is definitely for RRQ Akira. As Blacklist, they just need one more point to be able to continue their journey in the upper brackets. I mean, the draft wasn't bad by RRQ Akira, so what else can they pull?
You know, I'm glad that you pointed it out, because honestly, that was a good game for them. And at one point, they were, I mean, it was pretty scrappy. You saw how much fighting was going around those objectives, especially that first Lord. No one took the actual first Lord, right? I mean, it was there, it evolved, and then it was finally grabbed. So RRQ Akira, it was a great effort here, but hopefully they can just refine it for the game ahead of them.
Yeah, and you know, something we had to pull out in the highlight, the unkillable KDA machine Oheb. And the moment we got into about the 2 or 3 minute mark, I was very, very worried, because he just, no kills, no ganks. Once again, once he got farmed up, it was a whole lot of trouble. But outside of trouble, we do have to talk about the M4 pass, because right now it is available. So complete all active tasks and you'll reach level 75 at ease and for free. Log in now for exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser skin and the Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and the M4 Beatrix figurine are waiting for you. So hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB M4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great. Now, how about that Battle Knight Eternal?
The Battle Knight? You're asking me? I'm sure everyone knows at this point, right?
Yes.
I mean, the M4 Battle Knight, it goes live this January 21st, so expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in-game. So first off, all you need to do is complete battle tasks in the game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. and then you can choose a skin you like most from the chest. And aside from that, bottle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches, you'll get Team Star Protection for 3 matches, double Star Raising points, double Protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches because Protection points are important. And we are not stopping here.
We're not stopping there. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available that very day. So save the date, log into the game on January 21, enjoy the match, and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 Championship together, including with your friends. And I believe, that wraps up game number 2 here. It's match point ahead of us, Trex.
Yes, very excited for it, and I can't wait for game 3. I'm honestly wondering what the analysts have going on over there and what they got to say about this wonderful match, so we'll see you guys soon.
Welcome back to the Analyst stand. Thank you, Tan Squad and the Casters decks. It is going to be match points for RRQ Akira. Nope, never mind. Blacklist International, 2-0. Are they going to follow the trend?
It's difficult to say because RRQ Akira is growing out of their minds. They're doing so much, and they've developed so much from game 1 to game 2. And I think we have to talk about the draft, really, to the start.
Yeah, and honestly, in terms of the draft, I like the RRQ Akira. Now they're actually moving forward and trying to go for a more unpredictable kind of draft. But again, it looks like even though they're trying for something new, it's still getting countered because the Lila is pretty good at countering the Ube strike because everyone's clumping up together. But again, the Digi kind of counters that. And the Leomar is a very, as you would say, cheeky pick. But an Eve is actually kind of strong going up against the Leomar because once you're in the real manipulation, you're getting slow, you're getting a lot of damage.
So that introduces the aspect of boxes, right? The box that RRQ Akira tried to set up in the first half was actually very strong. They picked up the Lolita, put it on Luis, and they were off to the races. But here I'd like to focus more on Blacklist's second half because they actually put an old hero back into the hands of Agent Zero, that Paquito, which was supposed to hunt down for that Claude, look for Gusta La Gusta, and even fix things up for RRQ Akira so that Blacklist International could get eventually where they need to be.
So draft-wise, it's just, well, similar to game 1, where honestly, Akira got out-drafted, but let's take a look at the items here. Leomord, let's talk about a little bit on that.
Yeah, looking at Leomord, kind of doesn't have a choice, but the start of the game, he focuses on a penetration, tries to get those items, but I kind of feel like in this situation, maybe it's a little bit better if he builds a radiant armor first because it really doesn't matter how much damage you can output if you die very, very quickly because countering that, look at Haji. The moment he completes the Ice Queen wand, it makes it more and more difficult for RRQ Akira to come in front. But the moment the glowing wand is finished, that's where the real damage drops.
And let's not get started on Oh My Venus Diggy, all right? This is a lethal Diggy mystery shop.
Oh my God.
We rarely see this because usually the Diggy is a support type hero, but when the auto alarm bombs drop from the Queen's Owl, then you know they mean business. Even in that last moment of the base siege, right? RRQ Akira could not even think of putting softies like Saigen or Gusta Gusta because they're forced to defend, go back, and then that's where I think Blacklist had a great plan. They understood that, all right, early game, we're going to overload via magic, and then mid to late, it's all about physical with Oheb and Edward. I really like this Paquito pick, despite how great Astro Thunder Tekash was in the mid to late game. We have to give credit to that glue.
Yeah, I mean, glue was a factor, but I really am curious to see the damage from Oh My Venus because he was building a violent Diggy, and there you go, the damage is quite far, but Gusta La Gusta seems to be the carry still.
Yeah, Gusta La Gusta is the carry, but that was actually a very good catch lead because I didn't look at Oh My Venus's item, and I kind of feel like we can really see it once we see the highlights because every single time during the highlights later, look at Gusta La Gusta because every single time he goes in front, for some reason, his health just gets deleted so fast. And the fact that we looked at Oh My Venus's KDA just now, only dying twice. And the thing is, as a Diggy right now, like Diggy changes quite a lot actually, but the way that the passive works is that you can get stacks off your first skill, of your alarm bomb. So if you die, then your stacks go down. But if you don't die, it just keeps on building and building and building. And the fact that you have just, okay, a lot of damage items, but the moment the Lightning Truncheon is built, I kind of feel like that was the real reason why the Claude really couldn't do anything.
That was a Salt Bay moment for Oh My Venus. And if you'll watch the whole match, the whole series actually, one big rivalry comes to mind, and that's that Roamer matchup, Luis versus Oh My Venus. And the fact that the Lolita has to do so much to even put a Numenon Blast onto Blacklist International because of the time's journey. That gives the Queen all the more a victory.
But on that note, let's take a look at the MVP. Who's gonna take it? Because it will be Haji, the KDA machine, G307. He was unstoppable.
I kind of feel like the reason why he became the MVP is because he makes it so that there's no way for you to win the team fight, because the moment real manipulation pops, it's like you have no choice. Either you stay and fight and take the damage, or you try to leave, get stunned, and still take damage.
Yep, even as early as the draft, when I saw the Leomord into the Eve, I was all like, there's a chance that maybe King might miss the Phantom Steed, given how lethal the real-world manipulation, plus reverse time, plus, you know, Paquito roaming into the back line, finding these angles, and Haji took advantage of that. He was both setup and payoff here in this game.
I mean, he bowled hybrid, right? Utility and as well as damage. He has that slow effect, he has that glowing, burning effect, but he also adds penetration and as well as movement speed with that brute force. So again, he understands what his role is, and let's see the highlights in a bit.
Not just that, cooldown. Cooldown is now on brute force.
Cooldown is important, and the thing is, I like the way that we're looking at Eves right now, because the change of the brute force breastplate is something that they already built before for that added sustain.
Yeah.
But having cooldown now is amazing. Looking at Haji's heat map for the first 5 seconds of the game to the 5 minutes, 5 seconds of the game, the way they're roaming around is, of course, you gotta stay mid, grab your minions, but also controlling the river side. And this is probably like the biggest strength of an Eve. If you walk up into the river, Eve will almost 100% outrange you. And the thing is, the range is wide. The real manipulation coming in from Haji, it's difficult to hit the damage coming from the Eve, because you got to be very, very precise in where you place your attacks. And the thing is, Haji's attacks, it doesn't even feel like meteors anymore. It feels like straight up planets.
Yep, nukes.
Mars coming down, Venus coming down, the moon, the sun, whatever is there.
Pluto, for the most part. Yeah, something to note.
That's still a planet, right?
It's a planet.
It's a planet.
Still, something to note here, the fact that in the first 5 minutes, there is that one point where Haji actually crosses into the back of the tier 1 to help get the kill on Gusta Lagusta. And something we noted, you'll see here in the highlights, Blacklist International has so much respect for Astro Thunder that there's a lot of focus on the XP lane, and I guess that's where Haji saw his opening. He's like, all right, how about I juke out and scare Gusta Lagusta, get a kill on him, and then I guess that was a start for RRQ Akira's club.
I mean, again, take a look at his positioning. He's just so safe. He knows when to pop out that real world manipulation. And again, giving maximum damage, utility, and it's just rinse and repeat for side of Blacklist.
In this game, in this particular highlight, we see Takashi doing really, really well, and King looks like he has the damage, but look at Gusta Lagusta. He has a lot of HP. Look at Luis. He's a tank, and he took that much damage from the alarm bomb. I feel very bad because Gusta Lagusta, like, his HP goes down so fast, like, it really isn't fair for him in this game.
Essentially what happens between the interaction of Haji and Oh My Venus on the Diggy is double jeopardy. He sets up a box, if you stay in it, you're dead. If you move out of it, the auto alarm bombs chase you and you're still dead. So now that makes me wonder, I think we have to start watching the replay before the game starts again. What explains the lead in gold that RRQ Akira had for a good solid 5 minutes? I could have sworn they were gonna take it there.
That is a very good point, very good question. But in a bit, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw to the caster's desk. Indeed, the Tan squad is ready. But any final thoughts before we move on to Game 3?
In terms of thoughts, I kind of feel like RRQ Akira, like we talked about before, throw away the hesitation, because I kind of feel like the massive lead is them trying their attempt on getting an advantage, and it didn't work out. And then after that, they're just like being super cautious about it. I kind of feel like if they allowed Takashi to play that glue as aggressive as he did, like I would say the mid stages of the game, they could have gone like even better. And now they got to respect the amount of damage that Blacklist International can deal onto Gusta Lagusta. Maybe change a different hero. I'm even thinking of an Harif to let him stay in the team fight way longer.
Something tells me RRQ Akira are growing on the go, and they're learning from their losses, and Game 3 might actually be a different story. I think Game 3, they'll pick up on their strengths here in Game 2, and then they're gonna do much better. That's me, because again, it's very rare that you get a lead on Blacklist for so long.
Before we throw the casters, let's talk to Mara. Mara, what's going on down there in the audience view?
Blacklist International sweep, and the crowd is going wild. Here with me is one of the most popular cosplayer in the world and co-owner of Blacklist International, Alodia.
Hi everyone.
Jexy, one of the most popular content creators in the Philippines.
Hello.
And we have a super fan. Hi.
Hello. Hello.
First, let's talk to the co-owner of Blacklist International. Now, a lot's expected from your team, and they say in the group stages, it wasn't the most desirable result. Is that because you feel that your players are getting a little bit more nervous? What's happening?
Actually, yes, definitely it is very nerve-wracking because we're here to defend the crown. But honestly, it's okay to make mistakes because from that we learn from them. And Team RRQ Akira is super strong, so Blacklist actually prepared a lot for this.
And it shows with their performance today. First of all, you were here M2? M3. And then
yes.
now you're here for M4.
Yeah.
How was the experience here in Indonesia?
Indonesia is amazing. The people are very lovely and very kind to us. And as you can see, everything leveled up, not just the players, but the whole production. So thank you so much for having us, and terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Jexy, I know it's your first MLBB International tournament to watch. How is it? How's the experience so far?
It's a very, very unique experience. I'm really nervous about what's gonna happen or like the match is gonna turn out. But yeah, I'm very, very, very excited on the upcoming matches, and yeah.
What about back home? How's the audience like back home? Are they giving you messages about asking about how Blacklist is? How's the support like?
The Filipinos are very supportive, and I'm a bit sad that we're not that many here, and I hope next time to the Philippines.
So, sa mga Pinoy dyan, message! Keep commenting, show your support! Now, super fan, wait, yesterday you were wearing a different jersey. You're wearing Echo. Now you're wearing Blacklist.
Oh, that was not me. You saw my twin brother.
That was your
yes.
twin. What is your twin brother's name?
Yes. His name is Manjizi.
Manjizi.
Right
All
now, you can call me Hajin.
Hajizi. All right. Okay,
Yes.
what's your message to Blacklist right now so they could sweep their opponent?
You know what, Blacklist? I know you're only giving 10% of your power.
10%?
Just the 10%. Because us also, us supporters is just 10%.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
now, even though it's just 10%,
Go ahead.
let's feel the energy in here.
Go ahead.
When I say Blacklist, you say break the code. Blacklist!
Break the code!
Blacklist!
Break the code!
One more time, Blacklist!
Break the code!
All right, now let's talk about game number 3. Casters.
All right, we are back for a possible match point. Blacklist leading this best of 5, 2-0. And just to let you guys know, if you missed it last time, the M4 pass is available now. Complete all active tasks and you will reach level 75 at ease and for free. So log in now for exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and M4 Beatrix figurine are waiting for you now. Just don't forget hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB M4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great. Now, you know, we've been talking about it all night, but Naisu, tell us one more time about that Battle Pass.
The M4 Battle Night goes live this January 21. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in-game. First off, complete battle tasks in-game on January 21st to get a skin of your choice chest. You can choose the skin you like most from the chest. Aside from that, the battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches and you'll get team star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. That's a whole lot of double. And we're not stopping there because there's also free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available that very day. So, guys, save the date, log into the game on January 21, enjoy the match, and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 Championship together, including with your friends.
Most definitely with your friends. Now we have a minute and a half Eterna until this game starts. It has been a rough and treacherous road for RRQ Akira, but they almost took game 2, right? There was a moment there where we felt like maybe they could have won that. So if they want to take game 3, what do they got to do here?
Honestly, I still think that they should still play to their identity, right? We saw glimpses of that in game number 2. They just need to, like Naisu mentioned before, refine it. Because in game number 2, they were so close, even though in the beginning we saw that whenever they took those team fights, it was a little messy. One person went in after the other. They started to go down one by one. But perhaps in this game 3, they've learned from that, right? They need to come back as a unit because you're going against Blacklist, who are known for that ube.
Yeah, and as we said before we went off air, the unkillable KDA machine, OHEB, has secured game 2. And honestly, I feel like secured game 1, right? And it just continues to be an issue. And I do agree. I don't think RRQ Akira exactly needs to switch anything up in at least their identity or playstyle. They just need to execute it a bit better. They need to stop making some slight mistakes here and there. Naisu, if there's anything you got to point out, what do you think?
Well, just so you know, there's a lot of teams out there, right, that when it comes to the draft, you can only ban so many heroes towards certain members of Blacklist International. When they find success against them, and we've even seen this in the likes of Falcon eSports back in the group stage, you try your best. I know it's a daunting task here, but you try your best to set your own pace, and you make Blacklist International try to respond to you. Sometimes they don't. They just play their own game. But there are those chances where that works for the teams going against Blacklist International. Again, we saw a glimpse of that the previous match, right? And now, if you want to, it's a match point. RRQ Akira, they just, going back to it, refine what they did in the previous game, and they make Blacklist International play their tempo.
To add on to that, I do agree with your points there, but one of the other things that I've noticed of how people are able to beat Blacklist International at their own game is to take out their team captain. Target Venus, when Venus is off the table, it seems like everything else starts to fall to pieces. They start crumbling down. So perhaps coming into this game, that is an option for RRQ Akira to make. Take down Venus and you take down that crown.
Most definitely. So I guess that's the question. Can they bully Venus? But with a team like Blacklist, it'll definitely not be easy. We are going to jump now into the third and possibly final draft of RRQ Akira up against Blacklist. The real question is, will RRQ Akira pick the blue side once again? You know, a lot of teams have had favoritism with that side, but it seems like today, Akira has not.
Well, it all starts here, right? Like we've been saying up to this point, it's match point here for Blacklist International. Going to be looking to basically secure the series in a sweep. And I would love to see RRQ Akira take this one, take this game, extend the series, because that's what we want to see, right? Now also, they swap sides here, and Trex, already the first phase is done, and just like that, they're going to secure themselves the Benedetta for Edward.
Yeah, and that, I mean, that is, we saw how well he does on the Benedetta, and it's just something scary. Every time I see Blacklist lock that in for Edward, I'm just thinking, how do you even deal with that? The man is a monster. He's just everywhere. So once again, with him securing that pick, it's not going to be easy for them to bully Venus unless they can do it early on in the game. So RRQ Akira need to find a way to do that. What can they pick possibly to try to secure some early game advantage?
I don't know. I guess pick heroes that have a really quick hero power. I think they had a really good idea with picking up something like the Lilia for that mid lane to try and control that mid rotation. But as you can see here on your screen, RRQ Akira, they secured the Lapu Lapu as well as the Claude for themselves. Now, my question is, the Lapu Lapu and the Benedetta, if they go in the same lane, how is that going to pan out, right? Because the Lapu Lapu does have some form of anti-CC, but so does the Benedetta.
I mean, it's just, technically it's just messy. Like, it looks like your favorite anime out there, right? It's, it's a lot of flashiness and jumping and dashes. So that's pretty much what you're going to see, right?
Nobody ever gets hurt.
Nobody ever gets hurt. It just looks really cool. And as that transitions into the game, it's pretty much, what do they do for those team fights? Now, one of the great things about Benedetta is the split push pressure, right? But Lapu Lapu, if he can even get an early kill with that Festival of Blood, he gets really beefy. A lot of the times, Lapu Lapu, you see him going 1 versus 2 and 3, but hold on again. Blacklist International taking out the Estes again.
Not only that, but they also have that Valentina in, and I got a feeling this is going to be a jungle Valentina most likely, possibly a mid, but still, that's the flexibility that they're bringing with that pick there, and it keeps RRQ Akira guessing in the second phase of bans. They are going to take their time with this final pick, but we do have a quote from Luis here. Blacklist International is one of the most dangerous teams in M4. But we believe in ourselves and optimistic that we can do well. Hopefully they can do well in this third game because they were correct about the first part there. Blacklist International is definitely strong in taking them through the ringer here.
And we'll see if they can actually pull off a reverse sweep like we saw yesterday in the second match. But now we can see here, oh, okay, the Cho being picked up here from RRQ Akira. And this is quite good, right? Because the Cho can go into the backline, try and punish Estes in that backline. And so that is definitely something that they can go for coming into the second phase, though. RRQ Akira with the first ban.
So, I mean, that's the thing, right? With Valentino locked in here from Blacklist International, which ultimate do you want to take? Right now, it's just the way of the dragon for the most part, right? So RRQ Akira, knowing this, they're going to have to be careful in their last two choices after this second phase is done. But still, going back to the point when we saw Estes pop up in the first game, you've got to be able to work around that sustain. You need to have an answer for that, because what we've seen so far, the trend through this series also with Blacklist International is if they don't want to fight you, they just disengage, right? And that's something that works so well for these first three heroes that they have here. So RRQ Akira locking in this Cho is a great option to pick your fights. That's literally what you want to do. Now, what we've seen so far up to this point is some great Cho gameplay and some, you know, not so great Cho gameplay, where like they'll try to get the combination off, the flicker, the way of the dragon, but then they're out-positioned. And once that's gone, once you're taken out of the picture, you know, you're down one member and you lose a lot of that utility.
So I really liked the Barat's ban here. I feel like they're thinking a bit ahead. I was expecting a Fredorin ban after this to really make sure that Blacklist can't secure that super beefy lineup here, right? Now, speaking of the not so great kicks from a Cho, right? If Oheb can secure something again, like, I mean, of course the carry's gone now, but the Beatrix still up, still plenty of options for him. They're gonna need to worry about him because every time Luis goes in with this Cho, he's gonna get melted down. So he's either gonna need to use that aggressiveness early on to focus down onto Venus and try to make plays happen, because if it goes too long once again, it's gonna be far too late to turn it.
I agree with you. And now the last ban coming in from Farsa, from Blacklist, is going to be that Farsa. And now RRQ Akira, they have the first pick. It's interesting because I'm also reading the comments of the live chat, right? And a lot of people have actually mentioned that a great way to counter Blacklist is more AoE damage. So perhaps we might see that coming in from RRQ Akira. And we kind of get that from the Xavier, right? It's scary because it's very easy to counter because of how immobile Xavier is as a hero. But if the Xavier has a good time in the laning phase, is able to get those core items for that damage, the spammability of the ultimate to be able to, 1, deal the burst damage, and to 2, open up vision on the map is going to be huge for them.
I like that you pointed out there, right? Because I know there's a lot of highly ranked people watching the M series here.
Oh yeah, the best.
And
all the pros.
And that's the thing though, right? Yes, AoE is a great thing, but if it's just healed back up and you pretty much used all your AoE, then you know that, well, if you have yeah, you have the Xavier, but also like you still need to be able to follow up on that when it's healed back up. And now something we haven't seen often up to this point is this combination that we saw so much of in previous even MPL regions, the Valentina Faramis combination.
Not only that, but the Valentina does get rotated there over into the jungle, but RRQ Akira was quick. They already knew what they wanted to pick as their jungle. They didn't waste any time. They picked up the Basha. Now, we haven't seen that many great things from the Basha so far, and with this being game point, the question is, will it succeed? Now, RRQ Akira has their backs against the wall right now. This is match point for Blacklist. They're going to need to pull a lot of tricks out of a lot of hats right now if they want to succeed in this, and it's definitely not going to be easy. The question on everyone's mind in the stands, in the live chat, is definitely if they can do it. The RQ fans want to help them out here, but I just don't know if they're going to be able to make it. So now, as we go into the land of Dawn, Blacklist trying to secure match point against RRQ Akira. RRQ Akira trying to defend and maybe take this to a game 4 or 5. Eterna, can they do it?
That's the question. The odds are stacked against them this time. And even looking at the drafts, Blacklist have drafted themselves in a way that they are so sustainable, right? They have the AoE healing coming in from Oh My Venus, as well as, wait a second here, Sagan gonna get caught really low. And this is scary, right? Because we need the Xavier to be able to scale with the Clock of Destiny and the Lightning Truncheon as well. And if that doesn't happen, I'm doubting if RRQ Akira have enough damage to penetrate through the healing coming in from Oh My Venus, as well as that extra HP from the Faramis.
Yeah, already Blacklist being very aggressive. And it's almost surprising because you see the Estes and you expect there not to be too much, but they're just so good. They have so much faith in Oh My Venus that they're willing to just push forward and get as much damage in that mid lane as possible. Now, Edward and Takashi also having this faded anime battle, as Naisu predicted. Definitely very entertaining, but possible action up in the top side. Naisu, how do you feel about that matchup?
Well, overall, I mean, it's really, I don't expect anyone to go down before that first turtle anyway, but I mean, we didn't even get a chance to talk about the Baksha pick, right, that much, because King rolling with this option here.
Rolling.
Literally, pun intended. The thing is we haven't seen Baksha too much, but it's still a great utility tank jungler here. But already, you know, Luis doesn't have that Way of the Dragon, but should be able to get out just fine. And that's the thing, right? It's Wise that is going to be playing that Valentina like we saw here. And now you have that option, that dynamic. What ultimates do we take? How do we use it? Turtle coming up here in just a couple seconds. Let's see how this all plays out here.
We'll see exactly how this pans out. Remember, RRQ Brazil, they need Sagan to get that level 4, which he hasn't, but Takashi here already.
Oh, they're gonna crash down on Wise. They already get the Cult Altar out here, but it's a first blood for Takashi. Able to secure himself the first one. Now Edward gonna be the focus, has to get back to the turret. And this could be the first turtle going in the hands of RRQ Akira. Oh My Venus there, trying to get some vision available, but look at the first! Takashi comes in, able to grab another.
A very, very nice start for RRQ Brazil. I was a little bit worried, but it seems like they have come online at 2 minutes and 40 seconds. If they can hold this together, then maybe they could take this to a possible win. But remember, they started last game strong. Now, with some of these items, how are you feeling about it, Eterna?
Nothing just too fancy just yet. We're not at that point where anyone has built that first item, but you can see that the Baxia is going to have a huge impact in that early game, right? He's going towards a lot of items that are going to be able to make him more sustainable in his team fights. But talking about team fights, Luis goes in.
Luis able to take down Oh My Venus, and now they're going to be focusing on Haji here. He's trying to get out, had to use that Purify as well. Purifies out of it and lives to fight another day.
So right there with the Basha, we're starting to see with that Tortoise Poisons, with that ultimate, I love the name of that ultimate, by the way. It's a way to kind of counter the Estes because of that constant DPS damage over time without relying on the CC that they try to do in game 1. So once again, RRQ Brazil finding answers elsewhere on the map. Another big difference now with this game and last game is they had a bit of a lead in aggression early on, but they didn't have much of a gold lead. This time, Brazil not only leading in kills and map control, but also holding a decent gold lead in the game.
Another thing about the Baxia is that he's so mobile, right? He can go on every point of the map really quickly, and that's why we're seeing that they're leading in that rotation. And right now you can see even him, he's trying to penetrate into the jungle of Blacklist, trying to pressure out Wise here, who is kind of falling far behind here. Wise still level 6 as compared to King, who is level 7.
I mean, he's doing a great job, right? King knows the lead that he has, knows the mobility advantage that he has as well, and he's playing around that. That's exactly what RRQ Akira needs to do here. This is the refined version, or at least playstyle that they went with, and that they're executing really well. Couldn't convert into another objective take for them, but you can already see Blacklist International trying to get in position here for this second turtle of the game. And now it's going to be pulled out. Still, there's King. I was waiting for him to roll up here.
finds Haji, forces him back. Takashi quite low. Bravest fighter in. Luis, though, with the way of the dragon. Oh my Venus has to pop the heel. Able to survive a little bit longer, but it's going to be the turtle secured for Gusta Lagusta. And in the mid lane, still going at it, looking for Haji. Sagan falls, but he gets punished as well. 2 down for Blacklist International.
That is a good trade, though. I mean, 2 for 1, plus the turtle in the hands of Brazil here. I think they were listening to Eterna because they have been focusing hard on Venus. In literally the first few minutes, 2 kills on a Venus. This is going to slow him down so much. And Blacklist, for the first time in 3 games, fallen behind.
Oh, but right now we're taking a look at the items here in the 5th minute. We see that Claude already built up his DHS, but Luis, man, oh man. As aggressive as he can be at the moment, and you just saw Oheb secure that BOD. So DHS versus BOD, it seems like Oheb has actually reached that power spike a little bit earlier, since of course Gusta Lagusta is still waiting on that golden staff, which means when they go in for 5v5, Blacklist might have the better upper hand if they play the team fight a little bit better and try shut down Luis from taking out Oh My Venus in the backline.
Yeah, I think this is the first time we've really seen Luis feel comfortable while playing along with Takashi, right? At least in the knockout stage. Both of them just having fun with this. Not only that, another big thing to point out, that gold lane tower is gone. And this is exactly what Gusta Lagusta wants. The only downfall, the only worry I have on my mind for Brazil right now is once again, no kills on Oheb. And I'm pretty sure he's already got that bod locked in. He's got the boots locked in. He's going to start dealing some damage if he gets involved into these fights, which will look at him already into the mid lane.
Look at here on the bottom side, Edward using an electro final blow to get out of there. But, you know, Takashi's doing work here for RRQ Akira. It's 3K gold lead at this point in the game, at almost to the 7-minute mark. Next turtle is going to be up here in just a second, and RRQ Akira is in a great position to contest it as they focus on Oh My Venus. Donning like to miss just barely here by an edge, and now it's Edward going in. There's the Colt Ulcer to respond. The kick comes out. Nobody going down just yet. RRQ Akira running. It's Saigon that falls under the turret.
Oh man, with 1 member down, now Blacklist, they're gonna have the upper hand when it comes down to this neutral objective take. They're gonna get that turtle for free, and they're gonna be able to push the limits a bit more. RRQ Brazil, though, they're still leading, but look at how aggressive they start to go in that top side. Gusta Lagusta forced to retreat as of right now, as in the bottom side.
Wow, Takashi and Edward still going out of here on the bottom side, holding on to that turret, half health here. The enemy battle continues. Takashi looking to get in position, just going to focus on the turret. Can't get it though as the last minion goes down there, so still a back and forth. But Blacklist International lessening the gold lead from RRQ Akira.
Yeah, it all it took was a second, and this is what Blacklist is known for, the rubber band right around that mid-game power spike. Now it seems like the sustainability is coming in check. I mean, you have the Estes, plus you have this Fermis, and as we saw earlier, RRQ Brazil brought out all the guns. They brought out everything they could in that mid-lane skirmish and just didn't put a dent into Blacklist. I'm wondering if it has anything to do with these items.
I mean, to be honest, RRQ Brazil, they really need this Claude to start popping off, because if we take a look at that gold gap, it's quite evident, right? He is trying to get that cross corrosion scythe with the Swift crossbow, but I'm wondering if it's gonna pop up fast enough and if the damage is going to be enough, because once again, I'm still doubting. I mean, I'm still very concerned of how sustainable Blacklist is going to be, especially now that we see that RRQ Brazil, they haven't had any chance to pick up an anti-regen item.
I mean, but Brazil is still being proactive on the map right now, still being aggressive. They've taken another tower in the gold side, and Blacklist, on the other hand, has only taken 1 from Brazil. Now, Turtle is going to be, no, Lord will be up in just very soon. So if Brazil can possibly secure this next major huge objective, it could help some secure this mid-game, but it's definitely not going to be easy. The gold has led up a little bit in the hands of Brazil. Now, I'm feeling good about it. I'm hoping Brazil can bring us to another game, but it's definitely not going to be easy.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a good position here, and that's why they're going to go ahead and start up the Lord Dance. Wise holding on to that Way of the Dragon here. I don't think anyone's going to commit just yet here, but on the bottom side, it looks like Oheb was going to be the focus, but already
look at that. The damage is there. Gusa Lagusa going to have to go back here. And still, it's a little bit of a dicey situation for RRQ Akira. And at this point, they have been putting pressure around the map, opening it up for themselves. But I don't think they're still in a comfortable position to actually fight this Lord just off the bat. They've got to still handle the sustain coming out. Yes, you have the boxer, you have the passive for you. But it's going to be up to Luis here as he goes in with a conceal, looking for the bottom side. Can't get Haji, though. They are chunked quite low. Cold Altar still going to be hold on. It's committed now. Oh, my Venus getting slammed down. Takashi goes in for another kill here. They're going to back off. They have the numbers advantage. Edward taking out Luis, though. Haji still up as well. RRQ Akira. Do they press the situation? It's a 1-for-1 trade here. It's going to be dicey. King, though, trying to decide if they want to go for it.
Gusa Lagusa opens up his ultimate here as Oheb.
Nice pickup there from Gusa Lagusa. Able to grab the kill, but is it still? That's the question. Wise is still there. This is not a green light just yet to start at the Lord, but Wise getting focused up by Takashi again. 1 versus 4 here in the bush. Gonna get dragged back a little bit. Takashi can't survive that as Haji grabs the kill. Killing spree. Meanwhile, RRQ Akira still working on the Lord here. Dawning Light comes out. Wise quite low. Took the bravest fighter. Now Edward trying to get some vision, an angle if he can. Gusa Lagusa, though, gonna push him back here. Still the fight for the Lord. Edward goes down. Cold Altar comes out. It's Wise with the Lord again. How does he do it? But RRQ Akira gonna push them back. Everybody quite low. Saigon with a huge Mystic Field.
I mean, win or lose here. That was one intense Lord fight. And I like the fact that Brazil didn't force that Lord fight. They did lose out on the Lord, but overall, they're still kind of controlling the map here. They take another tower. Now, quick second, because Oheb's Beatrix has picked up 8 games in M, has been picked 8 games in M3 with an 87.5% win rate. You match that up with the Estes win rate from earlier for Venus, and it is definitely spelling out for trouble, Eterna.
Oh, 100%. I mean, we're seeing the Filipino sniper himself go into action. I mean, need we remind you that he was the MVP of M3 finals, right? And he even was able to pick out a skin for M3. So coming into this game, I'm not really sure if RRQ Brazil want to do that same thing that they did. That fight was a little too prolonged. And when it gets prolonged like that, it feels like Blacklist has the upper hand because of the constant healing that is happening by Oh My Venus. Take him out, great, but you have to go in, try burst him down. But Haji, he goes into the front line, deals a little bit of damage, but this is all allowing Blacklist to push that tempo as well as to zone away the members of RRQ Brazil.
Well, they're still going to be working on this tier 2 here. They might just be able to get it cleanly as they do. Dawning Light comes out. No one going to go down, though, but map advantage is what Blacklist International wants here. Takashi going again. There's the Blessing of the Moon Goddess. They find Oheb, and now it's Oh My Venus on the focus here. Haji going to be in a bad position. Dawning Light comes out. It's another that falls. Luis with a massive Way of the Dragon, finding Wise, and it's Edward in trouble now. RRQ Akira marching down the mid lane, totally taking out Blacklist International.
That is insane, and they want to keep going. Takashi with that dive forward, taking care of these towers, pushing forward. Are we going to see a game 4? Brazil trying.
Brazil going to push in. Haji holding on for dear life here. They've got the minion waves. It's only a couple seconds, and RRQ Akira is going to do it. They extend the series as they take game number 3.
RRQ Akira coming back, rising from the ashes, and proving that the L is not for lose, but it is for learn. So we're going to see... Well, that's it. I mean, that was a huge show play, right?
Yeah.
He was able to get Wise off the board and take all the members from Blacklist down one by one. And this is what I mentioned, right? If they go in with the burst damage that they have in their kit, they're going to be able to win out in those team fights. They did that perfectly. They did not try and prolong the fight. They didn't play towards the tempo that Blacklist brought onto them. And here it is, 1-2. Still match point, but now RRQ Brazil, they have a chance for the reverse sweep.
And taking a look at this winning moment, look at them. They are hyped. They are ready. Takashi takes the challenge versus Agent Zero. RRQ Akira takes game 3, and I just love that. You know, when a team is that behind, up against the wall, and they get a win like this, it's definitely one of those hype moments. I was standing here excited for them.
I mean, they got the crowd dance buff right there, as you see, right? But that's the thing. Again, Takashi, massive game here on that Lapu Lapu. I guess we found out who wins this season of the anime battle, right? But still, I gotta say that it was a team effort, obviously. And even with Luis on that Cho pick, this was now a game where, hey, you know what? That's a pretty good game for Cho, right? From what we're seeing here. So I still think that, again, it's match point, like you mentioned, Eterno, right? Blacklist International, one game away here. But this is life. This is lifeblood for RRQ Akira. All the fans out there, even from, we know how much Brazil is rallying there. And this is a good step because, hey, what did we see yesterday, right? It was a possible reverse sweep, and this is the first step towards that. And hopefully, we see more of that refinement coming out from RRQ Akira for game number 4 ahead of us.
I mean, not only that, but we've seen them get stronger and stronger and stronger from game 1 to game 2 to now. I mean, RRQ Brazil definitely looks very, very good. Definitely wonder how things are hanging over there on the analysis desk. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And back in the analyst stands, Takashi Astro Thunder strikes in the third game. So it's going to be a 2-1 series. Let's talk about the drafts here. Leo, Lafell, and Goni back in the analyst stand.
I think it's safe to say that RRQ Akira just, as a baseline, had an awesome draft.
I love it. I absolutely love it. This is the kind of draft that we were looking for. Like, okay, countering the S's, we've tried, okay, them clumping up together. I'm like, I mean, there's this one hero that just like makes it so that 50% of the HP healing is gone.
And that's the Bakshan King.
Yeah.
And not just that, if they want to clump up, if they do get away from the Tortoise Poissons, there's this one hero that's just so easily capable of diving into the back line.
Dude, I just feel like the more I see the matches here in M4 World Championship, I'm falling more and more in love with Lapu Lapu, man, because the glue is great and all, but something about Lapu Lapu that just strikes fear into people from the back lines.
We have to acknowledge Astro Thunder, right? And it's known that I've rapped for Blacklist multiple times, but we have to sing. We have to sing for Tekash, right? It seems like a lava
I mean, in general, the XP laners in this current patch are just outstanding. And Takashi, in particular, in the third game, he is outstanding. He knows what his roles are, and he knows targeting, prioritizing the right targets, timing as well. And in a bit, we are going to enter the item builds, but any final thoughts before we do?
Okay, you talked about him knowing what to do. I still remember the fact that the Benetta he knows where the Benetta is going to dash. Like, you're going here. I know exactly where to here.
Right,
I'm going to stun you right now. That was amazing.
That was a trademark Astro Thunder moment. I think in the year that RRQ Akira has dominated their region, they've watched so many games, and they know that it was going to come to this eventually. Again, this is fate, that they can get their vengeance, their comeuppance against Blacklist, and this is a statement game. After losing 2 games straight, they get one, and then they're still here.
I guess let's talk about Baksha pick, all right? I mean, King with the Baksha, 316, building tank as well. Perhaps you got any insight from that, Lafell?
My insight here is looking at King as well as Saiken, they're kind of doing what they were supposed to do when they have the Atlas, when they have the Lolita, because the Lolita as well as the Atlas provides a lot of AoE control, but it doesn't really matter because of the Purify. So having someone like a Xavier that's able to spam it out, especially once the Enchanted Talisman is there, keep spamming all of those lockdowns, making it so that they have enough crowd control. So it's no longer on to Luis and King. He didn't even build the Dominance Ice. That's just how strong the Baksha is. Later in the stages of the game, he could build it if he wanted to. But because of the passive coming in from Baksha, it's really not needed.
True, and with confidence as well, let's take a look at the post stats for Brazilian members taking the categories here. Gusta La Gusta, what do you got?
I really think we have to start respecting Gusta La Gusta's Claude, and maybe, speaking for Blacklist here, make him uncomfortable. Take away the Claude from this young man from Brazil. Also, I have to give some credits to Saigen, the way he used this Savior, which I, again, have so many times on record said, wait for that savior, wait for him to get the items. He didn't wait for any items. They ended the game at 13.
Yeah, and again, I gotta say, I like the way that they're adapting it. It's like, yeah, we don't really need him for the damage. It really is just to make sure that he has the crowd control, he has the lockdown. So I like the way that they're really manipulating their own draft in saying, we need crowd control. And Luis is like, I don't have to be the only one doing it, right? I mean, like, Saigon could just pitch in. So I love that. I love the adaptation. And again, we want longer games. We want 5-game series, don't we?
We do, and it was a dominating performance from the Brazilians. 14-5 was the total kills. And my God, I can't wait for Game 4. But ladies and gentlemen, back again. Let's talk about now Blacklist International. They lost the third game. I'm sure they have the mentality to come back at Game 4.
Not just the mentality, but also the draft. This was another signature Blacklist draft, right? Every single player was playing a hero that they were well known for, but there may have been a few gaps in their draft that was just exploited by RRQ Akira. Coach Cabral really, again, learning every game and every draft.
It's a very, very interesting match. So let's take a look at the MVP for Game 3. It is going to be Takashi on that Lapu Lapu fell 6-1-4. Oh, not 6-1-9.
The Astro Thunder, man. Again, he clashes over and over again. And the thing is, he doesn't shy away from a fight. I kind of feel like this is the best way to use the Lapu Lapu.
Oh, yeah.
You think it's not a good fight to take? Nah, it's all good because looking at the items as well, the moment he has the Bloodless Axe, he can just go in. And even if he does die, I mean, he did die once in the game, it would take like, what, 4 members of Blacklist to make that happen? Investing so much onto Takashi, giving so much space for everyone else. I mean, come on. This is MVP material.
So let's take a look again. The heat map for Takashi, building that hybrid build. Hunter Strike, Bloodlust for that attack, but also building Oracle and Dominance for extra security. Let's take a look at the rotation for the first 5 minutes by Takashi.
In the first 5 seconds, you see him making his way straight for, again, his lane. He knows that he can win that matchup against the Benedetta, which at worst would be a non-starter, right? You just won't see each other given the amount of dashes you both have as XP laners. But you also see how much pressure he put into cutting. He made sure that if he left his lane, if he was going to help the other members of RRQ Akira, he would have already done his job as the XP laner. And then from there, it was Edward who was responding.
This is the sign of a very good EXP laner when you're not only controlling your own lane, but you're actually influencing the jungle as well as the mid lane. And seriously, look at every really, really strong EXP laners. They don't just handle their own lane. They make sure that people in mid as well as in the jungle is aware that at any moment, Takashi could just pop up. You know, he's just slamming down with his big sword and really influence like where you can actually move around the map. So looking at this, I really like the high pressure, just like you said, cutting the waves so that he has priority in terms of moving anywhere else. So kind of like limiting the amount of space that Blacklist International really has.
So let's take a look at the highlights here. What did he do in particular? Helping out Turtles, rotation, his timing is impeccable.
Everything. Takashi did everything.
Takashi's everything?
Yeah, if he needs to kill someone, he will. If he needs to, again, cut to the back line, make that engagement for Blacklist International awkward, he will. And if he needs to die, now one time he did, right here, he will. Because again, at least it made it awkward for Blacklist to commit for the Lord and then lose out men on the way back. This is just Takashi's game.
I want to see some kind of edit with Lapu Lapu. It's like, raise your hand in the air if you really don't care. Because every single time he jumps, it's like, it might be a bad idea, but I don't care. I will let God decide I live or die. And that is what I see throughout the game. It could be calculated, but in my own hit canon, I want it to be like, I'm just trying out. And I'm going to let the hero speak for itself.
Suggestion for this montage. Background music, Travis Scott, Astro Thunder.
There you go. Perfect combination. And overall, a splendid performance by the Brazilians, RRQ Akira, but their job is not done here. Still, match point for side of Blacklist. Any expectations less?
I would like to see Cabral, Coach Cabral, that is, do so much more. They won the draft, so go from there.
Okay, Tan Squad, let me throw it back to you. Let's see Game 4.
Thank you for the wonderful toss. You know, we're not only the tan squad, I would like to think we are the most attractive desk in M4.
Whoa.
Most definitely.
That's heated.
I'm sending shots out, but, I mean, speaking of Takashi, they were talking about it a little bit, talking about the style. Earlier I was mentioning the Western Riz, and right now, Akira is definitely bringing that. And I got a feeling they may just bring it again, but it's definitely not going to be easy. So can they take this to a Game 5?
As long as Venus dies, yes.
Yikes.
In the game, of course. Why are you laughing?
Why are we starting off so heated here?
Why are you laughing?
Trying to think of what I'm going to say now.
It's simple,
What do you
right?
have to say? What do you have to say?
It's all good, man.
It's
it.
all
I'm
good?
Just,
It's all
I'm just going to throw it out there.
like Malakas.
No, I'm not going to say that because then we're all going to be the targets here.
He's the unbiased caster.
Can I continue my point
Yes.
so people don't get the wrong idea of what I just
Yes.
said? Okay, thanks. My point being is that because Venus is the main anchor for the team, like we saw in that game, as soon as Venus gets taken out, the other members of the team, they seem to not know exactly what to do. So I feel like coming into this next game, that's one of their main bets to be able to win it once again against Blacklist.
I like the point, right? You take out the shot caller and then you cause chaos. That's pretty much what RRQ Akira has to do here. And like LaFell put it, you know, there was pretty much those moments where Takashi was like, I don't care. I'm going to jump in, cause chaos, and we're going to hopefully profit off of that. And that's kind of what happened for RRQ Akira there. And I still think, you know, it was a great choice just overall how they drafted, how they executed it this time. Going back to the point, refinement, they refined their strategy. And with Game 4 ahead of them, it is still the match point for Blacklist International. I feel like what we're going to see is different bands coming out, especially, right? Do they also want to go ahead and give away this time the Benedetta to Takashi? How do they want to work out with that? I mean, it's up to them, but also, we just got to take a look here at the hero pick recap.
Yeah, I mean, definitely very interesting, right? We did have Haji on that Fermis, and it did a good amount of actual hero damage there, and I think that could be where Blacklist fell a little bit low. Oheb, not really yes, he is the second most, but it's not as much as he normally outputs, and Goose Lagusta almost, I mean, I guess not almost doubling, but a lot more in their gold lane. He kind of had almost a rough start in the past few games, but as I said before, RRQ Brazil seeming to kind of catch their thunder here, as one might say.
Which is great, right? Because honestly, looking at the compositions, I was worried. I think I kept reiterating over and over of the fact that I was afraid that RRQ Akira didn't have enough damage to go against such high sustainable heroes. But the fact is, the amount of damage that the Xavier actually had in the game, looking at the stats, that's quite insane. And it was so difficult for Blacklist rather to go into that backline to secure that kill, because he was just free hitting, and at that point he was already able to spam that ultimate, and the Dawning Light deals so much damage, it's bursts, and it's a general thing where everyone can get hit at any point in time.
So what you're saying is
the
AoE was there.
The AoE was there. The chat was right.
Mystic Field, Dawning Light.
See?
Most definitely.
We love viewers.
Good job,
the
chat.
viewers are so smart.
They always lead me the right way, I'm not gonna lie. Every time I'm streaming or I'm playing a game of Mobile Legends, I just listen to what the chat says, and you know, I think my win rate's not doing too bad this season, hopefully. But now we are going to be jumping into this draft very, very shortly. And you mentioned something earlier, and so I've got a feeling that the drafts may change. The bands may change, and that's the thing about Blacklist. They've kind of been keeping it pretty similar these past few games. They haven't switched anything up too crazily, but they have so much more in their pocket, I feel. And this is the worry for RRQ Akira, right? They're going to have to be able to deal with a curveball sent their way possibly in Game 4, Game 5.
You know what's weird is, like, I don't know if Blacklist International is actually just holding on to something, you know, to surprise everybody later on in the tournament, or if they're just sticking to fundamentals here, right? And again, we'll have to see, because in just a couple seconds, we're going to be jumping into the draft here for game number 4, and I'd love to see if things change the way we're expecting them to, at least even with the bans here. And it's RRQ Akira that's going to be on the blue side. We've got Blacklist International on the red, and already I like the bans from RRQ Akira, especially with that carry. Take it out, Kadita as well.
Yeah, so they've swapped once again. I think they're taking turns up until this point. But coming into game number 4 here, we see that carry as well as the Kadita is going to be the priority ban coming in from RRQ Akira, as well as the Joy and the Wan once again from Blacklist. Now, the question is, did you feel like there was anything in particular that they should have banned away? Do you think the Benedetta should be taken out?
Taken out away, I don't know, because I think they found their answer. I think it kind of goes back to what you wanted to see in Game 3 Eternity. We wanted to see RRQ Akira kind of play the same game, just play it a bit better. And I think finally they are playing a bit better. One thing that they are banning out here, though, is that Diggy. So even though they won that game, they know it can be a problem. But this can still now give some other choices over to Blacklist here. The glue still open once again, so I'm wondering, does Blacklist want to ban that out? Because Takashi did have a decent glue game earlier. Now we do have a quote coming from Coach Zays. I heard RRQ Akira is a strong team, and I heard RRQ Akira can win against MPL ID teams in the scrim, and not only one MPL ID team.
So that means that, you know, they're keeping up with these powerhouse teams. And I mean, we saw it. We saw it in the previous game here. But this is something that even us casters talked about before we got even to the group stages. You know, we were kind of contemplating how much time RRQ Akira had to practice, how much time and work they had to do with even RRQ Hoshi, right? And honestly, from game to game, there are games where it evidently shows here. And you got to remember, they're playing against these powerhouse teams, and so far, they've actually been doing a pretty good job. Now, first pick is going to be that glue.
You're right, the glue is going to be picked up first. Very prio here in this tournament, and I'd like to add on to your point. I think we, all casters, we have a briefing, we have a group study discussion, and one of the things that we did talk about was the fact that RRQ Akira, yes, they had a lot of coaching time with RRQ, but also the fact that they were a kind of pseudo Blacklist.
Yeah.
And it kind of just dawned on me that they're finally going against the team that they've looked so much up to. But going back into the drafting phase here, we see that the Benedetta once again going to be picked up from Blacklist as well as the Farsa. So now they're really switching things up, right? They have the utility coming in from the Farsa, the burst damage as well as the mobility in that middle lane. And in this current meta, that mid lane presence has been so important, and this is something that they can rely on and to take away what RRQ Akira brought to them in that previous game.
Yeah, I think it was game 1 where Haji had the Farsa as well, and there was just some of that early game aggression rotating up. They got the pick onto Takashi in literally like the first minute or two of the game, so if they want to try to play a similar style here, Akira's going to have to watch out for that. But Saigen is going to be locking in that Xavier once again, and Louise on the Cho. So trying to keep it similar to last game and possibly run the same thing back.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? They're going to go with the same situation, at least with these two heroes here for now, and see if it works. And there you go, across the board. That's the Eztez locked in again. So I'm wondering if we see a Baksha ban here. Like if they just want to go ahead and take that out because of the way that the passive works. Also, like we were talking about the previous game where, you know, the fact that you can just roam around so quickly, you can literally roll around and you have that presence is something to worry about here. So we'll see if they leave it open or not, because honestly, the way that it was played from King the previous game was outstanding.
As well as a free dominance ice.
Yep.
Basically, right? That's what the Boxia had to offer in that game. But I don't think Blacklist agrees with you in the sense that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, they're still picking up the Estes. We didn't see too much of an impact that the Estes had, but that could be primarily because of how shut down Venus was. Now, this is a risky pick, the Farsa as well as the Estes, into a Cho game where we saw Luis just really pop off, and he's so good at that targeting that these two heroes, these two people are going to be the main targets for RRQ Akira to take down first. But now, coming into the second phase of the drafts, we can see that the Claude is going to be the choice of ban for Blacklist. They want to eliminate that AoE presence and that damage to go into that backside. Yes, AoE. And from RRQ Akira, they want to start limiting Wise's hero. The Barrett's gone.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think the AoE damage is just a little bit too much with not only the Claude, but also the Xavier on the field. So Blacklist showing some respect to some of those picks. Now, I'm wondering what this last ban is going to be from them. They did not go for the Basha, so that is still open. They decide to ban out the Ling. I got a feeling we may see the Fairmaze ban here, because even though they beat it, it was still a problem, and now they don't have as much AoE damage. So that could be a possible ban from them.
Man, I'm wondering too, like with the last ban here from RRQ Akira, what they want to play in the jungle here, because, you know, options for, at least from what we've seen from King, is do they want to lean towards the more bursty, even assassin jungle that we've seen here? Do we possibly see another Leomord? Or who else is left open? Hayabusa, that's picked a lot here. But honestly, I think you're better off picking something more along the lines of utility. But there you go, Oheb going to be locked in here, or Beatrix going to be locked in here for
That
Oheb.
is actually
I'm so
Oheb.
used to seeing,
No, you're right. That's
yeah,
he
the
is
Filipino
literally
sniper.
the human Beatrix.
Yep.
You're right.
Locks it in. That's
That was the same issue, remember, at MSC?
MSC.
The Cho, Kufra, and Chakno.
Yes.
But yeah, the Beatrix is going to be picked up for Oheb. And I was wondering, right, seeing as RRQ Akira, they're relying heavily on the Xavier in the backline. Would it be crazy for Blacklist to pick up a Yuzong in the jungle for Wise? But before we get into that, we're going to see the last two picks to round out the drafts that RRQ Akira want to bring to the table. And once again, the Baxia, like you guys actually predicted before, as well as the Irithel. So they're relying on that extra movement speed as well from the Irithel, and they're trying to run them down. Maybe go in for
Heavy dive,
Heavy
right?
dive,
Yeah,
you're
heavy
right.
dive composition for sure. And this is kind of what they did last time. He's going to rely heavily on Louise getting some of these picks and on Takashi disrupting that back line. The only problem I'm worried about is Oheb up against Gusta Lagusta here. Personally, I am just not the biggest Irithil fan. I like it against the 1-1, but even then, 1-1 can sometimes get the advantage. So I'm a little iffy about it, but we do see as a final lock in there, that is the Akai. Guessing it's going to be in the jungle. How do you feel about it, Nice?
I think Akai's probably your best choice here because you needed that utility. You're going against a Baksha again, and so now you're going to see these two junglers pretty much just taking the Demon Slayer emblems and fighting for objectives, right? That's kind of going to be the trend here for this game number 4 ahead of us. But also still, yeah, you have a lot of burst potential. You have the sustain. If Oheb can farm up and just kind of go in vacation mode, Blacklist International will be in a good position. But RRQ Akira, like we saw them do the previous game, they've got similar picks, right? They can still work around it. They can still force Blacklist International to follow their tempo. And still, this is going back. How does Louise start these fights up?
I don't know. We will see because we are jumping into Game 4 in the Land of Dawn. Once again, this is Blacklist International going up against RRQ Akira in a best-of-5 series. Will RRQ bring us to a Game 5?
Remember, match point here for Blacklist. If they're gonna get this game, if they can take this game, they're gonna continue their journey, but Louise might not continue his.
Oh, there's the first blood here for Oh My Venus. Louise, you know, just taking too many hits this early on. That's not how you want to start it up. So now King gonna be the focus here. They get the stun. He's in a bad position. You don't want to go down here.
Not like this.
Haji grabbing a kill. And already off to a strong start here for Blacklist International.
That is definitely huge and very troublesome for RRQ Brazil. Already 2 members down. Not only Louise, one of your prime roamers, but also your jungler.
Ooh, 2-0 start, looking quite shaky. And Blacklist has been able to get this even before level 4. And this is the one thing that we mentioned about Haji on the Farsa. She's going to have so much damage even without that Feather Airstrike. And the fact that she's able to have that mini stun when she can combo out her skills, it's enough for them to use that type of utility to take these really aggressive roamers from RRQ Brazil down.
I mean, not only that too, but you know, grabbing an early kill like this, always kind of what we see from these mid lane mages running the mystery shop. They get early kills, it gets even more devastating. And when you're talking about someone specifically like Farsa, who the burst damage is already there pretty early on in comparison to Xavier, who needs a little bit more time to build up here, that's going to be pretty devastating here.
Very, very devastating. And on top of that, like you mentioned, the Farsa, there's just so much movement. And once Blacklist gets a little bit of a lead like this, it's going to be very reminiscent of Game 1. They're going to be hyper aggressive. They don't need to rubber band. They're just going to come in hard and fast.
Well, Haji going to wings by wings. Should be just fine here. Now, position-wise, it looks like they're both still going to fight for the turtle here. King going to be taking quite a bit of damage, and like the final blow comes out. Edward looking for the kill. King, though, able to secure the turtle under the nose of Wise as they still continue on. Donning Light going to come out here, but Wise and Takashi stuck together. Wise falling, Luis with the kill, able to pick one up themselves. Way the Dragon comes out too.
Back and forth they go. Now it's Luis on the run. Still going to be chased down here. Can't bob and weave out of there. Trying to run for the hills. Edward on the hunt. It's Luis, but can't get away. Edward able to grab the kill.
He was so close to escaping, but unfortunately at the last moment, even before King was able to help him out, he had to get taken down. Now Blacklist with the 1,000 gold lead, but Haji in the mid side, he's gonna get taken down, and a really good trade for RRQ Brazil, as now they're gonna center their focus onto the next control on the map.
Taking a look at these items now, we are seeing OHEB with a nice advantage, very close to already getting that Blade of Despair in. Everyone else, pretty typical. The only major thing we have to look at is Edward with a slight gold advantage. Overall, though, in the gold lane, things are at a standstill, so that is one thing that Brazil does have going for them here. The gold lead has not escaped too much, only 600 gold, still 40 seconds until the turtle, so I wouldn't count Brazil out just yet.
Well, as you saw, Clock of Destiny now being picked up here by Saigon. He's going to try to catch up here with Haji a little bit, but still the focus on the bottom side. Going to make Gusa Lagusa do some work here, trying to bob and weave, avoiding those airstrikes, and still just going to get poked down a little bit, but look at the patience here. King and Louise waiting around, waiting for an initiation, as well as Wise. He's going to be walking in here in just a second, going to spot out King, and not sure if they want to commit onto it just yet. A lot of focus on these two gold laners by both teams as we find ourselves in a standstill. And even Saigon coming here from the backside for now.
What I do notice is that Blacklist, they need to be careful because they don't exactly have a strong initiator, whereas RRQ, they have Louise, but once again, Feather Airstrike gonna be popped off just to deal a little bit more damage, to have a little bit more clear, as well as to zone the members of RRQ Brazil away, but was it too quick?
Well, they know they don't have the feathered airstrike here. Going to be working on the turtle. Wise trying to go in. Heavy spin comes out. It's King again, securing the turtle under Wise. And now it's Oh My Venus going to be trapped here. OHEB there to back up Oh My Venus. Not going to commit though. They're still going to be chasing down Takashi. Could be in trouble. Gets out. Flicker from Saigon. Here comes Edward. Electo final blow, but he's going to get kicked by the way of the dragon. They find King, punishing him down. Make it 2. Blacklist International punishing RRQ Akira.
This is definitely very troublesome. Saigon trying to do something there, but Blacklist does not want to give this up just yet. It does seem like finally they're going to back off, but not until they push Brazil all the way back to their base. And at this point, Blacklist is just going to start hunting, taking out some of their jungle and feeding off of Brazil's own resources.
I mean, Farsa has been so huge in all of these skirmishes, right? And if we take a look at the sub-emblems, we see that she's going for more penetration, and even without those core items earlier on, she only has the Clock of Destiny, if I'm not mistaken. Without the Winter Truncheon, she's already dealing that much damage. So imagine the Winter Truncheon coming through. She has more damage from, let's say, the Holy Crystal if they want to be crazy about it. That's just so much magic damage that they need to be able to get free. Whereas when we look at RRQ Brazil, with the way they're going for these team fights, Luis is primarily just trying to protect Gusta Lagusta, and therefore he's unable to make those plays into the back line to eliminate these threats like Haji.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't completely count anyone out just yet. With Saigon not having any deaths, he wasn't too far behind Haji in terms of gold. He has also locked in the Clock of Destiny. Once he gets that Winter Truncheon, there may be some plays to happen.
There was the burst right there. They got to respect it. Luis, the bob and weave out of there. The feathered airstrike committed as well. You can already see, though, like some of the damage, especially from Gusa Lagusa, is building up here. Once he gets that Berserker's Fury, if he doesn't have it yet, it will be there. And then again, Electro Flash with that sprint is crucial here on the Irithyll pick. Conceal play going to come out. Luis on the hunt, flickers in. OHEB able to dodge it, but King also going to miss. They're going to find Haji. He wings by wings out, and now it's Blacklist International on the hunt here. Still, RRQ Akira going to back off. Edward there, though, in the bush. Wise working on the turtle for now. RRQ Akira, this is going to be very tough to fight. Saigon still waiting for that dawning light to be available. The Takashi goes in here. Now the turtle's still going to be worked on. Everything being committed. Wise with a heavy spin. Able to secure the turtle. Pushing everybody back. Takashi, though, deep into enemy territory. Can he get away from this one? It's 4 members of Blacklist International, and you can't get away from that, Takashi.
Definitely cannot get away with that. The thunder has been quelled as Blacklist rolls forward on this match. I gotta say right now, it is definitely an intense game 4. The only thing that Brazil has going for them, and I was about to say it, but now it's not true, was they were even in towers. But at this point, Blacklist is coming in strong. Luis,
Luis, that is a misstep on his part, as that was 3 members. Now King trying to come up with a cutoff here, but still going to be the same situation. There's just too much sustain, not enough damage from Saigon just yet.
5,000 gold lead for Blacklist here in the 8th minute, and they're trying to push the tempo even worse. And here you go, Tekashi. He's gonna get pinned.
Gets pinned down, heavy spin, able to pick up another kill here, and Blacklist International furthering their lead in this game 4.
It's so difficult, right? Because so far, like I've mentioned before, I do realize that Blacklist, they don't have a hard initiator. So they are relying heavily on Haji for these initiates. And it's working so well. And for the moment, and for the most part, RRQ Brazil, they haven't been able to even build that magic resist. We do see the cloak coming through for Luis, but it hasn't reached that point. Okay, there you go. The Athena shield finally being built, and he's the only person who can try and negate that much damage coming in from Blacklist. And the fact that he's only built it here in the 8th minute, 9th minute, it's no concern that Blacklist has been able to dominate this much already early on.
Yeah, and I mean, the big problem is the fact that he's just getting to hold on a second.
Okay, Wise though, gonna use the heavy spin. Luis gonna get locked down here. Gonna be a kill going over to Oheb as they find one from RRQ Akira. They're still going around though. Wise gotta be careful. They're gonna back off. Feathered airstrike to follow up, forcing out everything. And RRQ Akira now down 1 member. Lord in the taking for Blacklist International.
That is definitely bad. And before the downfall of Brazil interrupted me, what I was going to say was, the fact that they're just getting defense against Haji is definitely troublesome, because now, as we're into the 10-minute mark, we have Oheb to worry about, who has gotten a lot of items, and now King in trouble.
Yeah, there's no way you can get out of there. King was trying to get the opportunity to go for that retry still if he could. I mean, that happened, you know, we saw that happen to the Turtles, but by this point, Blacklist International not going to let that happen.
Definitely not going to have to let that happen, but Brazil wants to keep on fighting. They find Edward there.
Oh, Edward, you can't escape that one. Gusa Lagusa able to pick up a kill. Feathered airstrike coming down. He's going to sprint out of there. Now Wise committing the heavy spin, looking for a cutoff. Finds Gusa Lagusa. One hit away, going to be able to survive. And now it's King going in. Wise could be in trouble here, but the damage from Oheb is too much. Tekashi now going to be out of position, has to flicker out, still chased to the base, and just another hit away. Oheb just showing those guns and now focusing on the tier 2.
Lord already marching down there in the top side as Blacklist, even though they lost a member there, they are going to be able to still put that pressure in the mid as they're looking for more. Inhibitor turrets not taken down just yet, so for the moment, RRQ Brazil, they're still staying relevant in the game, although they are losing at 7,000 gold deficit. It seems like Blacklist have not found the means to be able to really penetrate through.
You know, Tekashi right now is literally hanging on for dear life with his team. I mean, literally hanging on to every member of Blacklist, trying to just buy Brazil some time right now. Every time he goes in that back line, he is surviving a little bit longer. We saw him get caught up one time, but now, hold on.
Oh, no!
Coming down, look at the burst damage. Oheb picking up a kill. King gonna be out of position a little bit here. He was waiting for the moment that they could find anything. Gusa Lagusa, is he gonna be stopped? He's able to survive a little bit longer. Still RRQ Akira trying to hold on, but again, Oheb has the damage. 6-0-2 on that iconic hero of his, and they might be pressing the situation even further. Focusing on the top side, gonna go ahead and grab this inhibitor turret. King now finally back in the base here. Edward grabbed that bottom. They're holding on for dear life. Feathered airstrike gonna be committed, and it's another one. Oheb able to secure another kill, pushing them back further. Wise cutting off Gusa Lagusa. Edward on the follow-up, but should be able to get away here. Base almost fully explodes. The flicker comes in. Can they still follow up? Gusa Lagusa still on the run. Where can he go? Blacklist International on the hunt here. He's buying time, but at what cost? still going, can't get the kill. Haji to clean up.
Definitely a valiant effort though, and at least he pulls Blacklist away from the base, and he does buy time in fact, but just enough time for the Lord to be back on the map into the hands of Blacklist.
But I gotta say, right, that was genius, because if he didn't pull that, they would have ended that game. But RRQ Brazil, with that play from Gusta Lagusta, they're going to be able to prolong and try and recalibrate themselves, recalibrate their mentality of what exactly type of gameplay that they want to go for here, even though Blacklist is going to be able to get this next Enhanced Lord. But looking at the items, things are looking quite bleak, right? I mean, the problem is Gusta Lagusta, she has her items, right? You already have the crit, you have the attack speed, but the problem is because of that range, because of how big that Farsa's ultimate is, he can't get close enough to deal the damage, and it must be so frustrating.
Yeah, definitely very frustrating, especially the fact that Luis can't get in there to help at all, right? Every time he goes in, he's getting melted down, but the question on everybody's mind, can they defend this push?
Well, they're going to have to deal with it as Lord in the mid lane. Flicker's coming in. Takashi trying to make a play, buy some time and some space. They're still going at Edward in the backside with Electro final blow. Dawning Light to follow up. It's not enough. Oheb does fall, but Gusta Lagusta as well. Both gold laners are down. Still the action ensues as Haji grabs a double. Takashi once again all alone here. Now Edward trying to push in the waves. Takashi trying to buy time. 3 versus 1 in the jungle. They just can't get this guy off of him. And Edward looking to end the game. Electro final blow comes out. Feathered airstrike. Look at the time. Takashi finally falls. And Blacklist International one step closer to making history as they take the series.
What are the Brazilian kings to the queen herself? Blacklist International with a stellar performance. They have sent RRQ Akira crawling back down to the lower brackets.
Definitely back to the lower bracket. I've liked to said it before, but it doesn't feel like a comeback bracket right now, but it still was a valiant effort by RRQ Akira. But tonight, Blacklist reigns supreme on the stage, putting on a great and stellar performance.
Man, Takashi was doing work on that glue as much as he could, but I mean, little by little, that gold lead just got out of hand. I mean, RRQ Akira held on for as long as they could, but one after another, again, they didn't get to set their tempo. They didn't get to set the pace that they wanted to, and Blacklist International is just a team that really will punish that. So, again, good try here for RRQ Akira, but the defending champions able to prevail.
Don't forget though, it's not over yet, right? For everyone, all of you watching into the audience, at home, on live, don't forget that RRQ Akira, they still have the chance to come back out of this alive. They're going to the lower brackets, which means they have a lot more time to learn. And remember, like we keep mentioning over and over, L is not for lose.
It's for learn, and but the Agent Zero does strike back. Blacklist International advances with a 3-1 scoreline. And as you mentioned, honestly, I'm feeling bad for anyone that has to go against Akira in the bottom bracket. They did a great performance, and I got a feeling they could make their way very far into this M4. But, Analyst, how you guys doing?
Masters, and welcome back to the Analyst stand. It's going to be me, Goni, Leo, LFL. Thank you, casters. Perfect game from side of Blacklist.
Oh yeah, that's one more win for Blacklist, and that's nice to put one step closer to making history towards that title defense. And it's mission accomplished for Blacks International and agents all around the world.
Yeah, and again, like they were saying, like now they're much more closer because again, this is the defending champions. If they go to the grand finals and they win it all, oh my God, back-to-back world champions? That'll be insane.
Step by step, but a strong performance indeed. A 3-1 and a very, very well-coordinated team. Good synergy. I mean, V-Wise was practically unstoppable in that game. Let's talk about the drafts here. What do you see?
I'd like to focus more on the bans that Blacklist International employed. They actually picked up on that Claude on Gusta Lagusta, and again, just that Ling in the second phase we're in, just always get rid of it. That's a Blacklist identity. And again, it looks like game 1, 2, and 3, and 4 are super connected. All of them, they took lessons, and it looks like Blacklist learned much, much quicker.
Well, let's take a look at the item builds here. What's significant for you, especially LaFell, in that particular game? Because last game, it was a just textbook performance by the defending champions.
Actually, looking at the itemization, I want to look at the hero still because I kind of feel like for this draft, we could talk a little bit more as well because RRQ Akira, they could have picked up the Lapu Lapu again, but they opt for the glue, which, interestingly enough, I think everyone agrees that glue is super strong, but has a very low win rate here in M4 World Championship. I kind of feel like it's strong individually, but as a team, it really doesn't do much because you can catch one person, but then if the person still has a flicker, you're not really connecting the glue grab to make sure that they're out of position. When in comparison to like a Lapu Lapu where you just dive in and you don't only do a lot of damage to everyone, you can sustain very, very well. And your AoE stun is an AoE. You can hit a lot of people.
Yep, given what the item builds look like for Blacklist and RRQ Akira in this 14-minute game, the items are really, for the most part, going to be as generic as it gets, right? There really wasn't much of an interaction here, at least on early glance. So it really was those heroes that they came into the game with that made the difference. Something I'd like to note, the fact that RRQ Akira tried to ride their momentum and again just changed maybe one or two heroes from that winning game, game 3, and then I guess Blacklist was just so much faster on the pickup.
I mean, Blacklist International, they displayed, again, good extraction from the composition. So let's take a look at the post stats here. It will be Takashi taking the sandbag, but it will be Venus, Haji, and Hoheb taking the 3 categories.
I actually want to talk about the carry Haji. 75,000 damage dealt in this game, and I feel like this is the biggest change between the previous game and this one, because previously he was using the Pheromones, which is more of a utility mid laner, and now Haji is carrying, he's doing the damage. I feel like this is honestly the biggest difference maker here, Leo.
Yeah, say what you will about Blacks International's usual builds, wherein some will say they have too much utility, they lack damage. Right here, this is the right amount of damage, and Tekash, Astro Thunder, was on the receiving end of a lot of this, and it's not just wanton damage, it's actually a very unique and specific kind of damage, because in the hands of Kel1, the Filipino sniper, that Beatrix, 47% team participation, he was dealing damage where it mattered. That's what made him the rich guy, and that's what helped Blacklist take the victory here.
Also, what's interesting, if you take a look at the items or the data, earlier it was actually not that far when you're talking about damage dealt. So RRQ Akira also deals a plenty amount of damage, but of course, Blacklist were the majority, but it wasn't that far. So it's saying that RRQ Akira actually also deals a lot of damage.
And with that being said, we got to look at the person that did the most amount of work. Let's look at the MVP of this game, where the MVP is going over to Haji. And again, we talked about this. This is the difference maker from Pheromones to Farsa. Let's talk about this, 95.5% kill participation.
When we're naming MVPs in most professional MLBB events, you'd look at 2 types of MVPs, the setup and the payoff MVP. Haji was both. He was both helping Blacklist control the map, and he was also getting a lot of kills, getting a lot of assists, which helped him build an almost complete arsenal for a mid-mage. There was just one more item that he could not build, because again, this was a relatively short match, 14 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, 95% KP, and to add to that, you're right, he can bait the members of Akira while dealing damage. Feather airstrike, zoning people away. Baited Cho to just kick her away with that Purify, and again, Haji understands that he can survive with that Wings by Wings as well.
Pretty crazy. Farsa cannot see, yet the Feather airstrike always hits.
You're right, you're right.
That's some Sixth Sense kind of thing going on.
That's where Haji comes in.
That's where Haji is the Sixth Sense.
That's where Haji comes in, and his map sense is just amazing. You'll see here how in the first 5 minutes, he was literally everywhere. Again, Wings by Wings coming in clutch. He's able to answer and provide for everything that his team needs.
I mean, looking at the minimap, it's like a jungler, right? He's everywhere, jungle, top, side, mid, and as well as bot. That is what can Haji do. Very effective.
This is the great thing when we look at mid laners. Where are you really helping? And it's nice to see Haji is helping every side of the map, because we've seen teams focus on EXP, focus on gold. But Haji is like, I have food everywhere, bro. Like jungle, the riverside, gold, EXP, is all of it is mine.
And this isn't even really uncharacteristic, because about 2 years ago at M2, Haji already competed in the world stage under the Omega banner for the Philippines as well. So again, he's a jungler turned roamer turned mid. And here, he's the KDA machine helping out Blacklist in every way possible. I'm wondering though why he spent a little bit of the time in the top lane. I wonder what that was, cutting.
Yeah. Well, let's see here, right? What did he do? In case you missed it, this is going to be the highlights. Blacklist taking the last match. Well, take it away.
I want to talk about both sides of the issue, right? Blacklist International, they did well. And I kind of feel like they did well off of the mistakes coming in from RRQ Akira, because we're not seeing it here in the highlights, but earlier in the match where Luis got poked out so hard, and then King tried to help, and then both of them gave kills onto Blacklist International. And then after that, looking at this kind of match, they don't have a lot of setup. And I kind of feel like that's also a very big difference. RRQ Akira in this match and the match before, the setup wasn't as clean as before.
Yeah, and again, Blacklist just really adjusted to the occasion. Oh no, this was that moment where Gusta Lagusa got caught out. I have to also talk about and bring up the interaction between Glue and Farsa. You can just fly away, just walk away, and don't get hurt. And then if Tekashi does drop off, then you let the rest of Blacklist deal with it. That was something that was so well coordinated, and the shot calling on that was just immaculate.
Amazing performance displayed. The defending champions again showing quality in Mobile Legends. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the last match for today. It is going to be confirmed. Staying in the upper bracket, the defending champions Blacklist International. Meanwhile, RRQ Akira, they will fall down a bit in the lower bracket, fighting for their lives. But you gotta wait for day 3.
Does this mean it's the King of Kings versus Blacklist International?
Yes,
Oh,
yes, RRQ.
Dude, you had to bring that up right now.
It is what it is.
Well, let's wait. Let's hear the interview with Mara and Clara. Take it away, Blacklist International. I want to hear the interview.
Thank you, Analyst. Clara and I are here with the winning team, Blacklist International. What a great game. Amazing. Now,
4 games.
Exactly. Now, they're one step closer to defending the throne. I want to know what happened, because in game number 3, everybody thought it was going to be sweep, but Akira showed something totally different. They gave you your comfort picks, but they flipped it around. They did to you what you did to them and finished you guys in 13 minutes, 33 seconds. What happened there, Wise?
There are small errors that made us lose the game. That's all.
Small errors.
Yeah.
Akira's really that good. But when you guys were in the dugout, were you guys upset that you didn't do the sweep? What happened in the dugout? What was the discussion?
We told each other that it's winnable, but that small errors made us lose the game. So we just reset, and that's what we did in game 4.
Just reset.
Ooh la la, it's so crazy. And again, as we mentioned before, it's back again in Blacklist meta, healer meta. Oh my goodness, you got your comfort pick and this is your meta healer. And finally, you bring it back again in this stage. But you said in the interview that you will bring back this meta if the opponent is champion material. Is that true? And right now, you just make it on the show.
Napag-usapan namin na gusto namin ipakita kung gaano kalakas yung Blacklist International. Kaya gusto namin na mag-start yung playoffs namin ng malakas, ng kung sino talaga yung Blacklist.
They already talked about it with the team, that they want to show everybody how strong Blacklist International is. And so they wanted to start it showing that. But her question was, ang sabi niya kasi, sinabi mo daw sa isang interview na ilalabas mo lang daw yung meta hero mo, katulad yung hero mo kung champion material or kung worthy yung kalaban. So bakit mo daw sinabi yon? Ano daw ibig sabihin mo doon?
Hindi ko matandaan na sinabi ko yun. Pero lahat naman ng team ngayon sa M4 malalakas.
She doesn't remember saying that, but she's he's saying that everybody here in M4 is really strong.
Yes, so you are guys really strong, and it shows everyone that this is 5
games becomes 4, and then I want to ask that in this first stage of you guys on the playoff, how does it feel like to be like Blacklist International with the healer meta and play in the grand stage?
How does it feel like? Ano daw pakiramdam na ginamit yung Estes?
Yes.
The healer meta?
You can play
here on the stage.
Syempre sobrang saya and sobrang nakaka-proud kasi ano na yun ng Blacklist, a signature hero ng Blacklist yun eh. And yun ang patunay na kami ang defending champion.
They feel really happy that they're able to use their signature hero Estes because it proves and it shows that they were the champion in M3. So they're really happy to be able to use that.
A shocking therapy for all of the teams in M4. But let us about the next battle, Mara.
Let's talk, actually, I want to talk to Coach Bon Chan. Coach.
Hi, Coach.
Coach, you always say that with every loss, you learn something new. They say that in the group stages, everybody expected you to finish number 1. That didn't happen. What did you learn from that you were able to take now in the knockout stages?
There are so many learnings, especially in group stage. When we started in group stage, we're making things complicated, and then we realized that why don't we go back to the basic where it all began? Let's go back to Ube.
Back to basic. Back to the basic. How about your next opponent? It's going to be RRQ Hoshi, which is number 1 in terms of fans here in Indonesia. What are your thoughts about facing them?
Yeah, that is their advantage. There are so many fans here attending in the stage, but it's okay. We are already expecting that, and what we just need is to focus on the game, not on the fans.
Are you confident with facing the RRQ Hoshi from Indonesia after you beat the RRQ Akira just now? The confident boost?
The confident booster. Now, do you have any message to everyone watching, the Filipinos back home, and to all the Indonesians?
Thank you so much for supporting our team, and expect that we will become much better than this game. I believe that every game we are learning something, even though we won or lose. So expect that we will bring something new in the upcoming games.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much once again. The winner of this match, Blacklist International.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yes, but before we close at this today event, but we would like to update the bracket first, Mara, because a lot of things happened after we got 2 upper bracket matches today. So thank you so much, Blacklist International.
Thank you,
once again,
Blacklist.
congratulations.
You may now exit the stage. Go ahead and prepare for your next. All right. Blacklist International showing why they are to be feared. But you know what?
Yeah.
We still have to credit RRQ Akira because they showed really good stuff, especially what they did for game number 3. And
Yeah,
they showed
they
really
would.
good stuff. What did you think about their performance?
I think this is really great, and they show it from the group stage. Lot of teams, they didn't consider RRQ Akira as their opponent, hard opponent, but right now they're showing really best with the confidence of the drafting. I'm really shocked that they let every heroes of Blacklist International with their comfort heroes.
And now we'll take a look at the updated bracket and let's see where the teams are.
Yes,
Here we go.
let's go. So, yeah,
We're going to be taking a look at the updated bracket for the knockout stage. Here we go. So RRQ will go up against Blacklist International. Take a look at the upper bracket. It looks like it's going to be Indonesia versus Philippines for the upper bracket.
Oh, Indonesia and Philippines, 2 upper brackets, but on the lower bracket, which is tomorrow, we got a lot of tears because this is gonna be happening. These teams won't go any further.
That's right. RRQ Hoshi 3-0 versus Todak. Todak goes down to the lower bracket, while RRQ Akira will also have a second life to fight for their chance to make it to the finals. Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow.
And here we go, the lower bracket. This is the first match of the day. We got RIC that will be facing S11 Gaming. And we got 4 matches because this is gonna be best of the series.
That's right. It's going to be Incendio Supremacy going up against MDH Esports. The Valley will go up against Burn X Flash. And finally, Malvinas Gaming will go against Occupy Throne. So we have 4 series coming your way tomorrow. And because it's the lower bracket, it's going to be a best of 3.
That's right, best of 3 series with a lot of tiers. So that means 4 of these 8 teams gonna be stopped, and 4 of the others will going to battle again for the slot.
It's definitely going to be an action-packed game tomorrow, so be sure to support your favorite teams. And of course, we have to thank our sponsor for making this happen. M4 is powered by Mouton, presented by TikTok, our official content partner, Secret Lab, our official gaming chair, supported by Secret Lab.
And we have eSports Charts, our analytical partner. We also have Gank, our official merchandise partner. And we have MeWatch, our media partner. And last but not least, our Ministry of the Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia.
We had really great games today, so we expect all of you to be present tomorrow for another day of Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship.
Dare to be great!
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. We shoot for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never
remember. So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did